form the shallows. What Wave Skimmer noticed as the days passed was that while the little one's routine didn't vary, their exposure time in the water lessened each day, and Wave Skimmer recognized the signs. They were separated from whatever they considered their hive, and detached as they were, there was no community support for them. It was the calling of Sui-Sui males to search the waters every day to support themselves and the hive's females, who tended the younglings and eggs, and the search could only be conducted during the light of day. Duty drove every member of the hive. But these 4 Sui-Sui had no duties to perform for their hive. They could only wait, and they were sleeping more with the passage of every day. It was Wave Skimmer's thought that if the foursome were not discovered soon, they would grow too weak to fish. Lethargy would follow, and soon after, they would travel the endless waters. Long Eyes reported one evening that when he left his watch as light faded, he'd seen 8 travelers on the horizon. He kept watch for a little while longer as he returned to the hive, with a pair of eyes turned backward and staying on the surface, a dangerous maneuver for a Sui-Sui in the open waters. Long Eyes noted that the ships halted their movement along the shore as dark fell. Today, when Wave Skimmer assumed his post, he was barely in time to catch the foursome returning to their cave. They couldn't have had time to each catch more than 1 or 2 small fish. As the day stretched on, Wave Skimmer dove, caught fish, and fed. When the star was at midday, the ships cruised into Wave Skimmer's view. The travelers, which mirrored the colors of the shallow waters, approached the cave. To Wave Skimmer, it was obvious the travelers would be far past the cave when the light faded from the day. The little ones would crawl out the next day and never know they had been missed. Wave Skimmer warbled a small apology to his mates and younglings if what he was about to do would send him to travel the endless waters. With a powerful thrash of his tail, he launched toward the shore. His 6 walking legs stroked the water like sets of triple oars, adding to the speed created by his tail. The Sui-Sui first appeared to skim across the surface of the water, underlining the name given to him by his matron. "Black space, would you look at that?" a crew member sent on open comm. She tagged the point of interest in the controller, which tracked the highlighted object as the subject moved. Franz ordered the ships in his group to halt, and pilots synced their controllers, focusing their telemetry on the broad back of the dark carapace of a Sui-Sui, who appeared to be walking on the water as he raced toward shore, his massive claws raised high in the air. "I'd say we're looking at a survivor of those dark travelers," Franz sent to his shuttle group. "Is he signaling us?" another pilot asked. Orley looked at the wickedly pointed claws and remarked, "Who says he's signaling? Remember that these Sui-Sui are generations removed from ours. He might be trying to catch the giant flying fish in the sky." "Commander Cohen, land immediately," Teague sent with intensity, forgetting he had no authority in the matter. Franz offered a quick plea to the stars for their support and ordered the other ships to maintain position while he dropped his traveler to the deck. The only place to land was a short stretch of sand, bordered on both ends by prominent rock formations. The shoreline was steep, and rather than set down parallel to the waters, which would have lent a 30-degree tilt from side to side to the shuttle, Franz chose to drop the bow into the shallows. Exiting the traveler through the port's rear hatch would mean that the crew could keep their feet dry. The traveler had no sooner settled onto the sand than the hatch was triggered. Checking his personnel app, Franz saw that it was Teague exiting the ramp with Ginny right behind him. "All other crew remain on board," Franz ordered. "I've got them," Sergeant Bethany Latimer sent to Franz, as she jumped out behind Ginny, which gave Franz a modicum of relief. Teague was forced to circle the traveler via the bow, since his view of the dark Sui-Sui was blocked. Both Ginny and Bethany called out for him to wait, but unfortunately they were speaking to a male teenage brain operating on an entirely different wavelength. Wave Skimmer slowed his rush to the shore when the ship settled to the sands. Suddenly, a creature, which walked on 2 legs, as the land hunters did, raced around the front of the ship. He stripped off coverings, revealing soft white flesh, so unlike the dark coloring of the land hunters. Nonetheless, Wave Skimmer came to a halt, his claws raised protectively in front of him. "Wow," Teague murmured when he got a real-world view of the giant Celus-5, with its killing claws raised high in the air. The two stared at each other, 6 eyeballs taking in the differences between what they knew and what they were seeing. For Teague, it was a comparison against the Hurricane Celus-5, and for Wave Skimmer, it was the land hunters. Wave Skimmer was debating whether to dive for deep waters or lead the Pale One toward the cave. Besides a concern for his own safety, Wave Skimmer didn't know if the entity in front of him had come to rescue the little ones or not. Hive loyalty won out. Strange as the coloring, size, and build of the foursome appeared, they were still of the people, and Wave Skimmer was a first, dedicated to protecting his hive and the people. Teague saw the Celus-5 hesitate and then drop its claws. It came wading toward him, growing larger with every meter covered. Unlike the Hurricane Celus-5, who, in a normal stance on even ground, came to Teague's waist, this male had to bend its eye stalks slightly down to stare Teague in the eyes. Regarding the huge Celus-5, Teague belatedly considered his dash from the traveler. He was reminded of his father's words, repeated so often to him: "The less time you give yourself to consider your options, the quicker you will hasten toward an ill-considered decision or action." Wave Skimmer and Teague were poised only several meters apart, each waiting for some sign from the other, when a sweet, clear note of greeting rent the air. Wave Skimmer split his stalks, half on the pale alien and half searching for the source of the whistle. 2 more aliens stood beside the ship, neither of them colored as were the land hunters. Another note of greeting issued from the smaller of the 2 creatures. It was pure and comforting, and Wave Skimmer couldn't help but warble in reply. The little alien waded into the water, headed toward the white one in front of him, and requesting his name. "Wave Skimmer," the first whistled, and then warbled. "Have you a name?" "The people of my world call me Little Singer," Ginny whistled in reply. Wave Skimmer ignored the white one, who was at the moment standing still. Little Singer, he thought. The people wouldn't have named the creature lightly. The little one whistled her delight in meeting him, asking if he was a first, and he acknowledged that he was, rising on his walking legs to his full height. Ginny momentarily faltered when the giant Celus-5 rose, taking pride in his position as the hive's leader, but she quickly resumed wading, intent on getting to Teague. She would burn his ears later for his foolish rush from the ship, but for now she wanted to be near him and, if possible, protect him. "We search for 4 of the people lost to us," Ginny whistled. "Friends, comrades of mine," Teague added. The white one's barely understood comment made sense to Wave Skimmer and explained the creature's rush into the waters. It ran to search for and protect members of his hive, despite the fact that he carried no means with which to aid them. As a hive member, the alien made no sense to Wave Skimmer. It had neither tail nor multiple legs with which to speed through the water, or claws with which to fight. "Have you seen them?" Teague whistled, but the eyes on the dark male Celus-5 blinked rapidly, a sign of confusion. "He can't understand you, Teague," Ginny said, reaching Teague's side and holding on to his arm. She repeated the question. "Follow me," Wave Skimmer whistled. Both Teague and Ginny sent comms, Teague to Franz and Ginny to Bethany. Each relayed the conversation and that they were following a hive first, Wave Skimmer, to the Hurricane Celus-5. Bethany stood on the shore, seriously conflicted. She would give her life to protect the 2 youngsters, but if the Celus-5 were to become aggressive, she would need to be close to him for her stun gun to be effective, and in her estimation that wasn't going to happen. The enormous male kept nervous eyes on Teague, yet in contrast, allowed Ginny to walk beside him. Little Singer, Bethany thought. She slowly waded to the shuttle's bow to keep the 3 of them in sight. As soon as the threesome neared the cave, Teague picked up on his friend's implants, and he raced forward, surprising Wave-Skimmer, who had yet to indicate where the little ones hid. Both Teague and Ginny disappeared into the cave, and Teague rushed back out moments later, able to reach Bethany, who relayed the request to Franz. Wave-Skimmer whirled and dove into the waters, stroking quickly for deeper waters. It didn't take him long to spot the prey he sought. A flash of his tail drove him forward, and a quick thrust of his claw speared the 1-meter-long succulent fish. He hurried back to shore as a group of the aliens came around their ship towing a platform that floated in the air. Wave-Skimmer warbled his amazement and hurried forward. He was too large to fit in the small cave, so he whistled to Little Singer for her attention. Teague sprinted out of the cave, nearly running into Wave-Skimmer's enormous claw, which the Sui-Sui extended to block Teague's rush. The first held up the wriggling fish, and this time he understood the pale alien's whistle of appreciation. Wave-Skimmer expertly stripped the fish of its skin, and then pulled off 2 fillets. He chopped each fillet into several pieces, dropping them into the white one's outstretched hands, who then ran back into the cave. Teague fell to his knees in the cave floor's soft sand. His 4 friends were weak and feeble. He laid his pile of fish on a rock, and he and Ginny held small pieces against each Sui-Sui's mouth parts. Only Swift Claws and Sand Flipper began to chew immediately. Taking a piece of flesh, Teague squeezed the fish with all his might. The succulent flesh gave up its juice, which dribbled onto Teague's other hand, and he tipped the liquid into Whistle's Keenley's twitching mouthparts. He was rewarded moments later by a gentle lapping on his palm. Ginny tried the same maneuver, but she couldn't exert enough force to squeeze any liquid out. She smacked Teague on the shoulder and swapped pieces of fish. Crabbing around to Whistle's Keenley, Ginny tore Teague's pulverized piece into tiny chunks to feed him, while Teague dripped juice into Bobsalot's mouth. It took much longer before Teague got a response, and he nearly wept with joy when he did. The 2 humans slowly fed the entire fish provided by Wave-Skimmer to their friends. Crew waited outside the cave, at a respectable distance from Wave-Skimmer, who split his stalks between eyeing the cave front and watching the groups of aliens and their floating platform. Finally, Wave-Skimmer watched the 2 individuals exit the cave. Little Singer told him the 4 would survive, and he raised his claws in celebration. At the same time, the aliens behind him let out strange screeches, and Wave-Skimmer spun to take the charge. Little Singer's whistle for calm stalled him. She explained that her hive mates were celebrating the news that the foursome lived. The pale one approached Wave-Skimmer, and in a strange gesture held out his true hands to him with the tips pinched together, and waited. Ginny whistled to the Celus Sui-Sui. Teague, the youngling of the Star Hunter First, who helped to free the people held by the world traveler, waits to greet Wave-Skimmer in the manner of our world called Hurricane. Wave-Skimmer's eye stalks extended to their full length to take in the pale one in front of him. Singers, little or otherwise, do not tell untruths. He realized the 4 young Sui-Sui whistled the truth. The world traveler, the giant's fear that the hives had fled, was gone, destroyed by the small, pale hands of those who stood around him. Wave-Skimmer warbled in humor at his earlier thought that these creatures had no means by which to stand and fight. Teague waited patiently for Wave-Skimmer to process Ginny's words. Then the huge Sui-Sui held his claws out even with Teague's pinched fingers. Teague balled up his fists and smacked the top of Wave-Skimmer's claws. But unlike the Hurricane Sui-Sui's ceremony, Wave-Skimmer returned the greeting, and his heavy claws smacked down on Teague's fists. It was all Teague could do to keep from crying out, and Ginny didn't know whether to be alarmed or laugh at Teague's actions. It was one thing to be Alex Racine in his prime smacking the claws of the Hurricane Sui-Sui. It was another thing for a youth to attempt the same thing with an alien first, who was an order larger than those he knew on Hurricane. "I heard bones crack," Bethany sent to Franz. She had relayed the entire scene to him. "Better have Pia standing by. She has her work cut out for her." Franz sent the message to Captain Azastow, adding the fact that the Celus-5 had been found, alive, but barely so. Wave Skimmer turned to Little Singer and pleaded for her help. "We know the land hunters are the enemy of the people," Ginny whistled, using Wave Skimmer's words for the Dishnya. Despite Alex's request that the information not be relayed to Teague and Ginny, they were aboard a ship, and gossip had a way of spreading around a ship like air-seeking vacuum. "The Star Hunter First resides in a ship above us," Ginny added. "He won't let the land hunters hurt the people any more." "Will your leader destroy the land hunters?" Wave Skimmer asked. A pair of eye stalks watched the floating platform carry out one of the little Celus-5, who warbled softly to him. The aliens' methods were mystifying, and Wave Skimmer was in awe of what they could do for those who were injured. "You're a first," Ginny said, seeking to prevent Wave Skimmer from putting her into a corner. "You know that no hive mate speaks for a first." Wave Skimmer warbled his agreement. The little singer spoke true words. "I will greet the Star Hunter First," he whistled. "2 days, at day's first light, here on the sands," Ginny replied. Wave Skimmer whistled his agreement, and in one motion whirled and launched 7 meters out into the waters. The Hurricanes watched Wave Skimmer, with his unique characteristic of walking the water, skim across the shallows, and then dive into the deep. Ginny turned to examine Teague, who held his broken hands at his side. Tears in his eyes began to fall, whether from relief that his friends were safe, or pain from his injured hands, she couldn't tell. Ginny calmly wiped away his tears as a medical specialist injected a painkiller into the side of Teague's neck. Then she walked back to the traveler beside Teague, as another Celus-5 was carried from the cave on a second grav pallet. Chapter 17. Many Nests. It was early morning when Alex checked in with the mission's Celus-5 medical specialist on the statuses of the recovered foursome. "Credit must be given to Therese Lachaud, Dacita," Davi said. "Her instructions for medical emergencies that might befall the Celus-5 were exhaustive. I must admit that I thought many of them unnecessary, but throughout yesterday evening and morning I have been exchanging plasma bags for the 4 of them. Celus-5 body fluid. Who would have thought of that?" "Therese," the 2 men said quietly, laughing together. "Then they're stable?" Alex asked. "They'll be fine, Dacita. Medically, it was a lack of fluids and food, although Teague has been explaining to me that much of their condition was due to an encroaching malaise. Something about being separated from their community. However, I expect them to make a full recovery within a few days." Alex was trying to ignore the use of the Dishnya title by the crew, but he was fighting a losing battle. Hurricanes had 20 years of history, during which they addressed Alex by an appellation. Offering an opportunity to adopt a new title for him, even an alien one, the crew members had seized on it. Stepping outside the medical suite, Alex found his son waiting for him. Teague's hands had undergone hours of work by Pia and her team to restore order to the bones. He was young and carried nanites in his blood since the day he was born. He would be completely healed within another day. "I'm going with you to meet the Queen," Teague said, his tone demanding. "That's not a good idea, son," Alex replied. "Yes, it is. I have a few things to say to her." "That's why it's not a good idea, Teague. You need to stay here." "You're not mission commander. I can ask Captain Shimada," Teague said defiantly. "Shall we go wake the captain, son?" Alex asked mildly. He understood Teague's anger after learning that the Dishnya were mortal enemies of his beloved Celus-5, but the last thing Alex needed was to have his temperamental son in a delicate conversation with the Queen. He wasn't even sure what he was going to say. Teague knew his father had called his bluff. He wouldn't dare go above him and ask the captain. First and foremost, the captain would defer the decision to his father, and second, he wouldn't want it known that he had tried to circumvent his father. As the son of the famous Alex Racine, Teague felt he lived in a conundrum. "No one knows how to treat me," Teague fumed internally. But that wasn't true either, he admitted. Humans and Sades close to Alex treated him as a normal teenager. His problem was that their consideration didn't often match his desires. Sometimes they angered him by not paying him more deference, and then at other times they were generous when he felt little need for their attention. "Son," Alex said, reaching up to cup his boy's neck with a warm hand, "your friends are sleeping and recovering. When they wake, you should be there. It will mean a great deal to them." Teague let go of his anger with a sigh. "Who will accompany you planetside?" Teague asked. "The smallest number I can get away with," Alex replied. "That should be the entire mission's roll call," Teague replied with a twist of his lips, attempting to repair the moment with his father. "Probably what they want," Alex replied, a small smile on his face. He was inwardly more than pleased that a crisis with Teague was averted. "Sometimes I think you're growing up too fast, my son," Alex thought, "and other times I can't wait until you grow out of this phase." Pusiro stood in Nislara's front chambers. He was breathing hard, having run at top speed to the Queen to deliver the report he'd received from some far hunters who used mirrors to signal the news back to the nest. "There can be no mistake," Pusiro said, working to catch his breath. "The hunters are sure of what they observed, my Queen. One shuttle from a flight of 4 landed on the shore. The hunters were at the Green's edge but could see clearly with handscopes. Teague, Ginny, and another exited the ship as an enormous male Sina came out of the water. The hunters thought the Sina was poised to strike Teague until Ginny whistled to him." "Whistled to him?" "Yes, my Queen, as Teague did on the shore to chase his Sina back into the waters." "Go on, Commander." "According to the hunters, Ginny and the Sina spoke, and he led Teague and her to a cave. The aliens recovered their 4 hive members from a small cave. They carried them out one by one on their floating platforms." "Remember, Pusiro, the aliens refer to themselves as Hurricanes. We should too." "Yes, my Queen. A final note, if you please. The Sina spoke with Teague and Ginny for considerably longer, and Teague conducted some sort of ceremony with the Sina. Like this." Pusiro balled his hands and smacked down on the empty air. "He struck the claws of the Sina, and the creature struck Teague's hands in return." Nislara considered Pusiro's report. Despite her desire to refute the concept of Sina as intelligent creatures, the evidence was overwhelming in the contrary. She gazed up at Pusiro, her eyes sad, and asked, "Do you think Dacita knows?" "I can't see how he wouldn't, my Queen, now that we know the Sina whistling is a language. The Hurricane's 4 missing crew must have come in contact with our Sina, since the large male appeared to be waiting to signal the Hurricane shuttle. And who knows what information was exchanged between them before the rescue. Also, I spoke in detail to Simlan and Hessen, asking them to recall if our captives ever asked about the Sina. Simlan recalls Hira taking down shell plates in the storeroom. He said that when Hira lifted them in the air to look at the bottom, she seemed disturbed." "So Hira recognized the origins of the plates," Nislara confirmed. "Undoubtedly, although it could be said that we came by them naturally, after their deaths." "Plausible, unless the Hurricanes know something different. Have the Soma ever found dead Sina on the shore?" "Not that I know, my Queen. Our Soma had to capture and kill them." "Then you have your answer, Commander. Dacita knows. He'll probably not even bother to keep the meeting tomorrow." Nislara sat down heavily on a small stool, enabling her to wrap her tail around its base. Pusiro felt awkward, standing above his Queen, so he squatted on his haunches. "If Dacita does come, what will you say?" "For that, my trusted Commander, I have no answer." Just before Celus reached its zenith over the plains, Alex boarded a Sojourn shuttle. He didn't quite have his way concerning the size of the landing party. Franz sat pilot and Orly co-pilot. The twins sat behind Alex. Pia and another medical specialist sat near the back of the main salon with a host of equipment. Captain Escobar, Sergeant Latimer, and Corporal Daubner sat near the hatch, as if they were ready to repel boarders. Completing the entourage were Julian and Willem, who sat across from Alex. Alex was grumbling to himself. His entourage looked more like an invasion force than a negotiations party. Despite the extended size of his escort, Alex set some hard ground rules for them. The majority of the people were to remain either aboard the shuttle or close to it. "This will be a tough conversation for the Queen," he told them. "We will be discussing a sensitive subject, one she won't wish to have in front of underlings." "I've reviewed much of the information about the local hives captured by our Celus-5, Teague, and Ginny," Willem said. "It does not bode well for negotiations. To quote Wave Skimmer, he expects the Star Hunter first to eliminate the Land Hunters. Nislara carries the burden of generations of her people, which have hunted the Celus-5. It's an unfair predicament for her," Julian said. "The plains are running out of food as far as I can tell," Willem added. "And judging by Wave Skimmer, the Celus-5 have migrated out into deep waters, as far away from the Dishnya shoreline as they can get." Which begs that nagging question, why are the Dishnya ignoring the forests? Alex asked. "They aren't indigenous to this planet, Alex," Julian said. "There is a high probability of microbes in the humid environment of the forests that might be dangerous, if not deadly, to the Dishnya." "Possible," Alex agreed. "Willem, whether we stay for an extended time or not, I want some mission information collected immediately. Map the continents closely with an eye to discovering the Dishnya's habitat range." "Your intent, Dasata?" Willem asked. When Alex groaned at the use of his title, Willem replied, "As we are about to meet the Queen, I'm merely adopting my role as translator, including the title by which she will refer to you." "Acceptable reasoning, Willem, if you were human," Alex replied. "But you're a Sade and can switch your role in the wink of an eye, if not faster." "Then I'm uncovered," Willem said, adopting a sad face and hanging his head. Alex looked at Julian, who wore a huge smile and was sprouting sprinkles from the crown of his head to fall in a fountain's pattern to his shoulders. "A wonderful performance, was it not?" Julian asked. "We thought so," said Alain. Etienne and he were leaning over Alex's seat back. They had been warned by Julian to watch Willem. "I'm practicing my acting," Willem said, perking up and smiling at the twins for their compliment. Alex grinned and shook his head in astonishment. Which human aspects the Sades chose to adopt constantly amazed him, and of all humans he knew them best. Sometimes Alex truly understood why other humans failed to comprehend the Sades' mannerisms. There was no telling what they might copy next. They were still experimenting with their freedom and would be doing so for the rest of their long lives. The travelers' cabin lights brightened, but Alex didn't move. Everyone aboard remained seated. Bethany glanced at Xavier. He signaled with his hand to stand down and stay in place. One of the intimates of Alex's world, Pia, was busy chatting with her lover, Mickey Brandon, who was aboard the Reaver. "I've told Alex more times than I count that I'm happy not to be occupying his boots," Mickey sent. "You won't hear an argument from me, lover. What peace agreement is going to be equitable if one species has spent generations killing another and, worse, consuming them? But let's think back, Pia. Would you and I have recognized the Celus-5 as an intelligent species many years ago when we first saw them?" "Probably not, but then again I didn't envision us killing them and eating them." "You forget, love, we thought the Celus-5 were the true perpetrators behind the deaths of billions of Confederation citizens. If Alex had never thought to capture a dark traveler and speak with those aboard, we might never have discovered the truth. Which is why I'm a medical specialist and you're an engineer, love, and neither of us wants to be Dasada." When Pia saw Alex stand, she quickly signed off. Security gathered at the hatch, and Etienne and Alain bracketed Alex. Alex still wasn't sure how to approach the upcoming and difficult discussion with Nislara, but he figured he still had time since they had arrived early. However, an open comm from France announced that the Queen and Commander were waiting at the agreed-on spot, and Alex wondered what that meant if the two of them were more anxious than him. "Anyone else in sight, or any weapons visible?" Xavier sent to Franz. "No other Dishnya or weapons, Captain," Franz sent in the open. Bethany and Kira exchanged quick glances. Kira's expression said surprise. Bethany's said doubt. Alex exited the Traveler and strode, with his ground-eating stride, across the 50 meters to where Nislara waited. Julian, Willem, and the twins kept pace with Alex, while security fanned out to provide 3 points of coverage. "Dosita's people are on the defensive. They're anticipating trouble," Pusiro hissed to Nislara. "And why shouldn't they?" Nislara replied. "They've discovered that we've hunted their nest mates since we've been on this planet." "I urge you to reconsider, my queen," Pusiro said. His words whined like that of a pup. "You have been a most faithful commander, Pusiro. I need you to stand by me one more time. Without you by my side, I believe I might fail at this crucial moment." "But we don't know what Dosita will say, my queen. Your actions might not be necessary." "I know what he will say, Pusiro, and I have this one and only this one opportunity to end this for the good of our Soma." Pusiro would have pleaded further, but a hand signal from Nislara silenced him as Dosita approached. The Sades stopped 3 meters away from Nislara, and the twins flanked the group, but Alex marched right up to Nislara. The Queen had never expected anyone to approach her so closely, especially not an alien. Dosita was a muzzle's length from her nose, and his eyes drilled into hers. They smoldered with pain and indignation. Pusiro was shocked by the confrontation, but it was obvious that Nislara was right. Dosita not only knew of the Dishnya's past, but his queen had only this one opening to save the nest. Nislara slowly reached up and removed her feathered headdress, handing it to the commander. Next, she unfastened her beautiful cloak and laid it over Pusiro's extended arm. Then, something Nislara never thought she would ever do in her life. She fell to her knees and spread her arms out to the side, palms toward Dosita, imitating the hurricane gesture of surrender. Alex heard Nislara's words, but they were enveloped in such husky tones that he couldn't understand them. "Willem," he sent. "Julian, help," Willem sent. "I'm not sure what the Queen is saying. The sentence structure is too complex." "Willem, integrate what you see with what you can understand. Alex can clarify with questions if necessary." "Dosita, Nislara is admitting to a great injury by the Dishnya against the Sina," Willem sent. "I would surmise that there isn't a Dishnya word for crime, and Sina is in all probability their name for the Celus-5. It's my consideration that the Queen fears Dosita will punish the entire nest for their transgressions, and she is offering her life for those of the Tawas Soma." "An unexpected turn of events," Julian sent to Alex. "Well, first things first," Alex sent in reply. "I can't have a critical discussion with a female, especially a queen, while she's on her knees at my feet." "Stand," Alex said to Nislara in Dishnya. Nislara rose. She was tempted to step back from the alien face, but her courage never faltered, and she kept the muzzle close distance. Dosita continued to stare at her, probably deciding the means by which he would take her life and whether he would destroy her nest before or after her death. Nislara's hopes that her sacrifice would be accepted began to fade as the silence dragged on. "I will be the last queen of the Tawas Soma," Nislara thought, "but I want my Soma to live." She'd prepared Pusiro to proffer the nest to Sisya, the queen of a large nearby nest, when she passed. Sisya was a young queen, and the possibility of more than doubling her nest size could overwhelm her. In that instance, her Pusiro would be a welcome addition, especially since Sissia was without a mate. "Julian, I'm coming up short for ideas," Alex sent. He'd been prepared for a heated discussion, even an outright argument, but not this. "I have none, Dosita, except to suggest that we go home." Julian sent an image of caricature starships shrieking as they sped out of the Celus system. Julian's droll sense of humor made Alex's lips twist up at one corner. It would have become his lopsided smile, but he was trying to prevent a display of teeth. "Oh, black space, why me?" Alex moaned. And there wasn't a hurricane within hearing distance who wasn't commiserating with him, but nonetheless chose not to relieve him of the responsibility. "Nislara dies. New queen kills Sina," Alex said, accusing Nislara of an empty gesture. "Nislara dies. Tawas Soma is no longer," Nislara replied calmly. Alex looked at Willem in confusion, and the Sade stared back, his expression blank. Pusiro barked a command, and Simlan and Hessen exited a hideout tunnel entrance and came running, each carrying a few short, sharp sticks. They hesitated slightly at the sight of Pusiro holding the queen's garments, but hustled to her side when she uttered a command. Soon Simlan, Hessen, and Willem were on the ground, drawing and talking. "A millennium of technological development, and we're reduced to deciding the fate of species by scratching in the dirt," Alex lamented privately to Julian. "The desire to communicate in any form is the mark of sophisticated cultures, my friend. Who cares whether it's conducted over a holovid or pictographs in the soil?" At one point the discussion on the ground became animated, then heated. "Uh-oh," Alex sent to Julian. "I think communication might have broken down." When Nislara's warriors jumped up, she was prepared to interject, but Pusiro touched her elbow lightly, and she closed her jaw with a snap. Simlan and Hessen walked over to a broad section of bare ground and drew a group of small figures. Then they moved to a new area and repeated the action. Simlan motioned Willem over to them, and all semblance of a two-party arrangement degenerated as everyone stood around the threesome who was engaged in an earnest discussion. Simlan drew an X through one group of figures, and Hessen drew a line from that bunch to the other. All the while Simlan chattered away, and Willem heated crystal in an attempt to understand the Dishnya concept. Both Alex and Nislara sought to interpret at the same time. Following his mother's teachings, Alex gestured to the queen to speak first. But before Nislara could utter a word, Willem exclaimed, "I understand." He uttered a few phrases to Simlan and Hessen, who thumped their chest with open palms, signs of approval. "Well, Dosita, the situation has gotten much more complicated," Willem said. "Of course it has," Alex grumped. "If Nislara dies without a daughter, and at present she has none, the matriarchal succession of the nest ends. That was the reason for the queen's statement that upon her death the Tawas Soma will exist no longer. Her nest will be offered to another queen." Alex stared at Willem, and the Sade could only say, "I'm afraid so, sir. In fact, Simlan and Hessen don't even know the total count of nests. Apparently the Dishnya have continued to spread across the plains for generations." "How many nests, Nislara? How many queens?" Alex asked. 36 by name," Nislara replied. "By name?" 36 queens and nests known by name to Nislara," Pusiro explained. "How many names not known?" Alex asked. "More, not many," Pusiro replied. "Why don't you know?" Alex asked the commander. "Each queen, each nest, fights to defend its territory." "And who picked this planet to land on?" Julian sent out to the small group, but he was eyeing Willem, whose eyebrows tweaked in recognition of the singular honor. "To quote Dosita, who was our admiral at the time," Willem sent in reply, "in the moment all indications pointed to it being a logical decision." Alex sighed as if the weight of Celus-5 had fallen on his shoulders. Nislara's offer of sacrifice was useless, even if he had been prepared to accept it, which he wasn't. Now Alex had no idea how many of the nests hunted the Sui-Sui, or if the queen who inherited the Tawas Soma would take up the killing even if her nest never participated in the first place. Nislara saw Dasata whirl his finger in a circle at her. "Nislara, come," she understood Dasata to say, as he turned and marched off toward his ship, his Soma following in his wake. "Do nothing until you hear of my death, Pusiro. I believe Dasata will not fail to inform you," Nislara said. Pusiro sought to hand her robe back, but she shook her head at him, and then with a ground-eating lope caught up to the alien peacemaker. Pusiro watched his queen disappear with the aliens, and he held her headdress in front of his face. Many rises of Nessala ago he had detected a mating scent from Nislara when he was in her presence. It was faint, but it was there. Pusiro knew he would have had to give up his mates and pups to accept Nislara's offer, but he was aware of a sub-commander who admired them. He was an excellent warrior without mates of his own, and his battle-scarred body proved his worthiness. Chapter 18. Queen's Sacrifice. Closely following Dasata, Nislara climbed aboard the shuttle. The interior was oddly comforting, reminding her of the nest's tunnels. However, near the front of the ship, Dasata halted, eyeing the vessel's chairs and glancing down at her tail, which was wound around one leg. He moved his shoulders in some sort of gesture which she didn't understand, and simply remained standing with her. Nislara braced herself against the ship's movement by grasping the top of two chairs, but since Dasata stood with his arms folded, she released her grip and imitated him. "Tell me about queens, about daughters, and about nests," Alex asked. Willem, who stood behind the queen, broke the complex request down into its parts and amplified each point for Nislara. For a half-hour the conversation continued as Nislara explained the succession of queens, the fate of the Soma if the succession was lost, and the constant struggles between the queens to protect their nests and precious resources. The more Nislara explained, the more questions occurred to Alex, but their discussion was interrupted by the brightening of the main cabin's lights. Nislara heard Dasata say that they were to leave, and he gestured behind her. The Soma, the Hurricanes, she reminded herself, were leaving the ship by the same exit. So the aliens aren't perfect and invincible, Nislara thought, a huff escaping her muzzle. Even their technology breaks down. Nislara was feeling a little more confident until her great claws touched the hatch steps, and she looked around. Everyone behind Nislara and on the Sojourn's deck waited while the queen assimilated what had just happened. Pia eyed Nislara's neck, the fur bristling. Culture shock in the worst way, she thought with sympathy. It was several moments before Nislara could collect herself and descend the hatch steps to the deck. Her claws made a clacking sound against the ship's metal alloy. The smells in her muzzle were foreign, the ship, the Hurricanes, and things she couldn't even identify. Alex's implant chronometer told him it was 3 hours before evening meal, and he intended to continue his education with Nislara on the Dishnia before the meeting with Wave Skimmer tomorrow. "Mickey, I need a stool for dinner aboard the Sojourn at our table. Get someone here or aboard the Reaver to make one and install it," Alex sent. He included 2 images, one of Nislara and another of her scaled tail as it wound around her leg. "Oh," Mickey replied. "We'll get on it. You haven't got a shot of the point of attachment." When Alex cut the comm instead of replying, he muttered, "Guess not," and immediately accessed the ship's extensive library for images that might help him with his design. Alex led Nislara through the ship at a slow pace, since the Queen was taking time to examine everything in detail. He did clear the passages of crew so that Nislara wouldn't be forced to pass people in the corridors. The lift to the upper deck seemed to be a treat to the Queen, and Alex could envisage how Nislara was imagining the technology helping her people. On the bridge, Alex introduced Captains Azastow and Shimada, and then he activated the holovid, requesting Willem display the plains area which crossed the entire continent from ocean to ocean. Nislara hissed at the sight erupting before her eyes, but as the image zoomed in to show an area of great waters, shore, and nearby arid land, she recognized many of the rock formations. Her eyes gleamed as she realized she was looking down from the sky at her nest's territory. "Tawasoma," she said, poking a hard black nail into the image, which zoomed in to a single rock formation. She snatched her hand back and eyed Dasida, waiting for his outburst of anger. Several of the Soma surrounding Nislara uttered that strange alien sound she heard directed once at Dasida, but they held their hands over their mouths to prevent the display of teeth. "This time it's me who's served your Soma's gesture," Nislara huffed. "Yes, but no harm is intended," Alex said, and he placed his hands in the holovid, separating and closing them slowly so that the holovid responded to his actions, zooming out and zooming in. Then he gently rolled a finger, first one way and then another, across the face of the image, and the holovid shifted view. When Dasida indicated she should try it, Nislara tentatively tried manipulating the alien device. In short order, she was moving the display around, looking at her world as she had never seen it. Suddenly, control was taken from her, and the original image was projected. "Tawas Soma," Alex said, and when he touched the point where they had met, a yellow dot appeared. Again, Nislara was offered to use the alien display. She set her nail on the coastline, and yellow bloomed under her dark nail. Carefully, she drew an outline around her nest. Each queen knew her territory intimately. "Another queen," Alex said. When Willem explained Dasida's request, Nislara drew Sisya's territory, which bordered her own. Her finger drew in blue this time. Nislara didn't need any more prompting. She concentrated on the display, zooming in and out to spot key formations, which helped her plot the territories that she knew. Near her nest's rooms, Pusiro had built a miniature replica of the territories and identifying formations bordering each nest, as reported by the messengers. It was how every queen spied on her neighbors under the guise of the blue-white messengers' flags. In the earliest of her drawings, the borders were precise and often heavily convoluted, revealing her intimate knowledge of those territories nearby. Each nest was outlined in a different color. When Nislara spoke the name of the queen in Soma, small lines appeared in the territory, and she took those to be the alien's language. As Nislara continued to define territories farther and farther from the Tawas Soma, her shapes became blobs or boxes, indicating the nest's boundaries were not well understood. When she finished, the territories ended halfway across the continent, far from the other shore. She looked at Dasida and said, "All that is known." Alex nodded his understanding. Then he picked up the discussion where he had left off when they landed aboard the Sojourn. When Alex's app chimed for mealtime, he motioned Nislara to follow him, and more than a couple of crew members were treated to the sounds of stomachs rumbling from Alex and Nislara as the two passed. Nislara thought of the amazing sights she saw aboard the alien ship. Her heart ached for all that her Soma might have possessed if she could have only brought these things to them. But, having told Dasida everything she knew of the territories, it was her thought that her usefulness to him was ended. Part of her was resigned to her fate. Part of her wanted to fight, to tear at the aliens, and win her freedom. Doors slid apart in front of Dasida, and the scent of food assaulted Nislara's nose. She inhaled deeply, her muzzle tingling from myriad new and welcome smells. The Hurricane Soma sat on chairs around tables, much as her warriors ate. She followed Dasida to a table, filled with more chairs, and she envisioned herself standing while the aliens ate. "Unless I'm to be the one who is served for the meal," thought Nislara. Dosida stopped at the head of a table, as was his right, and he indicated a bare area next to him, opposite where she stood. Rounding the table, Nislara spotted a stool with a single leg anchored in place. Its seat was round, but with a cutout at the rear. She glanced at the alien leader, who nodded at the stool as he took his own seat. Nislara, who was accustomed to lying on cushions to dine, unwound her tail and gingerly lowered herself onto the simple seat. Her tail exited nicely through the cutout, and she relaxed as she wound it back around her legs, nodding her appreciation to Dosida for his efforts. Willem, who had an exacting knowledge of the Dishnya diet, had compared the queen's needs to their own fare. She would have a strong preference for slightly acidic food, as the Dishnya preferred preserving much of their food in salt or an acidic liquid made from a local plant. Food was served to Nislara, and she sniffed the plate. The smells made her mouth water, and she smacked her jaw in anticipation. "This will take some getting used to," Reiko sent privately to Xavier, as the table watched and listened to the Queen's unorthodox table manners. Nislara snatched up a piece of food, tossed it to the back of her mouth, and swallowed it whole. She did that several times, picking through the plate for tidbits of interest. Belatedly, she noticed the Harricans using tools to eat with that sat beside their plates. Dosida's mate offered her a cloth and imitated wiping her fingers. After Nislara did so, she picked up a tool and speared a chunk of food from her dish. But the bite dropped to the table when the tool struck a long canine. The dink of Dosida's eating tool on the table caught Nislara's attention. She watched him pick a piece of food from his plate with his fingers and stuff it into his mouth, grunting in satisfaction. The lips of Nislara's muzzle rippled in humor. She dropped her tool, plucked the offending piece of food off the table, and gulped it down. Then she returned Dosida's grunt of pleasure with one of her own. The table watched Alex and the Queen consume dish after dish, but even she quit before Alex finished his meal. Nislara looked across the table at Dosida's mate. "Ene," she called herself. The Queen knew that she was not speaking the alien's tongue correctly, but many of the Harricans' sounds were difficult for the Dishnya's muzzles, filled as they were with sharp teeth and long, thin tongues. Nislara thought Dosida chose one of the slightest mates she had ever seen. Then again, the way Dosida admired the female made her seem many times more important than her size. A hearty belch escaped Nislara's lips, and the Harricans resorted to their odd noise, accompanied by the covering of their mouths with their hands. But she didn't mind. If this was to be her last meal, it had been a fine one, as befitting a queen. For that small mercy she was grateful. Afterwards, Nislara was led to a small room. No curtain concealed the doorway. Instead, metal, such as she saw throughout the ship, slid aside at her escort's approach. When the door closed behind her, Nislara surveyed the simple accommodations. It contained none of the fine trappings of her rooms. No woven carpets decorated the floor or the walls, and the ceiling was unpainted. Attached to the room was a personal space. Careful testing revealed a source of drinking water and the ability to carry her waste away. When she tried the controls of the large stall, she was inundated with the liquid and jumped from the stall with a shriek. Fabrics hung nearby, which allowed her to dry off. Nislara eyed the mist pouring from the little metal head. She was loath to step into the stall to switch it off, not wanting to get wet again. To her relief, it turned itself off. "Some alien technology I don't want for my people," she thought, shuddering as she dried her fur. The long day had taken its toll on Nislara, and she eyed the bed with longing. When she placed a knee on the bed, it moved under her leg, and she leapt back with a snarl. Placing a hand on the bed produced the same result, but she kept it there, adding a second hand beside the first. She tested the bed in many ways, trying to understand the reason for its movement. It occurred to her that this was to be the manner of her death. The bed would enfold her, and she would suffocate. In the end, Nislara chose to accept her fate with dignity, and she lay on the bed, turning on her side and curling her tail over her. The bed moved as it had always responded to her pressure, and she gathered her courage, awaiting the end. Soon the caress of the bed eased Nislara's fears and lulled her to sleep. Her last thought was that this was a most comfortable way to die. Alex and Renee were in the refresher together. It was Renee's idea. Alex was seated, and Renee stood behind him, slowly scrubbing his neck, shoulders, and back, allowing the warm moisture and soothing massage to lessen the tenseness in his muscles and help him think. Renee halted her ministrations as a thought occurred to her. "I forgot to tell Nislara's escorts to demonstrate the cabin's facilities to her." "She'll figure out the sink and the toilet, and she won't need the refresher. The Dishnya must have their own means of cleaning their fur, but it isn't with water. The warrior that Teague threw in the ocean freaked in less than a meter of water. I don't know if these people fear the sea or if they just don't like getting wet." "Are you taking Nislara to your meeting with Wave Skimmer?" Renee asked as she resumed her efforts. "I thought about letting the two of them fight it out on the beach, winner take all." Renee paused, glancing down to see Alex's face, not sure if he was making a jest or not. From the frown on his face, it was clear that he wasn't. Realizing that the refresher and her touch were failing to help Alex think, Renee signaled the refresher's shutdown, and the two of them dried off and climbed into bed. They chatted for a while, but Renee was soon asleep. She woke hours later to find Alex staring at the overhead. "Can't sleep?" she asked. Alex's response was a small shake of his head. She propped herself up on an elbow and studied her partner's face. "Well, my love, if you can't sleep, then you should make yourself useful to me." Renee eased on top of Alex, and they quickly fell into their intimate routine. Their implants engaged, relaying to each other what they felt and fostering a mental intertwining of love-making that few could imagine. Much later it was Alex who was fast asleep and Renee who was wide awake. She listened to the sound of his deep breathing, pleased that she had brought him a small measure of peace. "The rest is up to you, Alex," she murmured, tracing the outline of a deep pectoral muscle with a finger's soft touch, and laying her head on his chest. Chapter 19. Wave Skimmer. Nislara's keen hearing woke her to the hiss of her domicile's metal door sliding open. She jerked upright, surprised to be still alive. Her escorts gestured toward the facilities room, and she took the opportunity to eliminate waste and sip deeply of the water flowing from the post. Nislara hoped for another meal, but such was not to be the case. Her escorts led her through metal tunnels, and they entered the odd room that transported the Hurricanes up and down within the ship. As a queen, Nislara was affronted by the lack of information shared with her about the ship, but as a prisoner she accepted the indignity. She and her escorts traversed more metal corridors to wait in the small room with its view of the cavernous space where she had exited the Hurricane's shuttle, which had whisked her from the world below. The question of the tiny room's purpose burned in her mind, but she refused to ask the alien warriors, who stood next to her, not wanting to appear weak and ignorant. It's just as well, Nislara thought. I would speak, but they wouldn't understand me, or if we could exchange words, their answer would be too strange for me to comprehend. The escorts stayed within the room, but they motioned Nislara toward Dasita, who stood alone beside his shuttle. With dignity across the intervening space, and without urging, climbed aboard the shuttle, her claws screeching against metal as she clambered up the steps. The ship's interior was filled with Hurricanes, and despite their presence, Nislara walked to the front of the room where she considered a queen had the right to stand, regardless of what fate she would meet today. Dasita walked through the shuttle to stand beside her, and the lights dimmed as they had before. Nislara expected to be transported to another Hurricane ship or somewhere on the plains below. But when the room brightened and she exited the shuttle, the last thing she expected to find was sand beneath her feet, with the great waters lapping the nearby shore. Fear clenched her guts, and bile rose in her throat. Somehow Dasada had discovered the Dishnya's great terror, that of drowning. Nessala was brightening the horizon, but hadn't yet revealed its orb. To Nislara's relief, Dasada did not approach the waters, but Ginny did. Her whistle split the morning's still air. In response to Ginny's call, and much to Nislara's horror, the seas boiled with sena. Hundreds of huge, dark carapaces churned the shallows as the creatures raced for the shore. Most stopped where their walking legs could lift their bodies clear of the waters, but 3 giants scurried forward to gain dry sand. During Nislara's lifetime, she'd only dined on the lower legs of the sena, the prized portions. She'd never imagined the size of the huge beasts which possessed them and loomed over her now, the claws clacking furiously. Her legs trembled in fear at the sight of the 3 monsters. In a moment of clarity, Nislara, as queen, recognized a greater concern than that of her own life. The number of male sena in sight was more than twice her warriors. The Soma had thought the Dishnya's hunt decimated the population, thinking only a few individuals remained. Apparently not so. It underlined Dasada's point that the sena were of his Soma. The sena must be intelligent creatures, if they could hide so cunningly from the nest's hunters, who rode skimmers to collect them. "You stand with a land hunter, little singer," Wave Skimmer whistled in accusation. Before Ginny could reply, Alex's quiet whistles and warbles caught the first's attention. "This is the Sui-Sui you described, little singer?" he asked Ginny. "A leader who doesn't bother with introductions?" Wave Skimmer, Long Eyes, and Dives Deep eased down from their extended walking legs, and eye stalks twitched toward one another at the rebuke. "I'm known by the people of my world as Star Hunter First. My familiar name among Harricans is Alex Racine. I would know with whom I speak." Immediately reminded of Sui-Sui courtesies, Wave Skimmer and his hive mates introduced themselves. "I'm pleased to find the people surviving on this planet," Alex whistled. "Your skill and cunning, exhibited by escaping the world traveler, are a compliment to the people." "The Star Hunter First's words are of comfort to our hives. Little Singer said that you freed the people and destroyed the world traveler," Long Eyes whistled. "We helped the people achieve the destruction of the world traveler and send its inhabitants to travel the endless waters," Alex replied. Dives Deep spun around and relayed Alex's message to the host that waited, which consisted of firsts and 2 key males from each hive. The Sui-Sui responded with shrill whistles and snapping claws, held high in the air. The din was horrendous, and it set Nislara to trembling afresh. She glanced at Dasada, who bared his teeth fully at the sena. Only his lips were crooked, as if his short muzzle suffered from an injury. "Before my death, I must know what this expression means," Nislara promised herself. "Why have you brought a land hunter to our meeting?" Wave Skimmer asked. "Among the land hunters, a female is a first," Alex whistled. "This is Nislara, the first of her people. She has offered herself as a sacrifice to the Sui-Sui to appease your anger and call an end to the hunt." "One female," Dives Deep whistled in derision. "The people have lost hive members for more than 100 annuals. How is her offer equal to that suffering?" "Even if we were to accept this female's offer of sacrifice, Sui-Sui don't kill for the sake of killing," Long Eyes whistled. "Didn't you kill the land hunters when they found your hive younglings?" Willem asked. "We destroyed their platforms," Wave Skimmer replied. "The endless waters took them." "How convenient for the Sui-Sui that they can say they didn't kill the Dishnya. They simply allowed them to drown," Julian sent to Alex. "What would you do if someone tried to kill Cordelia?" Alex sent in reply. "Destroy them with my own hands and own the deed," Julian replied fiercely. "Remind me to be extra polite to your partner, my friend. Now, Can we focus on solving the convoluted politics of this planet's peace?" "I'll extend my apologies later, Alex," Julian thought. "If that's your usual means of defending your hive, then I suggest you take this first out beyond the shallows and let the endless waters claim her," Alex whistled. Willem was translating for Nislara, whispering into her ear. When the conversation turned disastrous, her ears twitched and then laid back. "Would this stop the land hunters from taking the people?" Long Eyes asked. "No, there are many nests of the Dishnya, as they are called," Alex replied. "Are all their firsts offering themselves to us?" Dives Deep asked. "No, the people are offered only this one." Alex gave Nislara a push forward. The Queen stumbled, her legs failing to support her, and Wave Skimmer reared up on his walking legs, distressed at his enemy's proximity. He snapped his claws in warning and was pleased to see the female land hunter fall to her knees. The fear evident in her eyes was the same look of horror the land hunters displayed when the Sui-Sui swamped their mobile platforms and knocked them into the dark waters. "Little Singer promised the Star Hunter first would destroy the land hunters," Wave Skimmer whistled in frustration. Ginny's piercing whistle brought every entity up short. "Wave Skimmer must be past the age of sentience," Ginny chastised, which produced angry whistles and warbles of humor from the Sui-Sui. Wave Skimmer was told that the Star Hunter first would not let the land hunters hurt the people anymore. I didn't say he would destroy them. Wave Skimmer lowered his walking legs farther, which brought him closer to the land hunter, causing the female to scuttle back until she was near the feet of the Star Hunter first. He snapped a single claw at her. The gesture was beneath the dignity of a first, but decades of fighting the land hunters and protecting his hive had driven him past the point of observing the people's first contact courtesies. "Little Singer whistles the truth. That's what she said, but it wasn't what I hoped to hear," Wave Skimmer apologized. "Will the Star Hunter first protect the people of this world, as Little Singer says he protects the hives on his world?" "And there you have it, my love," Renee sent to Alex. "Once more, the universe calls on you to build another bridge." Her thoughts were laced with mirth and an outpouring of warmth. "What will Wave Skimmer do with the life of this land hunter?" Alex asked, focusing on the negotiations. "Before the land hunters came," Wave Skimmer whistled, "we lived lives of contentment, lives of peace. It has always been the people's hope that we could return to those times someday. If the Star Hunter first can bring peace to this world and protect the people, then Wave Skimmer pledges to follow as he directs us." Dives Deep spun around and addressed the firsts, relaying a summary of the communications and Wave Skimmer's pledge to obey the human leader. Wave Skimmer faced the host of firsts and whistled, "Will the hive leaders follow the Star Hunter first?" Unfortunately, a resounding chorus of assents was not forthcoming. Many whistled questions, and Wave Skimmer fielded one after another. Monitoring the tone of the questions and answers, Alex could see that he was losing the Sui-Sui's approval. Given time, it might come, but it would be much later. Another of Ginny's whistles caught everyone's attention, and Wave Skimmer, Long Eyes, and Dives Deep spun around, heeding a singer's pure sounds. Ginny marched out into knee-deep water, and Alex sent a command for everyone to hold. "If your hive has a singer, raise a claw," Ginny whistled. She waited, but not a single limb was lifted into the air. She glanced back at Wave Skimmer, and his claws were lowered. "Was my request misunderstood?" she whistled with a touch of derision. Warbles of apology filtered back to her. The firsts had heard her, but the little singer was pointing out a great lament of the hives. "When the people were chased permanently into the dark waters, our singers, over time, traveled the endless waters, and the hives produced no more of them from our younglings," Wave Skimmer whistled. Ginny waded over to stand beside Wave Skimmer. She was forced to stare up at the giant first, but her hands were on her hips, and the eye stalks of the leader were drooped in sorrow. She turned to face the assembled firsts, who floated in the shallows, and whistled shrilly to them. "You have no singers, because the people have no harmony. Your lives are spent in hiding. The Star Hunter first offers you a way out of your misery, but you warble like younglings. What will it take for you to agree to our help?" The firsts threw questions at Ginny, but she stood resolutely in the shallows, refusing to respond. When she had enough, she raised her hands for silence and received it. "I will grant a favor to the people of this world, if you will embrace our help. I will stand on this shore every evening and sing for the hives." "No!" Teague shouted. He would have leapt to stop Ginny from continuing to utter her promise, but two heavy hands held his shoulders pinned in place. When Ginny first waded into the shallows, Z was told by Alex to prevent Teague from interfering. "This is Ginny's choice," Z sent to Teague. "She has a right to live her life as she chooses. The shores of these plains will be a place of guaranteed refuge for the people," Ginny added. There was a stunned silence from the Celus-5. The only sound was the gentle lapping of waves on the beach. When Nislara heard the translation of Ginny's offer, she marveled at the courage of the young alien, and the heat of that emotion forced her to her feet as she sought to regain her dignity. "Fierce pup," Nislara commented to Dacita. "Ginny reminds us all of what it takes to win peace," Alex replied. "Now, what say you firsts?" Wave Skimmer whistled loudly. He spun and dove cleanly under Little Singer's legs, and Ginny's rear end plopped down on his carapace. She grabbed the leading edge, laughing loudly. The first raised her up as high as his walking legs would go, and his eye stalks were bent straight forward, daring the other firsts not to accept Star Hunter first and Little Singer's offers. Whistles of approval cut the air. The promise of the Star Hunter first was intriguing, but the people had endured a century of pain and devastation, and it made them leery that their safety could be ensured. But the opportunity to hear a singer again was too tempting to resist, and if the Little Singer stood on the shore, the Star Hunter leader would ensure her protection, making the shore safe again for the people. As Ginny was bounced on the back of Wave Skimmer in celebration, Alex leaned over and whispered to Nislara, "What can I say, Queen of Tawassoma? The Celus-5 have refused your offer. Your life wasn't payment enough for the losses they've suffered." Alex received a small amount of satisfaction from the confusion written on the Queen's wrinkling forehead and rippling muzzle after Willem translated his words. Wave Skimmer returned to the shore, and Alex helped Ginny down. Her face was flushed, and she was grinning ear to ear with her success. "Celebrate now, Ginny. The reality of what you've promised will sink in later," Alex thought, smiling at Ginny's moment of joy. "Return to your hives, Wave Skimmer," Alex whistled. "When I've secured the promise of peace with every land hunter first, you will be informed. A member of my hive will stand guard just beyond the shallows each day," Wave Skimmer whistled. When Alex nodded, the first whistled, and his males dove into the waters behind him. Faster than Nislara could have expected, the entire assembly disappeared, diving to the safety of the shallow's bottom, while they made for the dark waters. "Everyone aboard!" Alex shouted. Z released Teague's shoulders, and Ginny fairly skipped up to him, but Teague's angry glare wiped the joyful smile off her face. Ginny would have said something to Teague, but he whirled and stomped off to the traveler. "Well, that moment of celebration was short-lived," Renee commented to Alex. "My son is not demonstrating his best side." "And it will probably get worse," Alex lamented, as he indicated to Nislara to return to the ship. "But my concern is with Ginny. The Celus-5 agreed to follow my lead because they would have access to a singer, and you can bet that they believe they'll be safe because we'll ensure her safety. This surely can't get any more complicated." "Let's hope not, Dacita," Julian commented drolly. "But for the life of me, which promises to get shorter every year I spend in your company, I must admit that my mind is boggled by the intricacy of this puzzle, and I await Dacita's most enlightening solution to the dilemma." "You're Boggled? Alex growled. Interesting word. Conjures up all sorts of impressions, don't you think? Julian replied, and gave Alex a brilliant smile, but received a scowl in return. Inside the traveler, which was returning to the Sojourn, emotions roiled again. Teague sat opposite Ginny in a 4-seat section rather than sitting next to her. Renee took Teague's usual place and was in an earnest discussion with Ginny about her promise to the Celus-5. Julian glanced at Teague. The youth was fuming, and he refused to look at Ginny. Nislara stood beside Dacida in the narrow corridor between the ship's chairs. She no longer braced herself, having already become accustomed to the lack of motion during the alien shuttle's flights. She couldn't understand what the individuals were saying, the ones who held Dacida's attention, but it was obvious that they were focused intently on Ginny. To Nislara, Teague looked like a pup whose food was taken from him. The youth was seated directly beneath Nislara, and she could smell the mix of scents rising from Dacida's progeny: anger, fear, and the desire to mate. Nislara glanced at Dacida, who was eyeing his progeny with frustration. With a leap of intuition, Nislara suddenly saw her world through his eyes. The nests fighting one another for dominance, the Dishnya hunting the Sina, and both sides composed of a multitude of leaders, most of whom would be reticent to accept a truce. She looked behind her and caught Willem's eye, and he immediately came to her side. "Willem, I would speak a sentiment to Dacida," Nislara said. Willem missed understanding the key word in Nislara's statement, and it took a few exchanges before Willem comprehended the entirety of Nislara's wish. He ducked his head and covered his mouth as the nature of her comment struck home. "I will be pleased to share your words with Dacida," Willem said. "Alex, the Queen wishes me to convey an observation to you." Alex, who had been listening intently to the exchange between Renee and Ginny, turned his attention to Willem. "Nislara believed her role as Queen to be a most challenging one, perhaps the most difficult one in this world. Now she understands that honor belongs to you, and she happily grants you that honor." To Nislara's surprise, those within hearing of Willem's words barked harshly, bared their teeth, or made gurgling sounds in their throats. That Dacida displayed his teeth, with the odd twist of his short lips as he gazed up at the ship's ceiling, and that Willem had covered his teeth when he heard her request, gave Nislara a sudden insight into the alien's behavior. Among the Dishnya, aggression was always beneath the surface, which is why the Soma within a single nest practiced self-control and observed the amenities. Nislara realized these aliens had little or no fear of one another. Fingers could point and teeth could be bared without concern. She glanced around her and saw Dacida's Soma were focused on him, observing his reaction. He tried with difficulty to hide the expression spread across his face, and failed to do so. Then Nislara mentally leapt to make one more interspecies realization. A leader such as Dacida would not be that way simply because he landed on her world. He must have always been that way. And if Nislara expressed a wish to never wear his cape of power, then it was most likely that his Soma would have said the same thing, perhaps many times. Inadvertently, she'd spoken an old truth of the Herricans. Understanding what her comment meant to those around her, and basking in relief of a reprieve from a watery death, Nislara loosed a loud bark and bared her teeth wide at Dacida. Suddenly, those around her repeated their raucous sounds with even greater enthusiasm, much like warriors celebrating a victory when the amenities could be ignored, and Nislara joined them, barking and hissing. That's when Nislara saw Dacida's control burst. His attempts to observe the amenities for her sake were over, excused by her own display, and he echoed the sounds of those about him. The timbre of Dacida's sounds were those of the Dishnya's drums, beat to summon the Soma to defend the nest. Soon after, quiet returned to the shuttle, and Nislara was left with much to contemplate. After exiting the ship once more into the Hurricane's cavernous room, Nislara found herself seated at a table with many of Dasida's key people. The special stool she used during her meal now had a place at this table, or at least she thought it was the same one. The odd thing to Nislara was that while all maintained their places at the table, including her, Dasida felt no such desire. He stalked the room as if he was looking for something. It reminded her of Pusiro when he worried over a battle plan. Recall of her Wasat gave Nislara's heart a momentary twinge. "I should have made you my mate when there was still time for us," Nislara thought. Alex stopped his pacing and eyed the table. His people, Renee, Julian, Asu, Rieko, Willem, and Xavier, waited patiently for him. Unfortunately, his efforts to wear down the cabin's decking hadn't produced any insightful ideas that would resolve the planet's thorny issues. "Nislara, do the queens meet in conference?" Alex asked. He waited while Willem worked out the subtleties of the question. "The queen says that if it was permitted to display herself, as the Hurricanes do, she would be barking with laughter," Willem replied. "I take that as a no," Alex said, staring at Nislara, whose lips rippled with humor. "According to the information we've gathered," Julian said, "the Dishnia are latecomers to Celus-5, or Sawamessa, as they refer to it." "Which begs the question, what were their societal traditions on their home planet?" Asu asked. Nislara listened to the ship's leader speak. She was captivated by his color, so deep and dark. He sat beside Dasida's mate, and the two of them were in contrast in more ways than she could have imagined. "Alien Soma," she thought with a small shake of her head. "Nislara," Alex said, "did the queens meet on your homeworld?" "It's called the Fisla," Willem said, glancing back at Nislara to ensure that he was reproducing the term correctly. Nislara had pronounced it by sliding her long tongue in her mouth. "It would appear to be similar to a council or assembly." "Why not here?" Xavier asked. "According to the stories of the first queens to land on Sawamessa," Willem translated, "a Fisla was formed but fell apart when the flights of new Soma and supplies ended. Soon after, the queens focused their efforts on defending their territories from the incursions of other nests." "Did the Dishnia live above ground on Sawamessa in the beginning?" Rieko asked, pantomiming walking her fingers above her hand. "Nislara says yes," Willem explained. "As fights between nests broke out, the Soma dug tunnels to protect their resources. Later they dug rooms to keep the females and pups safe. Soon the entire nests were living below ground." "What stops us from calling a new Fisla?" Asu asked. "Nislara wishes to know what reason could be given the queens to tempt them from their nests," Willem replied. "Do you communicate with the queens in any way?" Renee asked. When Willem translated the question, Nislara became animated and launched into an extended explanation. At one point, Willem signaled Asu for his reader. He showed Nislara that she could draw on the instrument with a stylus, but that only confused her. Something the queen was saying about a warrior's face gave Willem an idea, and he sent an image of Hessen from his crystal memory to the reader. Nislara lit up when she saw her warrior's face. She picked up the stylus, bent over the reader, and began drawing. Her lips rippled at the pleasure she felt, playing with the alien toy. When Nislara finished, she commented to Willem, who filled in white where Nislara pointed. She looked up sharply at him since he hadn't touched the stick or the instrument. Tentatively, she touched her temple, and Willem nodded his agreement. Nislara blew out a huff and continued pointing at portions of her drawing, and Willem filled in the blocks as required. "Emissaries," Willem said, handing the reader to Alex and sending the image to everyone at the table. "What the queen has drawn is a ceremonial mask worn by each individual to announce to a nest's lookouts that they come in peace to speak with the queen." Alex examined the image of Hessen wearing an elongated mask of blue and white stripes. "It stands out," he said. "And it isn't white," Julian said privately to Alex. reminding him of the discussion they had soon after they launched from Harakan. "How many nests does an emissary visit?" Rieko asked. Nislara held up a single finger on each hand as she answered Willem's question. "One emissary to each nest," Rieko said, recognizing the pantomime, and Willem affirmed her guess. "So the queens have a means of communicating using emissaries, but that doesn't supply us with a means of enticing the queens to the Fissla," Alex said. He didn't realize that he was staring at Nislara as his mind pondered the problem. For her part, Nislara was entranced by Dasida's eyes, which peered into her. A thing she occasionally bestowed on her Soma and her commander was forgiveness. She never thought she would be seeking it for herself, especially not from an alien leader. Images of Sisya and Chafwa came to Nislara's mind. Two more different queens she couldn't imagine. Sisya, young and impressionable, Chafwa, aging and intractable. The question Nislara asked herself was how she might entice the likes of both of them to a Fissla. Suddenly an idea occurred to Nislara. Alex saw the queen's eyes light up, and he grinned at her. Nislara watched Dasida bare his teeth wide at her, and she huffed in reply, then opened her jaw and curled her lips away. If Dasida wanted to compare teeth, she would show him Adishnya's formidable set. She added her own chortle to let him know she was adopting his Harakan habit. Dasida clapped his hands, and the boom from both his hands and voice were ear-splitting, and Nislara couldn't help joining him in celebration. They were two leaders solving problems together, a lost practice on Sawamessa. When Alex and the Queen finished enjoying themselves, Xavier looked between the two of them and held up his hands, indicating that a little more information should be forthcoming. Nislara began a long conversation with Willem, outlining her idea. "The Queen says that she was impressed by your shuttles, as any Dishnya would be," Willem said. "If Dasida would carry her emissaries to other nests, land, and let them deliver invitations to the queens to attend a Fissla, she is sure that the majority, if not all, would accept." "Yes," Alex shouted enthusiastically, clapping his hands together again, the sound careening around the room, and held his arms wide. The similarity of the extended arms to the Harakan's gesture of surrender completely defeated Nislara's attempt to understand. "Is Dasida annoyed?" Nislara asked anxiously of Willem. "Your pardon, my queen. Dasida is overjoyed at the idea." Picking up on the queen's confusion, Renee addressed Willem. "Please tell Nislara that Dasida displays that mannerism when he's most pleased by a person's efforts. In his excitement, he typically would hug the individual," and Renee pantomimed closing her arms tightly. The translation produced a growl from Nislara, and not a friendly one. "There you have it, my love," Renee sent to Alex. "Some females are just beyond your charms." Chapter 20. Queen's Invitations. The Tawas Soma lookouts reported to the Wasat that a Harakan ship was landing near the meeting site. While they waited for Pusiro's arrival, they were astounded to see their queen exit the shuttle, which immediately departed. As Pusiro jogged toward the lookout post, he was joined by a sub-commander who relayed the warrior's update. In response to Pusiro's order, the sub-commander calmed the queen's attendant, Sismana, requesting she fetch the queen's cape and headdress, and tell her a warrior would guide her to the lookout. Nislara felt exposed, walking in the open without escorts or feedwa, but she strode resolutely toward the nearest lookout post. In the distance, she saw the hatch pop open. Two warriors jumped out and ducked their heads in greeting. Before Nislara could wonder why they didn't race to her side, Pusiro leapt out from behind them, and he raced across the ground, closing the distance to her in no time. He skidded to a stop in front of her, dipping his head in obeisance. "You've returned, my queen," Pusiro said in amazement. "You're not normally prone to stating the obvious, Pusiro," Nislara said, but she cuffed his muzzle softly, which brought his head up sharply. "Come, I have much to tell you, and then you and I have much to do." The two of them walked side by side back to the lookout post and through the tunnels, headed toward her rooms. Along the way, the Soma, surprised by Nislara's return, chuffed at her, sounding their pleasure at her safe return. "You faced a Sina," Pusiro said, when Nislara spoke of the meeting on the shore, amazed that the queen survived. "3 of them, Commander," Nislara replied, "and I can't tell you which left a greater impression on me, their enormous size or their intelligence. I was provided with a translation of the conversation. What the leader, Wave Skimmer, wanted most of all for his people, which he called a hive, was their safety. The assembled leaders have accepted a proposal of sorts that protection will be provided for them. It's complicated and involves Genie, but that explanation can wait." "Protection for the Sina?" Pusiro asked. "Their name is Celus-5, Nislara said, but it came out more like a pair of short whistles than words." "Appropriate," Pusiro commented, comparing the sound to the manner in which the Sina communicated. "You wouldn't believe who the Celus-5 revere." "Dosita? Certainly he's respected. It's known by his Soma, and was communicated to the local Celus-5, that he freed many of the hives through the destruction of a giant sphere, and lent them sanctuary on his home planet." Pusiro stopped dead in his tracks, his great claws seeking purchase on the tunnel's hardened floor. "You spoke of the sphere to the Hurricanes?" he asked. "I didn't. The time was not appropriate. It might become so later." "You were speaking of the Celus-5's admiration," Pusiro reminded Nislara. "Yes, it's Genie." "Our Genie, the little female with the topknot the color of Nessala?" "Do we know of another, Commander?" Nislara replied, the skin surrounding her muzzle rippling. Her world had been turned upside down by the alien's arrival. One moment she was prepared to defend her nest to the bitter end, and the next she was offering herself in exchange for her Soma's lives. Then, much to her great surprise and relief, neither Dosita nor the Celus-5 accepted her offer of sacrifice. Now, once again, she was walking beside Pusiro. That in itself was pure pleasure. She had missed him terribly. Nislara knew she had an opportunity to unite the queens in peace, and, better than that, it might provide the means by which the Dishnya of Sawamessa might rise again into a developed society, conditional, of course, on receiving the Hurricane's help. "Have no fear, Dosita. I want your goodwill as much as you want mine," she thought. "Why is Genie favored?" Pusiro asked, after he'd digested Nislara's comment. "Phelim says she's known by the Celus-5 on her home world as Little Singer." "But would the Sina on Sawamessa know this?" "According to Phelim, the Celus-5 of our waters knew of her capabilities by the sounds of Genie's whistles. She's a perfect imitator of their hive's singers." "Why would they honor an alien over their own singers, my queen?" This time it was Nislara who halted to regard Pusiro. 3 days in the company of the Hurricane aliens had drastically altered her perspectives, but Nislara realized that if her commander's point of view hadn't shifted, then certainly her Soma's perceptions wouldn't have either. It gave her an idea of the impediments facing her to successfully form a fistula. Pusiro saw the frown form on his queen's brow. During the long walk to her rooms, he detected subtle changes in her, some good and some odd. She was calmer, mellower than he'd ever seen her. The cuff on his muzzle was one indication. But more important, she was less dictatorial and much more thoughtful. Now she waited for him to act in the same manner. The first image that came to Pusiro's mind was the pile of steaming Sina legs served to Nislara as a delicacy. Others were the Sina hunters' reports of lives lost, and their strange stories of the whistles and warbles from dying Sina, young females and males. He shuddered, and fur rose along his entire body. "Yes, Commander," Nislara huffed softly, taking in Pusiro's reaction. We've been hunting, killing, and feeding on an intelligent race, which had done no harm to us before we attacked them and drove their entire race into the great waters. If I stood in Dosita's place and knew what he knew, I might burn every Dishnya nest into an empty black hole, Pusiro said, and he shook his head, trying to clear it of the Sui images he'd called forth. Then we're fortunate that this alien is a wiser leader than you or me, Commander. Nislara's attendant, Sismana, met her in the tunnel, holding out her royal robe to her, but Nislara waved her off. The female's confusion was displayed in her face and body. Nonetheless, she fell in behind her queen and Wasat, carrying the robe in front of her as if it was a stately object, belonging to the nest, whether Nislara wore it or not. Pusiro halted again as a disturbing question occurred to him. If Dosita is as informed as you say, then why did he release you, my queen? Not that I'm not pleased to see your return, for the Soma's sake, of course. Nislara glanced down. When Pusiro was embarrassed or otherwise attempting to disguise his feelings, the primary great claw on his right foot rose, as if the effort could hide his emotions. It stood upright. So, you're personally pleased by my return, Nislara thought, and more than just a little. We're going to summon a Fisla, Commander. My queen! Pusiro, we're never going to reach my rooms if you keep halting our progress, Nislara teased. Never fear, there is a plan in the works. We'll be working with Dosita. Nislara strode on, and Sismana glanced up at the Wasat, who was rooted in place, bewildered and uncertain. Then she hurried after her queen. It took a significant effort on the part of the Herricans to coordinate the emissaries' dispersal operation. The ships in orbit carried a total of 10 travelers, but the captains and security voted heavily for risking only part of them on the ground at once. No one knew what the reception would be for each ship as it touched down at 6, 7, or more nests. Willem added a piece of logic to the planning stage, stating that each emissary would need to be accompanied by a Said to manage translation. While many of you carry my dictionary in your implant, I carry a significant amount of data pertaining to conversational circumstances, interpretational conjectures, and other ancillary information, Willem said. Only a Said can carry that much data and make use of it when translations with the Dishnya get stretched thin. I recommend 6 travelers and 6 Saids. Who would be the 6th after Julian, Cordelia, Z, Miranda, and you? Alex asked. Rosette, Willem replied, looking at Asu. Why not any of the others who've accompanied us? Alex asked. He knew the answer, but Asu needed to hear it from a Said. The captain was quite protective of Rosette, as she was of him. Our appearance, to a great degree, sir. The 6 of us are not easily distinguishable from humans in our usual avatars, Willem replied, but he glanced at Z, who still wore his Cedric suit. I'm sure the Dishna will simply mistake me for Dosita's older and heavier brother, Z riposted. Much older, remarked Julian. And much heavier, added Cordelia. Alex, the only one who maintained a constant link and secondary conversation level with the Saids during the planning meeting, enjoyed sitting on the sideline as a visual war broke out, with Z and Miranda pitching images against Julian and Cordelia, who responded in kind. It was over in a few ticks, but hundreds of static images and short vids flew between them in that tiny breadth of time. Asu, if either Rosette or you are against this, I will understand, Alex said gently. It's her decision, Alex, Asu replied, but everyone could see he was uncomfortable with that statement. Security will be aboard every traveler, Xavier said, and I will be aboard whichever ship Rosette rides in, Asu. The Sojourn's captain nodded his head in appreciation of the gesture. Rosette agrees, Julian commented. Then it's 6 each of travelers, emissaries, and Saids, Reiko announced. The emissaries' reception at the first nests will be a strong indicator of the challenges that this operation might face, Xavier said. And they'll be in great danger, Lieutenant Marie Soucy added, rubbing the shoulder that was wounded, despite the injury's complete healing. Captain Escobar ordered her to remain aboard the Sojourn for this operation while he traveled planetside. As he phrased it, circumstances were too precarious to have both officers down below at the same time. Marie was able to keep abreast of events during her recuperation by staying in communication with Rosette and receiving a full stream of Willem's vid. But Nislaris Dishnya have acted as the Queen's messengers before, Reiko objected. Who will be stepping out of alien ships this time, Xavier riposted. True, Cordelia added. Who's to say that the lookouts won't think that what they're seeing before them isn't an emissary, but an apparition, an alien disguising itself as a Queen's messenger? It was tricky enough trying to guess the maneuvers of our enemy when they were human, Reiko complained. I don't know how you people twist your minds to accommodate the machinations of aliens. To which the table responded by turning to regard Alex, many with grins on their faces, and he shrugged his shoulders in response. Great. We're saying we have only the one alien expert. But what about the Sades? Reiko asked, glancing around the table. Don't look at us, Cordelia replied. We were too busy celebrating having escaped certain destruction at the hands of the last group of aliens to think about the inconsistencies that Alex saw. But, Julian, I heard that you agreed with Alex, Reiko said. Yes, I did support his theory, even though I worried for his sanity, but the man saved my life. I owed him a certain amount of leeway. Traitor, Renee shouted good-naturedly, and Julian grinned at her. Okay, so one alien expert and a lot of believers. Sometimes I think it would have been smarter, if not safer, to have stayed home. When Franz threw Reiko a hurt look, she quickly added, Except for you, my heart. You're worth a trip across the galaxy. Good save, Renee commented, chuckling. Back to work, people, Alex announced. Nislara said that she sends an emissary to each nest, and she estimates we'll land at 36 or more nests. Each ship takes its load of emissaries, drops them one at a time at the assigned nests, and then returns to recover them in order. What if the emissaries run into trouble? Willem asked. And what could we do for them if they do? Xavier replied. It occurred to everyone that they would be safely ensconced inside their ships that could lift skyward at the slightest hint of danger. But once the Queen's messengers left the shuttles, they would be at the mercy of foreign nests, whose Soma might be in a state of paranoia after sighting an alien ship landing in their territory. Is there nothing we can do to support them? Marie asked. Silence greeted her question, and she shook her head in regret. Remember, Marie, Alex said softly, both we and our ships are alien. It's Nislara's estimate that this is the only means by which we can gain the Queen's attention and impress on them the importance of attending the Fisla, and she knows these individuals best. We can only hope the emissaries will be a familiar enough sight, despite exiting our travelers, that the lookouts will hold fire and escort them to their queens. Franz, Svetlana, Orly, Verlan, and 2 other pilots set their travelers down in arcs on either side of a 7th shuttle at the usual meeting place outside the Tawas Soma nest. Alex, Willem, and Z strode out to meet Nislara and Pusiro, who hurried from a lookout post to join them. Dasata, Nislara greeted Alex. We're ready. I've prepared 42 emissaries, and believe the number will be sufficient. After Willem's translation, which took some effort on his part, he relayed Alex's instructions to divide the messengers among the 6 ships that he pointed out. Pusiro barked a command, and blue and white-masked warriors hurriedly climbed out of the tunnel entrance. As the emissaries reached Pusiro, he divided them into groups as directed by Willem, ordering each to climb into the indicated shuttle. In no time at all, the last emissary disappeared into the 6th ship. I thought Nislara's drawing was crudely exaggerated, Alex sent privately to Willem. As did I, Willem sent in reply. Instead of a facade, designed to fit tightly over the face, the emissary masks reached a good 30 centimeters above the crown of the head and dipped down into the chest, the blue and white alternating in jagged stripes, creating a bizarre display. "It seems obvious now," Alex sent. "You want that mask to stand out so the lookouts don't shoot first and realize their mistake later." "The Fistla will be joined in 3 cycles, Dasata, when Nessala is high overhead," Nislara said, dipping her head and striding back to her nest. Pusiro nodded as well and seemed about to say something, but changed his mind. Then he hurried after Nislara's retreating back. "That was interesting," Alex remarked. "Yes, our commander seemed intent on expressing a thought," Willem replied. "His body language was less hostile than usual, most relaxed." "Maybe he's just happy to get his queen back." "I know I would be," Alex replied, smiling. "I would be too," Z added, thinking of Miranda. Each pilot carried Nislara's layout of the nests as she had laid it out on the Sojourn's holovid, and as originally reported to Pusiro and her by the emissaries. Alex divided up the 36 known locations among 5 of the pilots. But it would be Svetlana's job, piloting the 6th traveler, to scout the territories beyond the known nests and attempt to insert the emissaries. Willem rode with Svetlana to manage the translations with these messengers. The pilots flew lofty arcs. They were ordered not to appear shooting low across the ground, frightening lookouts prematurely. So the pilots vaulted their travelers skyward and set down on a nest's fringe, allowing the emissary to exit the craft, proceed 10 meters away from the ship, and halt. He would wait for a hatch to pop open and a warrior to gesture him forward. In the case that slugs were thrown the emissary's way, his orders from the Queen were to leap for the ship's hatch. High overhead, Svetlana overflew the last nest marked by Nislara and continued on. The aim was to plot the unknown nests as she worked her way eastward, as the Hurricanes had defined the north-south poles of the planet. The traveler's controllers were programmed to detect the telltale circles that indicated the round hatch covers. Once Svetlana discovered the most eastern nest, she would work her way back west, dropping off emissaries. The pilots kept in contact with the Sojourn, where Alex and the captains intended to monitor the emissary's progress and reroute the pilots as necessary. It was a few hours before Svetlana and Willem finished their survey. Of course, they had no way of knowing exactly where one nest ended and the other began, but Nislara's information indicated that the nests were similar in size to one another. The Queen had given Willem a long, rambling explanation as to why this was, but Willem had professed to Alex that Nislara's recital was way beyond his translation capabilities, stating that he thought the Queen was educating him on the social dynamics of a nest. At the farthest edge of the Dishnya's expansion, Svetlana, who was monitoring close-up images of the ground in her helmet, said to Willem, who sat in the co-pilot seat, "Let me know where you want me to set the ship down." "I see potential lookout hatches, but they appear to be overgrown, not just camouflaged," Willem replied. Nonetheless, he directed Svetlana to a bare patch of ground. The first emissary exited the hatch slightly confused. Along with his fellow warriors, Hafas had sat quietly in his chair, awaiting the motions of the alien craft and more than a little apprehensive. Now, much later, he was stepping out of the ship onto strange ground, without having felt any movement. Hafas squared himself and his mask, and marched the 10 paces forward, as explicitly directed by his commander and repeated by the Queen. Over and over it had been stressed to the emissaries that they were to follow their instructions exactly, and in case of trouble take orders from those Hurricanes who spoke the Dishnya language. Hafas glanced back at the ship and received a nod of approval from the Hurricane called Willem. He stood in the rays of Nessala until he could feel the heat cooking his skin through his thick fur. Occasionally he sipped on his flask, trying to prevent a build-up in his bladder. Relieving himself on the grounds of a foreign nest without permission was tantamount to marking his territory, and was known to have started wars between nests. "No response?" Willem asked. He stood directly behind the emissary, and Hafas jumped in the air with a yip. The emissary hadn't heard or smelled Willem's approach. "Willem, no," Hafas scolded. "Walk to greet Soma at the muzzle, never at the tail." Willem apologized and zoomed his eyes on what appeared to be the nearest disguised tunnel entrance. Many small things did not seem right to him. He instructed Hafas to return to the ship, and he walked up to the nearby brush, which covered a hatch. Willem expected to find it locked tight, but it gave with a screech as he pulled on it. A rotting stench swept past him. It might have doubled a human over, retching to clear passageways, but as a shade, Willem pulled a couple of tests through his nose and mouth to analyze the scent. It was the smell of decayed meat, a great deal of it. Willem let the hatch drop and returned to the ship. The moment Willem stepped aboard the traveler, 6 muzzles pointed overhead, sniffing the air. The emissaries growled softly at the scent of decaying dishnya. "The nest is dead," Willem announced. "Not a war," Hafas said. "A queen takes a nest, adds Soma to hers. Her territory expands." "Perhaps illness among the Soma," Willem said, hazarding a guess. "It has happened before," Hafas allowed. Closed up in a tunnel system without an infrastructure to deliver running water or remove waste was inviting calamity, Willem reasoned. Svetlana lifted the traveler, flying low, this time toward the west, and Willem and she scanned the ground for signs of disguised outposts that weren't heavily overgrown with brush. A second time Svetlana sat down, and Hafas exited the ship to wait for recognition. Before Nessala had even begun to warm the crown of Hafas's head, a lookout hatch popped open. 4 warriors climbed out. None of them carried slug-throwing weapons. Instead, Hafas saw long blades worn at the waist, and the warriors carried odd weapons made from the trees of the green. No gesture to step forward was given Hafas, so he stayed where he stood. Eventually, an elderly queen, supported by what Hafas presumed to be her heir, climbed out of the tunnel and eyed him. The queen beckoned him forward, and Hafas walked slowly and with measure toward her. He delivered an emissary's greeting, dropping to both knees several lengths from her, an indication of non-aggression. Inside the traveler, Willem watched anxiously, analyzing the reception Hafas was receiving. The queen kept him kneeling for a long period, while she eyed both the emissary and the ship. Willem could see the jaws of the elderly queen and the young female heir moving, and earnestly wished he could hear what they were saying. Several times Hafas gestured at the traveler. Finally, Hafas received permission to stand and was invited inside. He beckoned to the shuttle to lift, wanting the queen to see that he wasn't a lowly warrior, but a true emissary. Much to his relief, the ship lifted immediately, turning slowly toward them, and even dipping its nose, first down and then up. It was a nice gesture to the queen, and Hafas mentally thanked the female who guided the alien vessel. "One down," Svetlana said as they swung south to an area that might hold a second nest. "I would prefer that you use an alternate phrase, Commander," Willem remarked. Svetlana laughed heartily, but nodded her head in understanding. It took much of the day before the rest of Svetlana's emissaries were deployed, and she circled back to the site of the first drop-off. "Oh, black space," Bethany uttered. She was the first to spot the figure on the ground. Hafas had been staked out. His throat was cut, and his emissary mask lay at his feet. Svetlana turned to Willem. Her former statement, uttered as a simple count, now haunted her, and guilt was written in her face. "Your words did not elicit this, Commander. Do not fall on superstition. This has occurred due to the baseness of the people we face." "We will recover him," Willem sent to Bethany and Svetlana. The traveler landed close to Hafas's body, and Bethany triggered the hatch open. She eyed the scene, and when she spotted no movement, she signaled Smitty Lang to follow her. Willem exited the hatch on their heels. When the 3 Hurricanes reached the body, Willem yanked up the first 2 stakes with ease, despite the fact that they had been driven deep into the ground with Hafas's limbs heavily lashed to them. A hatch flipped open when the 3rd stake came free from Willem's effort, and 3 warriors jumped out with their weapons pointed at the Harricans. It was obvious the old queen's warriors thought the sturdy stakes would buy them time, while the aliens sought to recover the body. A veteran of a Dishnya fight, Bethany knew the warriors wouldn't recognize the small, shiny item in her hand as a weapon. They would believe they'd surprised unarmed aliens. "They're using crossbows, Sergeant," Smitty sent. He was itching to stun the warriors, but Bethany gave him explicit orders to wait until they were fired on. "Explain," Bethany shot back. "Spring-tensioned weapons that fire a wood shaft tipped with metal or stone. They can be extremely deadly." Bethany and Smitty remained frozen, but Willem grabbed the last stake, which caused one warrior to growl a warning, and the Sade froze with a hand on the piece of wood. He slowly straightened and faced the warrior who uttered the words. "Your queen has broken the emissary's truce," Willem growled. "This puts the lives of her Soma in jeopardy from all queens." The warrior looked as if he had been struck across the muzzle. Hearing the Dishnya language spoken by the alien stunned him, and his lower jaw hung slack. "Lower your weapons while we recover our emissary, or the metal tools in my Soma's hands will put you to sleep," Willem threatened. A stalemate existed, with both groups eyeing each other and no one making a move. Movement at the hatch caught Bethany's eyes, and several more warriors bounded out. They tried to encircle the group, but Willem uttered a warning growl, one he'd recorded from Pusiro, and the warriors halted and carefully retreated to join their comrades. The old queen in the air climbed out of the tunnel. She sniffed the air to catch the alien scents and growled her own warning. "Go," she ordered. "Leave your messenger where he lies. The Fossem Soma declines the Fisla. We don't heed the words of aliens." "Get ready, Sergeant," Willem sent to Bethany. "You have my permission as mission co-commander to fire first." Bethany relayed the message to Smitty, and the two pretended to relax, straightening out of their crouches and lowering their stun guns. It worked. The warriors relaxed a little too. "And we, who brought this emissary under the mask of truce, do not recognize an old embittered queen who does not obey the laws of the Dishnya. We will take this one with us," Willem ground out in his best Dishnya. The aged queen's eyes burned with hate, and she snarled a reply. "Now," Bethany sent. The 3 Harricans dropped to the ground, catching the warriors off guard, and Bethany and Smitty opened fire. Several arrows were loosed in panic, the warriors trying to regain the enemy in their sights, but the 6 of them stood little chance against fire from 2 sophisticated alien weapons. A portion of Bethany's stun gun beam overlapped a warrior and struck the old queen in the side. She fell to the ground, unable to rise, and spit vitriolic at the 3 Harricans. The 2 security personnel kept their weapons trained on the tunnel entrance and watched the scope follow their movements. In the meantime, Willem asked the young female Dishnya, "Who are you?" "I'm Posnosa, heir to the Fossem Soma," the female replied, standing fully erect with her tail thrashing proudly behind her. But soon she lowered herself to stare at the queen, withering on the ground and clutching her numb side. Then she gazed at the bodies of the nest's warriors. "Not every Soma was guilty of your emissary's death." "And those who are guilty have yet to be judged and punished," Willem said, closing Hafas's eyelids gently. "Listen to their breathing." Posnosa knelt at the side of the nearest warrior. She placed a hand on his chest and felt it rise and fall. Looking carefully at the others, she could see the same was true. "You speak the truth," she said to Willem. "I always speak the truth. We're called Harricans, and we don't kill unless we must." Posnosa hung her head. Pointing at the queen, she said, "This one ordered it. She said the emissary couldn't be Dishnya if he stepped from an alien ship." "He was Hafas of the Tawasoma, a brave warrior, who brought you an offer to meet in Fisla." "So he said, but our queen said he lied, said it was a trick to take the nest." Posnosa studied the scene of the murdered emissary, the sleeping warriors, the three strangers, the alien ship, and her mad matriarch. "The invitation to the Fisla is real?" she asked. "It's as Hafas told your queen," Willem replied. "The Hurricanes wish to unite the Dishnya and help raise them out of the ground." It was a slight exaggeration on his part, and he silently asked Alex for his forgiveness, but deep in his crystal core, Willem wanted to be a part of the peace Alex wished to bring to the planet. "Chona Posnosa Fossem Soma will attend the Fisla," the young female declared. When the old queen hissed at the presumption of her heir, Posnosa swung around and raked a clawed foot across her mother's throat, slashing it open. Blood poured from the wound, and in moments the old queen uttered a death rattle. Posnosa dropped to both knees and hung her head, saying, "The queen of the Fossem Soma begs forgiveness for your emissary's death." "Attend the Fisla, speak for peace, and you'll receive our forgiveness," Willem said. He yanked the last stake free with one hand, picked up Hafas, and started back to the ship. Bethany and Smitty backed up slowly. The sergeant spared a glance for the torn throat of the old queen, while the corporal snatched the emissary mask off the ground. Posnosa watched the ship silently lift and fly away. The hatch near her opened, and warriors flooded out. One by one they knelt at her feet, long tongues licking her fingertips and tasting the scent of the new queen. Word spread quickly among the Soma that the old queen was dead, and Posnosa ruled the nest. It was a relief to most. The killing of an emissary had shocked them. A drastic change was needed, and the young queen was a welcome sign of that. Svetlana and Willem's work to recover the other emissaries continued without further incident. Overhead, aboard the Sojourn, 43 nests were identified, with 2 wiped out from some sort of disease. Of the 41 queens who met with emissaries, 34 agreed to attend the Fisla, including the young queen, Posnosa. Chapter 21. Fisla. Nessala was low on the horizon when the Tawas Soma lookouts passed the word that the Hurricane ships were returning. Pusiro ran ahead of Nislara, who loped behind without her headdress and robe. Pusiro noticed that the queen wore neither since returning from her time with the aliens. 7 ships perched again on the plains as the queen and Wasat emerged from the lookout post. "This was too soon for them to return," Pusiro said. "The plan must not have worked." "Do not judge the Hurricanes by Dishnya standards," Nislara replied. "It might not be too soon for the return of these aliens." Alex and Willem strode from their separate ships to meet with Nislara and Pusiro. After a short greeting, Alex laid out the count of the nests for Nislara, and the queen's eyes grew with interest. "The queens of 34 out of 41 active nests have agreed to attend," she said with enthusiasm. "We've done well, Dasata, much better than I had hoped." Willem completed the translation for Alex and then delivered the bad news about Hafas. About that time, the emissaries emerged from Svetlana's ship. Hafas was laid on a grav pallet, his mask over his face, covering the jagged slash across his throat. Bethany and her trooper walked alongside the pallet. "A good warrior," Alex said simply. "I thought many more of my Soma would die," Nislara commented. "Your ships were more impressive than even I supposed." Alex only nodded slowly to Nislara when he heard her words through Willem, as Hafas's body was carried past. "Mates?" Alex asked. "Dis," Nislara replied, raising a single digit. "I will find her a new warrior." At Alex's urging, Bethany related the story of Hafas's death, the exchange with the aging queen, the brief fight, and the death of the queen from her heir's claw. The remaining emissaries gathered behind Nislara, their masks in their hands, while warriors carried Hafas below to prepare for his burial. She turned and reviewed them. As she spoke, The Hurricanes watched their muzzles lift, their stances straighten, and chuffs escape their lips. Then she asked a question, and 7 warriors stepped forward. She interrogated them thoroughly. Alex glanced at Willem, but the sage shook his head. Either he couldn't hear them, which Alex doubted, or the discussion was beyond his capabilities. The 7 warriors stepped back into the ranks, and at a command from Pusiro, they hurried into the tunnels. "The trend is clear," Nislara said to Willem, and launched into a longer explanation. "It would appear, sir," Willem said, "that Nislara questioned the 7 emissaries who visited the queens who refused to attend the Fisla. She sees a trend. It was the eldest of the queens who refused the offer. 4 of those queens are without female progeny, meaning they have no heirs." "How did the emissaries discover that 4 of them had no daughters?" Alex asked. When Willem relayed the question, Nislara tapped a dark-nailed finger alongside her muzzle, and Alex nodded his understanding. "Nislara believes that the older the queen, the less she trusts the concept of the Fisla, possibly thinking it to be a trap, but not going so far as to kill her messenger," Willem continued. "She emphasizes that the 4 aging queens, who are without an heir, present problems. I'm not sure of this next part, sir, but she's speaking of something that goes wrong with the Soma if left without a queen for too long. That's the point at which she tapped her skull." "Willem, pursue this subject with the queen when you have time. I'm not sure that it impacts the Fisla, but it might be of importance later," Alex sent. Aboard the Sojourn later that evening, the arguments in the captain's salon grew heated about the arrangements for the Fisla, and this was only among friends. Alex voiced his ideas, but security objected. The captains volunteered their plans, but most everyone objected to those. On top of it all, the Sades, as Winston explained it, wanted to be present at this historic event to observe the proceedings firsthand. "Willem, let's discuss security concerns," Xavier said, attempting to take control of the discussion. "Who attends a Fisla?" "From each nest, Captain, the queen, the Wasat, and 1 warrior," Willem replied. "An emissary precedes his 2 principals, wearing the mask of truce." "Won't they have to cross the territories of other nests, Willem?" Reiko asked. "Undoubtedly, but that is the risk every queen will take except for Nislara and those whose territories are adjacent to her. Let's hope that none of them meet the fate of poor Hafas," Willem replied. "Willem, describe how the Fisla proceeds," Alex requested. "The Queen's Council is ringed by their Wasats, who act as bodyguards. The emissaries form a broad ring around the group and act as another layer of protection. The Queen, who called the Fisla, in this case Nislara, leads the meeting." "Do the Queens discuss any other subjects besides the one Nislara will present?" Renee asked. "I don't know this, sir," Willem replied, "but I will seek an answer. I have several subjects to pursue with Nislara." The group went back to the general discussion about who would be present for the Fisla. In the end, Alex lost every argument. To the Sades, to Xavier, to Renee, and to the captains. For a brief moment, Alex regretted not having the president's power, but only for a brief moment. Looking around the table, he realized that it was no longer necessary for him to be in charge and have his way. His people were capable of making their own decisions, wise ones at that, and directing their own paths, and he couldn't have been prouder of them. 2 days later, the Hurricanes landed a couple of hours before the appointed meeting time. The Tawas Soma had set the field with tents. The tops were covered with woven cloth, the edges fluttered in the breeze. Underneath the tents, the ground was layered with besach. The greater tents displayed soft pallets for the queens, and already 29 queens, including Nislara, reclined on these comfortable mats, lapping at drinking bowls. Their commanders lined at the tent's peripheries, and the emissary warriors waited in small shades set up for them in a wide ring 10 meters farther out. When the Hurricane's ships came into view, the queens rose and congregated to watch the alien ships land, anxious to observe the occupants, as Nislara had spent much of the morning describing them. 2 of the strange entities stepped down from one of the ships, both remarkable in their differences from the Dishnya. One queen murmured to the others, "Dasata," and others nodded in agreement. There was no mistaking the figure that Nislara's tales told of the alien peacemaker. The queens watched Nislara and her Wasat hurry to meet the odd-looking pair. "A good turnout, Nislara," Alex said to the queen, when she stopped before him, bowing her head gravely in meeting. "Dasata is pleased to see this number of queens assembled," Willem translated for Alex. Alex watched Nislara glance back at the assembled group, but when she faced him again, she was frowning. "What's the matter?" Alex asked. "Dasata wishes to know the reason for the furrows on your brow, Nislara," Willem said. The queen glanced at Pusiro, who replied, "Lookouts report sighting 4 queens near or entering the Tawas Soma territory. They've traveled far. The count is at 33, sir, with the queens that the lookouts have observed entering this nest's territory." "And the 34th?" Alex asked. "Which queen is not seen?" Willem rephrased for the queen. "Chafa," Nislara replied. "Her nest borders the Tawas Soma. It's important that Chafa attends the Fisla." "Why?" Alex asked when he heard Willem. "Chafa's Soma are large in number," Willem said to Alex after he received the queen's reply. "She's an older queen, and her voice will carry great power. Her nest also hunts the Celus-5. Nislara's words struck Alex hard, and reminded him of the Fisla's purpose. The queen saw Dasata's short muzzle tighten. The muscles along its edge flexed and distended the flesh. The Hurricane leader wanted an agreement from the queens that the Sina would be hunted no more, but a consensus among Chona would not be easily reached simply because he desired it. The Hurricanes returned to their travelers to enjoy the cool comfort while they waited for the arrival of the last queens. In the 2 remaining hours before the Fisla was due to start, 4 more queens, including Posnosa, arrived. Finally, Chafwa and her Wasat Fumas, led by an emissary warrior, strode across the grounds to join the assembly. The warrior doffed his mask and took up his duty as a member of the Fisla's peripheral guards. As had been orchestrated with Alex, Nislara opened the Fisla. "Each of the queens who accepted my offer is present. The Hurricanes who you think of as aliens have identified 43 nests. 2 are dead from the taking, and 7 queens refused to attend. These people," Nislara said, indicating the travelers with a wave of her hand. The queen's gesture was a cue for the Hurricanes. Franz's ship controller relayed the image to his helmet, and he passed the signal to everyone on open comm. The entire assembly of Hurricanes flooded out of their ships, but stayed close to them. At the aliens' coordinated display, hisses issued from many of the queens, and several recoiled, backing up several steps. The Wasats and warriors tensed, their clawed feet gripping the Besach or soil for purchase to launch themselves in defense of their queens. "These aliens have capabilities far beyond our imagination," Nislara continued. "And we've discovered that the Sina are part of their Soma." "Impossible! The Sina are not thinkers," Chafwa snarled. "It has been proven to us beyond doubt, Chafwa," Nislara said calmly. "The Hurricanes travel with Sina in their company. They're called Celus-5. This is a trick to prevent the Mawas Soma from harvesting the Sina, so that the Tawas Soma will be the only hunters," Chafwa challenged. "Your words might have force, Chafwa, if I called this Fisla of my own volition. I didn't. The one we called Dasata requested this council of queens. He wants peace for his Soma, an end to the hunt, and his ships have the power to burn nests to blackened holes if we continue to attack the Sina of this world." "You speak of power beyond our vision, Chona Nislara," Fumas said, from the edge of the tent. Pusiro's neck hairs bristled. Wasat's did not speak at a Fisla, but Chafwa was a powerful queen, and she allowed her commander much freedom. "Queens of the Fisla, we've witnessed the power of the alien ships," Nislara replied, deliberately not addressing Fumas. "If you require proof, we can lead you to the shore where a wide stretch of sand is now a smooth, glassy black hole. The destroyed surface, which you will see that no Soma could have created, will convince you of their power." "How many of your Soma died encountering the aliens?" Chafwa asked. Nislara knew the old queen was wondering if the Tawas Soma had been seriously weakened and was ripe for a takeover. "Many of my warriors fell to the aliens' weapons," Nislara replied, and then she bared her lips to reveal her teeth, just the slightest, as she added, "But later they rose." Growls and hisses of incredulity escaped the queen's muzzles at Nislara's words. "Nislara speaks the truth," Posnosa said into the noise. The young queen surprised herself. She hadn't wished to voice her opinions during the Fistula, not wanting to attract the attention of older queens who bordered her territory. "My matriarch killed the emissary sent to us and staked him out. The aliens sought to recover his body, as was their right, since they brought him to our nest. My mother would not have it, and our warriors attacked them. 6 warriors went down. 6 of them recovered." "And why is your matriarch not here, Posnosa?" Sisya, a young queen, asked. "It was time for the heir to lay a mad queen to rest and assume the robe of power," Posnosa replied. And every queen knew what she meant. In most cases, the handover of a nest's control was orderly, and sometimes it wasn't. "Shouldn't we hear from the aliens if we're to believe these stories?" Chafwa asked. She leaned back on her pillows and stared quietly at Nislara. The other queens discussed what Chafwa said, and soon they were requesting exactly that from Nislara. "One among the aliens speaks passable Dishnya," Nislara said. "He'll translate the words of Tasata, who will speak directly to you." She stepped off the Besach and raised her arms to Alex, waiting by his traveler. "Time to get the show started," Alex murmured, as he stepped forward to join the Fistula with a small retinue in his wake. The queens rose from their pillows at the approach of the aliens. Sisya eyed the leader of the group, impressed by his breadth, and then her eyes traveled to another, walking slightly behind him, who was even more formidable. "Do they get any larger than those 2? Sisya hissed to Nislara, indicating Alex and Z. "Let's hope not, Sisya," Nislara replied. Alex waited while Nislara introduced him to the waiting queens. A detail he'd observed about the female Dishnya gave him evidence as to the emotions they were experiencing. It was their long, scaled tails. Some lay relaxed behind the queens, some curled tightly about their legs, and others swung slowly to and fro. As Alex spoke to the queens, Willem delivered translations on the fly. "You might not wish to hear what I have to say to you. Nonetheless, the requests of my people are simple and twofold," Alex said. "First, the Sui-Sui of this planet are not to be harmed. They are of our Soma, and will take any measures we deem necessary to ensure their safety." Alex heard the hiss of the old queen, who was the last to arrive at the Fistula. Chafwa, Nislara called her. "To accommodate our first request, the Dishnya must change their ways," Alex continued. "Your food source is too scarce to support your growing nests. There are better ways to feed your Soma, and we'll teach you these ways. But if you want this, then we require that the queens agree to live in peace. Your fighting must end." The first point was easily accepted, since most of the queens had no access to the great waters. So the hunt for Sina was not an issue. It only required the agreements of Nislara and Chafwa. But Tasada's second request astounded them. His words were simple, but what he asked was monumental in scope. To end nearly 100 annuals of fighting just because aliens wished it seemed absurd. "You ask for our pledge that we won't hunt these creatures you call your Soma, Dasata, requiring the Dishnya put aside their way of life," Chafwa said, as she stepped forward. "What do you offer in return?" "What do the queens want in return?" Alex asked. "The gift of your alien capabilities for the Soma of Sawamesa," a voice said from the back of the tent. When Willem asked who spoke, Fumas walked around the tent's edge to stand beside Chafwa. "I speak in my queen's name." Hisses and snarls of dissent issued from the queens at the impertinence of Chafwa's wasat. Besides Chafwa, only one other queen hadn't reacted. Nislara watched Chafwa quietly and with interest, wondering what the old queen gained by fomenting dissension among her peers. Whatever her reason, it was an impediment to what Dosida sought. Without uttering another word, Chafwa and Fumas pulled short-barreled slug-throwers, which were hidden from sight in their clothing. Hurricane security forces were still drawing their stun guns when the twins fired at the queen and her wasat. Beams hit their targets, even while slugs exploded within the Dishnya weapons, despite the fact that the queen and her wasat moved first. The queen's heavy metal pellet struck Alex in the upper chest, and the wasat's slug threw Alex's head back sharply, dropping him like a stone to the ground. It was Etienne's beam shot that struck Fumas as he fired and threw off his aim by centimeters. Fumas was known among his Soma as a deadly shot. Even though Chafwa and Fumas instituted the fight, growls echoed from the Dishnya ranks at the thought that the aliens had killed some of their own during the Fisla. Desperately, Nislara cried, "Halt! These two aren't dead. The alien weapons don't kill." Sisya and her wasat knelt by the fallen pair and checked for signs of life. "Nislara speaks the truth," Sisya called out. "They breathe and show no wounds." "It's as I spoke earlier," Posnosa declared. 6 of my warriors were struck by these alien weapons, and they rose later with no ill effect." While the Hurricanes held the Dishnya at bay with drawn stun guns, Z, faster than the eye could follow, scooped up Alex as if he was a baby and raced for the mission shuttle. With its large ramp, it would accommodate a fast ingress. Sades parted like waves in front of him, and the combined mass of Alex and Z thudded the ground with Z's every swift step. Pia raced after the pair, but quickly fell behind. Suddenly, she was hoisted in the air. "Time's a-wasting, dear," the medical specialist heard Miranda say, and soon they were covering ground in a blur. Svetlana, who had been standing by next to her traveler, heard the shots and received Z's determined comm to the assembly to clear way. Her ship was next to Orly's, where her location app indicated Z was headed, and she took off at a dead run. "Medical emergency, Orly," Svetlana sent, recognizing he was sitting in his pilot's seat. "Move over. I'm flying." She made it up the ramp only moments before Z, even though she had a 30-meter head start on the Sade. "Awaiting your clearance, Z," Svetlana sent, while she snatched a helmet and readied the controller for liftoff. Z judged Miranda's speed and signaled Svetlana to lift, copying Miranda, who was still 12 meters away. Miranda linked into the Traveler's controller to track Svetlana's flight orders. The Traveler was lifting and spinning while the ramp was rising. At a flat-out run, Miranda corrected her course and leapt for the ramp, throwing Pia and her combined weight into a twist to ensure that they were firmly planted against the ship's spin, while the ramp closed behind them. Pia doubted they could have made the leap. So, as her feet hit the deck, she said her thanks to Miranda and hurried to Alex's side. Z reclined a seat to lay Alex on it. Part of Renee's mind howled for her to race after Alex, but she stood rooted in place, sending an urgent open comm to the Hurricanes to stand still. She wouldn't allow Alex's efforts to be undone this way, and went so far as to block comm transmissions, good or bad, from Svetlana's flight. She could ill afford to be distracted. Renee glanced toward Julian. They could read the pain in each other's faces. The twins and security continued to cover the queens and wasats with drawn weapons, daring anyone to move. The Dishnya were quiet after it was proven that the 2 perpetrators of the fight still lived. It crossed the minds of most of those called to attend the Fisla that the treachery of Chafwa and Fumas would spell their demise. "Willem, translate for me," Renee sent as she fought to gain control of her emotions. "If my partner dies," Renee said, addressing the queens in a choked voice, "I would see your nests turned into great black holes in the ground. Isn't that the Dishnya way? Repay an attack with one of your own? It's fortunate for you and your Soma that this isn't Dasata's way, and I will act in his stead, as he would wish me to do. All of you stand still while my Soma search for more weapons." At the translation of Renee's words, Chafwa's emissary warrior broke from his shade and bolted for his nest's territory. He barely covered 50 meters when he had the misfortune to pass close to a Tawas Soma lookout post. 3 of Nislara's lookouts leapt out of the tunnel and tackled Chafwa's warrior. Soon Nislara's warriors had the emissary warrior's hands trussed behind his back. One of the lookouts displayed the emissary warrior's long blade. It was another breach of Fisla's ancient rules. Snarls and growls greeted the discovery, and several emissaries left their posts to collect the traitor. The Tawas Soma lookouts stood where they had caught the runaway, since they were forbidden to approach the gathering. Once the emissaries affirmed that the traitor carried a sheath under his vest that fit the knife, they left the weapon with the lookouts and hauled the prisoner back to their shades. Tying their captive's hocks together, they lowered him to the ground. During the silence that followed the attack, Esther sent a comm to the Confederation's Sades. "What should be our response?" "I'm unsure," Winston replied. "Our purpose here was to intimidate the Dishnya by show of numbers," Trixie sent in the open to her fellow Sades. "I believe Dasata would desire that we don't get involved." To this, Winston could add no more, so he seconded it. "Start your search, Captain," Renee sent. Xavier and his people investigated every individual carefully and thoroughly, queens, wasats, and emissaries. More than one Dishnya felt an intrusion into sensitive areas, but none objected. No other weapons, slug-throwers, or blades were found. "Ine, mate of Dasata," Nislara entreated when the search ended. "The Fisla has been dishonored. Allow the Dishnya to discipline those who've forgotten its sacred rules, so that we might demonstrate our intentions to you to abide by Dasata's requests." "Why should I believe that justice will be dispensed?" Renee asked, after hearing Willem's translation. "The Dishnya shot and critically injured an alien. What's one of us mean to you?" "There are no words of mine to give you, Enye, which you would take as truth," Nislara replied. "But you can believe this. The queens standing before you attend their first Fisla. If the Dishnya's traditions aren't upheld, there can never be another. Punishment will be given, must be given, according to our laws." Renee tried desperately to think of what Alex would do if their roles were reversed. Alex always looked past the moment, the obvious, to see what followed or lurked underneath, in both the good and the bad, sir, Julian sent to her. "Has every queen trespassed, or just one of them and her people?" "You think I should leave justice in the hands of the Dishnya?" Renee replied. "I think you should do what your conscience dictates, sir, not what's driven by your pain and anger." "So don't order Reiko to bring the Tanaka down and turn the plains black," Renee sent. Despite the anger that warped her thoughts, there were elements of sadness and capitulation. Nislara watched Ine's eyes burn into her, but no words were exchanged. Nislara could hear the shuffling of clawed feet on Besach behind her. The queens and wasats were growing restless, waiting for the Hurricane's reply to Nislara's request. Many were probably thinking that if they were to die, they would prefer to die fighting. "I will leave judgment of these 3 to the Dishnya," Renee finally said. When Willem translated Ser's words, there was visible relief among the queens and wasats. Young Posnosa was especially relieved, having hoped for a longer reign than it appeared she would have had several moments ago. She wouldn't have ruled for 3 full days if Dasata's mate wanted revenge, which, in the Dishnya's eyes, she would have every right to demand. "Tomorrow, Ine," Nislara said, bowing gravely to Renee, "judgment will be rendered when Nessala lights the day." Renee nodded curtly, turned, and headed for her transport. Willem calmed everyone to board the ships. As the Hurricanes walked away, Nislara blew out a long breath and heard the queens and wasats do something similar. She spun around and stalked over to the body of Chapua. She could understand Inge's anger, as she wanted nothing more than to rake her claws across the unconscious queen's throat. Nislara requested the queens bind Chapua, and Pusiro asked the Wasats to do the same to Fumas. Then Nislara sent Pusiro to order Soma to fetch water and food. The discussions surrounding the judgments would be long and heated, and Nessela's emergence over the horizon would come sooner than anyone expected. Chapter 22. Aftermath. Svetlana's destination was the Rever. There were no better medical facilities for humans on any of the 3 Hurricane ships. Orly might have objected to being demoted to the co-pilot's seat, except Svetlana's formidable reputation preceded her. Using his helmet's connection to the ship's controller, Orly took the opportunity to learn, carefully following Svetlana's maneuvers. Her takeoff was unorthodox, but she was shaving fractions of time off her flight, even as she notified the Rever that Alex Racine was injured and unconscious. Historically, new Terran pilots, such as Orly, were trained to lift and take the shortest route to space. Instead, Svetlana exhibited her Hurricane fighter pilot training. She queried the controller for the shortest flight time to the Rever, and they sped across the landscape, barely edging over a mountaintop, to intercept the liner, which was close to the planet's horizon. Pia bent over Alex, examining the wounds. She requested Z turn Alex over to see if the slug in his chest had exited. "There's no need, Pia. I felt for that wound as I carried Ser here. The projectile is still inside his body." "Of course you did. And a million other things as you ran," Pia thought, chastising herself. At this time, both humans and Sades would be experiencing heightened emotions. Only humans would have to fight to concentrate on what to do next. Not so for the Sades. Pia dug in her medkit and produced a tube of specialized medical nanites, which were designed to seal a wound with a temporary patch and stop the bleeding. These nanites wouldn't attempt repairs. They'd stay in place until a medical specialist signaled their disassociation. Then they'd enter the body and join those nanites already present in the body. These dual-purpose medical emergency nanites were designed by Therese specifically for the Sojourn's mission and brought to fruition by the Sades. Therese could never have guessed that the first patient to receive her invention would be Alex. Pia examined the ugly head wound. Pieces of bone stuck up at odd angles. The meninges, the protective tissue layers surrounding the brain, were pierced. Pia paled and her hands trembled. Inside, she wailed at the horrendous circumstances that had placed the life of Alex Racine in her hands. Suddenly, Miranda's head intercepted Pia's sightline. The Sade rotated a single eye over the wound, and then, lifting her head, said, "Under magnification, I detect 3 bone fragments near the surface. However, assembling them virtually, they are insufficient to encompass the damaged area. My conclusion is that there is a 4th, much smaller piece that lies on the plains of Celus-5, or it's lodged inside the skull or possibly deep in the brain," Pia completed for Miranda. "What's to be done first, dear?" Miranda asked quietly. Pia reached up and touched Miranda's cheek, grateful for her calming influence. "Svetlana, how long until we dock?" Pia sent on open comm. "The Rever is 3 kilometers out, people," Svetlana replied, her voice flat and neutral, while she concentrated on reaching the Rever in the shortest amount of time. "Z, no pressure on this head wound during transport," Pia said. "Understood," Z replied. After receiving Svetlana's emergency comm, Captain Lumley oriented the Rever to place an empty bay broadside to her flight path. He thought to move his ship closer to her, but knowing Svetlana well, he knew that he stood a 0 chance of guessing the thoughts going through her mind. The Rever's docking protocols required traveler pilots to enter the bay aft first and settle to the deck before any action was taken by the flight chief. Svetlana, Z, and Miranda scrapped those regulations. Svetlana brought the fighter in nose first, and Z signaled the bay doors closed before the ship touched down on the deck. Once inside the bay, Svetlana performed the dangerous maneuver of spinning the mission shuttle in a half-circle to point the aft end directly at the bay's airlock. The bay doors closed, and Miranda triggered the bay's pressurization. Meanwhile, the reverse medical specialists waited in the airlock. Svetlana eyed the air pressure and signaled the ramp to drop even before her telltale flashed ready. Z held Alex in his arms, cradling the head to prevent jostling and waiting for the ramp's descent. Pia stood anxiously nearby. The ramp was in a horizontal position with another 15 degrees to drop to the deck when Z took off. Algorithms churned as the Sade calculated trajectories, mass, and his avatar's response, allowing him to cushion his impact on the deck as he jumped clear of the ramp and minimally disturbed his precious cargo. As Z raced across the deck, he signaled the medical team to clear way and overrode the airlock protocols to open both hatches. The crew members barely had time to jump aside as Z barreled past them, headed for the medical suite, and the specialists took off after him. Pia saw Z jump, and her eyes beseeched Miranda. "I love a woman who learns quickly," Miranda said, scooping Pia up and tearing after Z. Miranda signaled the specialists to stand aside as she passed them in the corridor. Neither Z nor Miranda bothered with the lift. Instead, they took the stairwell up the 3 decks to the medical suite, their legs churning and taking the steps 3 at a time. Pia conned Z and indicated on which medical table he should lay Alex. Miranda and Pia entered the suite just as Z was gently lowering Alex on a table, outfitted with equipment prepared for the more grievously injured. The full-body medical scanner Pia positioned over Alex delivered its images to a controller which prioritized his injuries. The slug in the chest nicked an artery and required immediate attention. Pia sent a command to the medical controller, which signaled her patch over the chest wound. The nanites released their bond on one another and assumed their secondary purpose, quickly disappearing into the body. Pia called for the controller to select a tiny arterial sleeve from within its medical supplies. "Miranda," Pia said, "you're going to play surgeon." "Not my favorite role, dear," Miranda replied, linking to the controller. She studied the first item on the surgical priority list and the scanner's imagery of the arterial bleeding. Immediately, she shunted the controller into a passive state and directed the tips of the delicate surgical arms into Alex's chest cavity. Miranda's eyes were open, but she kept her vision app in a low-priority state while she focused on the scanner's imagery, which displayed Alex's body and the controller arms. Gently, she slipped the open sleeve around the artery at the site of the nick, and as its 2 edges touched, the sleeve sealed and shrank to tighten against the artery. Days from now, the sleeve would be dissolved by the medical nanites in Alex's body, long after the artery was repaired from the inside. "The controller can do the rest, Miranda," Pia said gratefully when the device confirmed 0 blood loss from the artery. "Nonsense, dear. What a controller can do, a Sade can do better and faster." Miranda glanced down the controller's code, examining the next steps for the chest. She undertook the process of sealing muscle layers, small bleeders, and skin from the inside out with the surgical laser tool. At one point, Z looked at his hands, whose fingers hid sleep darts or whatever loads he required. He spread the massive digits apart, and designs formed in his crystal kernel about other tools, such as surgeon's instruments, that he might incorporate in the next avatar's iteration. As the list of possibilities grew, he yanked himself back to the here and now, realizing he was trying to occupy his mind to defeat the feeling of an impotent bystander at this critical time for Alex. Miranda completed her work on the chest, and Pia linked to the Sade, who was peering into Alex's skull injury. "I need the 3 bone fragments you mentioned, Miranda," Pia said, placing a small dish of liquid near the Sade. "Place them in this dish in their original orientation to one another, but separate them by a centimeter or so." As Miranda fished out the bone fragments, Pia realized the tremendous advantages a Sade surgeon offered over a medical controller. Miranda's eye magnification and precise hand control, coupled to the controller's knowledge base and imager, could create an unsurpassable amalgamation of tools. It gave Pia ideas for surgery's future. If I'm going to have one, Pia thought. She wondered where she might live if she was the medical specialist who lost Alex Racine. After Miranda retrieved the third fragment, Pia requested an extreme close-up of the wound from the Sade. At the same time, Pia rechecked the scan. The metal slug wasn't present. It hadn't penetrated the skull. When Miranda heard Pia's trembling sigh of relief, she surmised the reason for it. "But, Pia," Miranda said, "you should have known the slug wasn't in Alex's brain. Everyone is aware of the great hardness of this dear man's skull." Pia released a strangled giggle at Miranda's jest. Realizing the extent of her tension, Pia took a deep breath in and exhaled. Then she focused on the work. The fourth piece of bone was driven backward between the skull and the outer layer of the meninges, the dura mater. Miranda's close magnification revealed that the next two layers of the meninges were bruised but not penetrated. The Sade glanced at Pia, who said, "We need that piece of bone removed as carefully as possible." "But of course we do, dear," Miranda replied, not any happier than Pia to be the one responsible for the operation. In a cascade of events, Miranda linked to Z, who was embedded in the medical controller. He merged the scan image, real-time, with the controller's medical directives and laid them in Miranda's kernel, essentially generating the exact intertwining Pia envisioned. Miranda located the tool attachment the controller would have chosen to retrieve the bone fragment, but passed over it in favor of another one. She closed her eyes, since her sight would be useless in locating the bone fragment unless they opened Alex's skull, a barbaric concept for Hurricane or Meridian medical specialists. During the entire procedure, Z rotated the scanner to provide Miranda the best possible view as she closed on the tiny piece of bone. Every movement of arm and hand was calculated by Miranda to minimize the impact on surrounding tissues. Rarely had she run so many algorithms in concert for such a simple procedure. But she certainly wasn't going to be responsible for injuring the man any more than the Queen and her Wasat had already managed to do. The tip of the tool merged with the scanner's view of the fragment, and Miranda eased the injector rearward, which sucked the fragment to the tool. Then she slowly withdrew the bone and laid the piece in Pia's dish in its proper orientation to the other three. Pia ordered the controller to repair the dura mater layer, but Miranda canceled it and managed the job herself. When Miranda finished her work, Pia checked the scanner's output for any signs of bleeding and was pleased to see none. The bruising of the meninges would be repaired by the nanites in Alex's body. "Do we replace the bone fragments now, dear?" Miranda asked. She'd reviewed the controller's procedural steps, but there were a host of variable conditions to consider before proceeding, and the Sade didn't have the experiential memories to understand their application. "Not yet," Pia replied, closing a lid over the dish and placing it carefully in a medical containment unit. She signaled the controller to lock it and added a safeguard so that it couldn't be tampered with by a human, even accidentally. From a tube of nanites, similar to those used on Alex's chest wound, Pia placed a semi-permeable seal over the open area in Alex's skull. "This seal will allow seepage if there's any swelling of Alex's brain from the concussion. When Alex recovers," Pia said with determination, "we'll dissolve the seal, implant the bone fragments, and apply some synth skin, genetic copy, of course, for his scalp so that his hair will regrow." In her haste to treat Alex, Pia hadn't applied a temporal device to Alex while he was out. The slug's impact rendered him unconscious, and he remained so. She attached one now in case Alex woke in an agitated state. At this point, there was nothing more to be done but monitor Alex's condition and wait to see if irreversible damage had been done to his brain. The medical team went about their jobs, cleaning up from the operation, removing Alex's clothes, and closing the medical table's case over him to allow the controller complete imaging access to the patient. Pia found a place in the suite to rest, and a specialist hurried to fetch some hot tea for her. Miranda stood beside Z, choosing to hold his hand, which the two of them found comforting. Z sent an update to Julian, trusting his friend would know when to deliver the news to Renee. Renee, always the calm one when it came time to exit a traveler, stood at the hatch, impatient for the bay to pressurize. Franz, Julian, Cordelia, and Willem were all monitoring the exterior pressure and the hatch so that Serre did not trigger it prematurely. Julian had communicated to Renee the news that Alex was stable but still unconscious. "We must wait, Serre," he said, adding, "I believe fortune is in our favor. I calculate his skull is probably of sufficient thickness to withstand almost any alien slug-throwing weapon." Renee had burst into tears, hugging Julian and burying her face in his chest. "My next avatar will be capable of producing those," Cordelia sent to Julian, as she watched Renee cling to her partner. "It's such a poignant gesture of an individual's raw emotions that all of us should be capable of demonstrating it." Julian couldn't agree more. Inside, he was fighting to maintain control of his emotional algorithms. He felt as if he was suffering some sort of cascade failure in his code. "We've come so far along the path with Alex," he thought, "that we're becoming as vulnerable as humans to the loss of one another." When the bay's controller signaled pressure equalization, 5 signals triggered the hatch open. Rather than climb down the steps, Renee leapt to the deck. Julian barely had time to drop the energy in a section of grav plate to relieve Renee's impact. Just as he and Miranda had done, Julian cleared the way for Renee. Both sides of the airlock were triggered open, despite safety protocols. Cordelia spared a moment to warn those in the medical suite that Serre was on her way, and Franz requested Captain Azastow collect Teague and Ginny for transport from the Sojourn to the Rever. Renee burst into the suite and ran to the medical table. She placed her hands on the case, frustrated that she couldn't touch her beloved partner and feel the warmth of his skin. Tears streamed down her face, and she turned to stare at Pia, who started to break down. "We've done the best we could, Serre," Pia sobbed. Renee enfolded her good friend in her arms. "I know that, Pia," she soothed. "Alex knows that." Realizing the pain others were suffering, Renee set aside her own grief and took up Alex's role. She walked up to Z, who she couldn't hug while he was ensconced in his considerable Cedric suit. Instead, Renee gripped his shoulders and stood on her tiptoes to kiss his cheek. "Thank you," she said. Z merely nodded, unable to choose fitting words from his extensive library. "And you, dear," Renee said, standing in front of Miranda and copying her inimitable speaking style, "are invaluable too." Then she hugged the Sade. "The dear man deserves our best efforts," Miranda replied. "That he does," Renee replied. Julian entered the suite and signaled to everyone that they should give Renee some time alone with Alex. Pia picked up her reader, which rendered a feed from the controller, which in turn monitored Alex via the temporal attachment and the 3D scanner. Then she slipped out of the suite with Z, Miranda, and the medical team. Julian started to leave too, but he was halted by Renee's signal. Turning around, he saw her sitting on a couch and holding out a hand to him. He sat beside her, taking up her hand. The two of them kept their vigilance in silence, 2 old friends in need of each other during the worst of times. "Don't you dare torture me this way, Alex," Julian said to his friend. "We're supposed to have at least another century and a half before we part, if then." He waited, but there was no return comm from Alex's implant. While they kept watch, Julian monitored Alex's vitals incessantly, scanning for changes and trends in hopes of alerting Pia to something of value to assist her in reviving the human who had come to mean so much to him. By the early morning there was no change in Alex's condition, and Renee was asleep on the couch, a coverlet spread over her by Pia. "Serre," Julian said gently, sorry to see Renee anxiously sit up, worry lining her face. "No change yet, Serre. I wondered if you thought it would be appropriate to observe the Dishnya's disciplining of the 3 perpetrators." "Is anyone going down?" Renee asked. "One shuttle, piloted by France, will be headed planetside with several Sades, security, and the twins." "Shouldn't I be there?" "Every Hurricane would understand if you weren't there, sir." "Yes, but would he?" Renee asked, pointing at Alex. "To that, sir, I would say, what would Dossiter request you do?" "Exactly," Renee replied. "Give me a few moments to refresh and change. I'll meet you in the bay." "We'll be ready, sir," Julian said, never quite as proud of Renee as he was then. "Courage, sir," he thought, as Renee hurried from the suite. Chapter 23. Judgment. Pusiro gently woke Nislara. She and every queen had less than a quarter of the dark period to rest. The deliberations took them into the early morning hours before a consensus was reached. What Nislara observed was that the younger the queen, the more likely she was to work toward agreement. It was the older queens, who had lived most of their lives at war with other nests, who distrusted others' suggestions. "Yes, Pusiro?" Nislara asked, her eyes having difficulty making out his image, backlit by the pale torchlights, but his scent announced him. "The lookouts have spotted the descent of a Hurricane ship, my queen." "They've come to observe the punishments," Nislara whispered. "That in itself is good, but they're early. Wake me again at dawn." Then Nislara tucked back into her warm pillow bed and pulled her robe over her. Since they landed before dawn, the occupants of France's traveler tilted their seats back and napped, except for France, who, along with the Sades, monitored the Fisla tents. "What do you believe the judgments will be?" Willem asked his compatriots. "What do I want them to be?" Miranda sent back. "Or what do I think the Dishnya will do?" "Either one," Willem replied. "My bet is that they'll be the same," Z replied. "Imagine that your culture has slid backward for a century," Julian replied. "You live underground in primitive conditions, fighting with other tribes over scarce resources, because you've lost the technology to elevate your people. Along come aliens who can cure that, and the only thing these aliens ask for is peace. Peace between the nests and peace for intelligent sea creatures. But before that discussion can take place and a consensus reached, 3 members of your society threaten to rob you of those hopes by breaching your sacred rules and committing an act of violence. What would you do?" Julian's rhetorical question left the Sades dwelling on their own thoughts and patiently waiting for Celus to rise. When the rays of the system's star pierced the dark sky, France sent over an open comm. "We have movement." Humans and Sades tapped into the controller for a view of the Dishnya tents. "I'm going out," Renee sent. She signaled the hatch open and climbed down the steps. Renee expected to lead her people to the tents, as Alex always did, but she was so tightly encased in bodies it was difficult to see where she was going. "Everyone stop," she said, halting her steps. "This isn't going to work, and it will send the wrong impression to the queens. They'll think that we don't trust them." Regarding the stern faces of those surrounding her, Renee amended her statement, saying, "Yes, we don't trust them, but we don't want it to appear as such. Now give me some room." When her people grudgingly opened some small space, Renee said, "More." She was about to repeat herself, but the expressions on the twins' faces said they wouldn't hear of it. Renee meant to talk to them on the flight down, but she'd quickly fallen asleep as soon as her seat adjusted under her. Her concern was that the twins might feel responsible for failing to protect Alex, despite their incredibly swift responses. The Hurricanes stopped 10 meters from the tents, or better said, Etienne ordered a halt 10 meters from the Queen's tents, and Renee was prevented from going any farther. While the Dishnya made preparations for the judgments, Nislara approached the Hurricanes. Pusiro wanted to accompany her, but she told him to stay back. Her decision appeared to be correct. The closer Nislara got to Renee, the more the Hurricanes' hands twitched to grasp the weapons at their sides. Nislara was careful to stop short of the group. "Nay, how fares Dacita? Does he live?" she asked, after nodding gravely. Willem provided a translation via implant, but Renee understood the question. "He lives, but he's unconscious." Willem translated Renee's response as, "He lives, but he sleeps the deep sleep of the head-injured." This Nislara understood, having seen many of her Soma who had been shot in the head never join the living again. "Will he wake?" Nislara asked with concern, glancing between Willem and Renee. "This is unknown," Willem replied. Nislara watched Dacita's mate duck her head, sorrow etched in her face, but when she brought it back up, anger shone in her eyes, replacing the pain. Nislara chuffed her understanding. "Judgment has been reached. Punishment will take place over there." The Harricans followed Nislara's arm, which pointed at a set of stakes pounded into the ground. Straps were tied to each set of 4 stakes. Before Renee could ask a question, Nislara strode back to the other queens. "We're too far away," Renee complained. "Sire, what if the Dishna used their slug-throwers to execute the perpetrators?" Alain asked. "That's doubtful, Alain," Willem replied. "The Dishna appear to prefer to deliver their punishments up close and personal, such as what happened to poor Hafas." Renee got her way, and the group edged over to stand about 5 meters from the sets of stakes. They didn't have long to wait before the warriors hauled over Chafwa's emissary warrior, the one who carried the blade. He was whimpering and unable to stand on his own, necessitating the emissaries drag him most of the way. The bonds of his hands were cut, and he struggled to escape. It required 4 warriors to pin him down and bind his limbs to the stakes. The Harricans expected some sort of ceremony, a pronouncement, or at least a reading of the charges and the judgment. But no sooner had the traitor's last limb been tied with a strap than one of the emissaries who tied him down raked a clawed foot against his neck. Gouts of blood sprayed into the air, and the disgraced Dishna keened in panic. Soon his wail faded to a whimper, and he passed into unconsciousness, the rush of blood draining his life from him. "Perhaps we're too close," Renee sent to Julian, "but too late to back up now," she added, before Julian could reply. There was a cough behind her, and she sent an open comm. "Same rules apply as a Sui-Sui greeting ceremony. If you can't handle the view, swallow and make your way back to the ship. Under no circumstances do you dishonor the Dishna's judgment ceremony." Renee was wondering if she would need to follow her own instructions, especially with what she imagined was yet to come. The Wasats brought out Fumas next. Unlike the lowly emissary warrior, the commander walked unaided. When his hands were freed, he lay down and extended his arms and legs to the stakes. As the last strap was tied, Fumas uttered a deep savage growl just before a Wasat delivered the killing blow. His growl turned to a gurgle before he passed out. The Harricans were rather sickened by the ceremony, but anger over what had been done to Alex kept them in place. However, the humans might have been even more disturbed by their Saids, who were making good use of the proceedings. They calculated blood spray distance, blood volume loss, time elapsed until unconsciousness, time until breathing stopped, and time until the eyes indicated brain death, which they could witness via extended visual magnification. When the queens brought Chafwa out, she wasn't struggling, but she was railing against the Fisla and Nislara in particular. Willem attempted to provide translations, but many of Chafwa's terms were deemed to be expletives, as they were references to animal organs and waste. "I believe we get the gist, dear," Miranda sent to Willem. "The queen's angry and about to die. We can fill in the blanks about what she's saying." Chafwa was still swearing while she was strapped down, but unlike the first 2 executions, the queens formed a line starting at Chafwa's side. One by one, each stepped up and raked a set of claws against a limb or chest, and they were none too gentle about it. Chafwa screeched with each blow, but the queens kept at it. While the young queens were more tentative in their punishment, the older queens sought to deliver harsh rakes with their claws. For her part, Chafwa gained a brief moment's respite as one queen stepped aside and another stepped up. Recognizing the new individual, Chafwa would cut loose with a fresh stream of invectives, but by the time the last queen stood at her side, Chafwa was blubbering in pain and torment. Blood spewed from deep gashes across her entire body. Yet she was able to recognize her final punisher, Homsaf, her heir. Unlike the first two judgments, which were decided by lots, Homsaf requested to be the one to deliver the judgment against her matriarch. Listening to Nislara and other queens throughout the night, she came to understand what was at stake with regard to the aliens, and how damaging Chafwa's act of treachery was to the future of the Dishnya. "If the Heracans come in the morning to witness our judgments," she told the assembled queens, "then they might place more faith in the Dishnya if they see the heir to the Mawasoma take the life of the perpetrator." "Can you do this, Homsaf?" Postnosa had asked. While she managed to do the same thing, it was in a fit of anger over the Mad Queen's treatment of her and for the killing of her sibling. But this would be cold and calculating, a difficult feat for one so young. "I must do this," Homsaf had replied determinedly. Chafwa focused on her heir. She was drained of angry words. All she could do now was hiss at her young progeny, who poised for the killing stroke. Homsaf tentatively lifted a leg, but set it back down. But when Chafwa barked in laughter at her, Homsaf raised her leg with determination and swept it hard across Chafwa's neck. For the old queen, there would be no lingering shock, no moments for her to contemplate her death, as blackness crept over her. Homsaf's strike had nearly cleaved Chafwa's neck in two. The young queen's strike position was poor, and blood spewed up her legs and onto her belly. She howled in rage and terror over what she'd done, sinking to her knees in the blood-soaked dirt. While the queens sympathized with Homsaf, none moved to comfort her. Not so for Renee, whose heart was torn by the grief the young Dishnya was suffering. Before Renee could be stopped, she burst through her entourage and raced to Homsaf's side. Unsure of what to do, as she slid to her knees in the pooling blood, she heard Alex say, "Do what your heart knows is right, my love." Renee gripped Homsaf's shoulders, and it startled the youngster, who halted her cry. Homsaf stared in confusion at Dasida's mate, never having been embraced in this manner and confused by what to do. She was desperate not to endanger the Fisla or an agreement with the Heracans by giving the wrong response. Much to her surprise, the Heracan female tilted her head back and gave a passing imitation of a Dishnya howl of pain, then regarded her. So Homsaf lifted her muzzle to the sky and sounded her own distress. She glanced at Renee, who repeated her pitch to the early light of Nessala. Then the two females joined in a duet of frustration as they screamed their pain and anger in Dishnya fashion. "Fitting," Nislara remarked to those around her. "Whether alien or Soma, females grieve the same." The Heracans kept wary eyes on the Dishnya assembly, as well as Ser, who in their minds was too close to what appeared to them to be a distraught teenager, one capable of using the incredibly long claws on her feet to separate a head from a body. When Homsaf quieted, Renee patted her shoulders and rose to rejoin her people. Her clothes were covered in Chafwa's blood. She didn't say a word to the Heracans or the Dishnya, but simply trudged back to the traveler, her steps giving the impression she had aged 100 years. Turning to follow Renee, the Heracans missed an important clue about the makeup of the Dishnya society, the cleanup of the queens after Chafwa's execution. Wasats and the newly promoted Mawas Soma sub-commander ran for pails of water, prepared by the Tawas Soma to wash the feet of their queens. Busiro's warriors prepared additional water pails for Homsaf, and he fetched and placed them beside the young queen for her Soma, who worked to remove the blood from her fur. It wasn't that the queens were unsympathetic to Homsaf's agony for requesting to be the one to execute her mother. It was that the queens worked to prevent the mixing of their scents. They didn't share drinking water, waste pails, pillows, or robes. More important, they didn't touch one another. A queen wasn't an elected position. She was the psychological linchpin for her soma, who were physiologically dependent on her scent. After the judgments were rendered to the Fistula traitors, Renee, Pia, and every Hurricane returned to their vigilance of Alex, waiting and hoping for his revival. Rather than responding to every query for an update, which Renee received incessantly, she requested Miranda to post notices on the Reverse controller for the mission's crew to access. After reviewing Miranda's no status change hour after hour, most humans relented and decided to wait for a critical update, which they were sure would be broadcast ship-wide. The Sades simply linked an app to the controller to monitor every update. But Julian detested the passive approach of waiting. He queried every Sade and every ship's database for medical treatment information, comparing the data to that stored aboard the Rever. To his great disappointment, he found enormous amounts of repetition. Therese had been thorough in ensuring her people's medical updates were widely circulated. One particular Sade, Bartlett, a recent immigrant to Hurricane, who had yet to touch foot on the planet, did have advice. "Bartlett, your ID states that you were the Sade of a rescue ship," Julian sent when he connected to the next Sade on his list, which enumerated those who had transferred from the Allura to the Rever at Hurricane. "Yes, Julian, and if I can anticipate your request, since your query is known, my medical databases were left aboard the rescue ship. I carry little of that information with me." As Julian restructured his line of questioning to prepare an alternate line of investigation, Bartlett checked for an update on Alex's condition and reviewed the operation's procedures. "I can share this with you, Julian," Bartlett sent. "While Meridian medical technology is adept at rendering injured humans unconscious for surgical operations or longer, if necessary, and reviving them, we've yet to conquer the process of waking those patients who fell into a coma due to a serious brain injury." "So you have nothing to add to the Rever's medical database on this issue, Bartlett?" "I reviewed your ship's database soon after we learned of Alex Racine's status, following his operations. There's nothing definitive that I can add." "You say nothing definitive. Why?" "It's a well-known fact in these cases that humans in a coma receive sounds and comms via their implants, which is passed to the subconscious. Medical scans indicate that the more the subconscious is stimulated on a continuous basis, the greater the probability that the conscious will be encouraged to come to the forefront, helping the patient wake." "My thanks for your information, Bartlett," Julian sent. Julian launched into an exhaustive search of his databases and that of the Rever for the appropriate material to entertain Alex's subconscious. Both ancient and modern vids and stories were enjoyed by many crew members, especially Renee and him, but they weren't Alex's preferences. In fact, Julian had noted that Alex only watched the vids in Renee's company. Julian's frustration built the more his investigation failed to produce results. Now it seemed like a simple selection of stimulating material was proving to be a disaster. With his emotional applications overriding much of his analytical thought processes, Julian had no alternative but to halt many algorithms driving his anxiousness. Calmly and logically, Julian reviewed his personal history with Alex from that fateful first day aboard the Rever. It wasn't that Julian saved every moment of contact time with Alex after the man jumped across vacuum to board the derelict liner, but Julian had a habit of keeping critical exchanges with Alex for future reference. However, over the years, as those conversations became irrelevant, he deleted most of them. It was while reviewing their 20 years together that Julian realized he had faithfully stored something precious to both of them, their mock image battles. Not only had Julian backed them up in the exchange's vault, but they were data that he carried with him, and their fanciful exchanges took up terabytes of his memory. Walking from the bridge to the medical suite, Julian started whistling a tune, and his favorite fedora appeared on his head. Crew, witnessing Julian's happy demeanor, quickly connected to the ship's controller, expecting to see good news about Alex's condition, only to be disappointed when they realized there was no change. Despite that, rumors circulated through the fleet that Julian appeared to be in fine spirits, and hope revived among humans and Sades. Julian settled into an unoccupied corner of the medical suite, locked his avatar in place, signaled he was unavailable except for emergencies, and ordered his memories. For his first transmission to Alex's implant, Julian chose simple images, but before he could start, there was a little operation to be performed first. Alex's implant was active since it was powered by his brain's heat. However, the comm app wasn't active. The only things that were recoverable from Alex's implant were his biodata. Those applications were purposely not security locked so that the data could be recovered in times of emergency. However, Julian was one of the few individuals who had access to Alex's security applications, and he used that data to defeat Alex's implant security protocols and open the comm applications. Now the paths to Alex's applications and data storage were open. The access level was so complete that Julian could wipe the twin implants clean, not that the thought occurred to him. Once Julian had access to Alex's implants, he sent a favorite image fight. It was simple, but one of their first, and Julian had enjoyed it immensely. He felt liberated that day, mentally sparring with a young captain whom he admired. But Julian wasn't satisfied with sending the image battles. He talked to Alex about their exchanges and how they made him feel. He commented on his favorites and why he prized them. He recalled the events that led to their creations, which were often moments of celebration for the two of them, for others, for the fleet, for the Celus-5, or for the Hurricanes. And Julian engaged Alex non-stop. People came and went from the suite: Pia, Renee, Teague, Ginny, medical specialists, and others. Some stayed for a little while to give comfort and check on Alex's conditions, and some sat with the unconscious man for hours. Everyone spared a glance for Julian, who seemed to be standing watch in the corner. Humans lamented that the Sade might be incapable of other actions until Alex woke, unaware of the extent of Julian's activities. There was nothing to tell humans or Sades any different. Julian was offline to all entities and controllers. Even the medical controller couldn't detect Julian's one-way transfer of data to Alex's implants embedded in his cerebrum. The hours passed for Julian, and his efforts were unflagging. Morning gave way to the afternoon. The afternoon gave way to the night. One day gave way to the next, then another, then another. Midday meal signaled via code in Julian's kernel. He'd turned off the chime to prevent the sound from interrupting him. The next mock fight on his extensive list came up, and Julian sent it. He was about to comment on it when he heard these halting thoughts. Last one. Favorite. Liked screams. You ran away. Strange costume. Welcome back, my friend, Julian sent, while blasting the news out to the fleet. Cordelia, you were right, Julian sent to his partner. We should have avatars who can cry tears of joy, especially at moments like this. The sounds of crew members yelling, clapping, stomping, and pounding on walls reached Julian, and immediately afterwards Renee, Teague, Ginny, Pia, and several medical specialists burst into the suite. Pia released the table's cover and checked Alex's vitals via the controller. "How do you feel, Alex?" she asked. "Tired. Bored," Alex replied weakly. "Bored? How could you be bored, my love?" Renee asked. "You would be too, if Julian was reliving your past and droning on and on and on," Alex said, coughing from a dry throat. Pia opened Alex's mouth and sprayed a mist to lubricate the passageway. Those in the medical suite turned to regard Julian. Alex lifted a hand to wave his fingers at his friend and smiled. Renee grabbed Alex's hand and kissed it, as Teague, tears running down his face, laid his hands on his father's shoulder. Alex discovered his implant security was wide open and quickly restored it. He sent a single message to Julian as the Sade quietly eased from the suite. "No human has a better friend." A smile lit Julian's face as he strolled down the ship's corridor. Sparkles of light cascaded from the top of his head in a half-sphere down to his shoulders, partially obscuring his face. It was an amazing light show for the crew. The queens, with their wasats and emissaries, waited out the days since Dacita was whisked away by his soma. Many queens urged an end to the Fisla. Their great concern was that they had been absent for too long from their nests. But Nislara was adamant that they continue to wait. "If Dacita dies, then you needn't worry about returning to your nests," she told them. "The lives of you and your soma might be short-lived." "Queen Nislara, you speak as if Dacita, who we saw receive 2 mortal wounds, might not be dead," Postnosa said. In the period since the shooting, the youngest queens, Postnosa, Sisya, and Homsaf, had emerged as the strongest supporters of Nislara's opinions. "I've been witness to many wonderful and strange things amid the company of the Heracans," Nislara said. "I've been on their ships, which wait above this world. I've met Sena leaders and heard their whistles translated into words. I've written on a map that floated in the air and could look far and near at our planet through a strange device. I've slept on a bed that moved under me to accommodate my body." Nislara shook her head in amazement at the memories of those events. "There are many things these Heracans are capable of that will surprise and stun you. It's my hope that Dacita will be saved, and if he lives, he'll expect to find us waiting for him." Chapter 24. Dacita's Return. The queens were fast approaching the maximum time that they could afford to be away from their nests. Nislara was even losing the support of the young queens, who were getting anxious to leave. One evening it was agreed that they would wait 2 more days, then declare the Fisla closed. The following dawn, Pusiro woke Nislara and whispered word of the descent of alien ships. Nislara had slept with the other queens in the well-stocked tents, which were erected on the first day of the Fisla. Every accommodation had been made to keep the queens, wasats, and emissary warriors comfortable while they waited. Nislara hissed to wake the queens in her tent, while Pusiro passed the word to the wasats, who woke their queens. Sleepy-eyed, the Dishnya leaders assembled in the early light, pulling robes and jackets close against the chill morning air. To the Dishnya's eyes, the Heracans' routine mirrored the Fisla's first day. The same number of ships landed in the same exact formation. As before, myriad figures spilled forth onto the plains, but, to their amazement, so did Dacita, who descended from the central ship. "People, I want the same calm approach we demonstrated on the first day," Alex sent to his immediate entourage. "That means, Xavier, your people need to take their hands off their weapons." Alex glanced to each side to ensure that his words were taken seriously. However, in deference to his security, Alex stopped about 10 meters short of the assembled queens and wasats, whose lips quivered in confusion. Nislara was the first to recover from her shock at the sight of Dacita, even though she'd stressed to the other queens that it was possible, but hoping wasn't always believing. When Dacita failed to approach the queens, it caused Nislara to hesitate. "But then why should you trust us, Dacita?" Nislara thought. Instead of waiting for Dacita to make the first move, Nislara walked slowly out to meet him. Her eyes glanced frequently to the 2 slender aliens who had been so quick to fell Chafwa and Fumas. They watched her with calm regard, but she was relieved that she couldn't detect animosity in their faces. "As if you know the gestures and subtleties of their odd faces," Nislara thought, berating herself. Alex watched Nislara's tentative steps as she approached, wondering what she was thinking and feeling. Her eyes showed concern, but whether for herself or him, he wasn't sure. Whatever Nislara was feeling, she had the courage to close the distance until she was within arm's reach. For Nislara, it was difficult to believe that she was looking at Dacita, having witnessed the great wounds inflicted by Chafwa and Fumas. She sniffed delicately. It was the same individual, not a spirit. Nislara tipped her head to the side to peer at Alex's scalp, and he turned his head so that she could examine the wound. The twins and security stiffened as Nislara leaned forward to eye and sniff at Alex's wound. Having witnessed the execution of the Fisla traitors, they were keenly aware of the deadliness of Dishnya in close quarters. Nislara regarded the shaved area of fur on Dosita's head. The wound lines appeared faded, something she would expect to see many days after the skin knitted together. She inhaled quickly, trying to detect a salve or ointment that would explain the quick healing, but her nose filled only with the scent of Dosita. As Nislara pulled away from him, Alex could see the amazement in the Queen's eyes. True to the man he was, he shrugged and gave Nislara a lopsided smile, teeth and all. To his surprise, Nislara's lips curled up and away, revealing incredibly vicious-looking rows of teeth, and she held her arms wide. Both sides, Dishnya and Heracans, were perplexed by Nislara's gesture, but Alex wasn't. So much of life was about decisions made in the mind, but they held little value to those around you unless consideration was given to the needs of the heart. And in this case, despite the absurdity of the idea, Alex knew what to do. He stepped forward and embraced Nislara. "Dosita lives," Nislara hissed into Alex's ear as her arms enfolded him. She'd been mentally prepared to accept the feel of a squishy body reflecting the pale alien skin. Instead, hard muscles of arms and chest encased her. Like grasping a boulder, Nislara thought, relieved not to feel her hands sink into soft flesh. "Your pardon, my love, for my earlier words," Renee sent to Alex. "You still have a way with females. It just takes a little longer with the alien ones." Nislara stepped back, and she worked to hide her embarrassment for her brash action, covering her teeth and returning to the amenities. She heard Dosita speak, and Willem translated his words. "Dosita thanks Nislara for her concern," Willem said, "and wishes to continue his discussion with the Fisla." Nislara stepped aside and gestured to Dosita. She held her head high and rose slightly on her long legs, enjoying the vindication of her faith in the Heracans' incredible technology. "And you, young ones who believed, will reap the benefit of your support," Nislara thought, as she eyed the incredulity in many of the older queens' eyes. When she stopped in front of the assembly, she said, "As I foretold, the Heracans are capable of much that we don't understand. Despite the death wounds Dosita received at the hands of those who would desecrate the Fisla, he lives." Homsaf, too young to have been taught the ways of the Fisla, could not contain her amazement. She tipped back her head and loosed a long, wavering howl at the sky. It was not an appropriate gesture for the Council of Queens, but it was an ancient call of celebration, born from the marrow of the Dishnya. And Homsaf's call was infectious. Others tentatively joined her, but the noise emboldened the rest. Soon queens, wasats, and emissary warriors sounded off to the sky. The howls were deafening in volume and eerily beautiful in harmony. Nislara regarded Alex, the lips of her muzzle wrinkling in humor. She wanted to join with her Dishnya in celebration, but held back, not knowing what Dosita would make of it. Instead, she replied in the manner of the Heracans and offered him a full display of her teeth. Alex didn't know which was more disconcerting, 100 howling aliens or one bearing savage rows of teeth at him in imitation of a human smile. "Alex, you'll note that the number of queens still stands at 34, despite the executions," Julian sent to Alex when the calling ceased. He circled a youthful face in an image he sent, and Alex noted it was the one who began the celebratory call. Nislara saw Alex regard Homsaf, and she issued a request for the young queen to step forward. "This is Homsaf, who has inherited from the perpetrator, Chafwa. A queen of Chafwa's age should have had an older heir. We learned from Homsaf that many annuals ago Chafwa rid herself of Homsaf's elder sibling when the female pressed for a passing of the robe. Homsaf is not yet of mating age. However, she's the only heir the Mawas Soma nest possesses. We request your understanding of this Chona replacement in the Fisla." "Dasata," Homsaf said, by way of greeting, and glanced at Nislara. The Fisla remained a great mystery to her, yet she was expected to participate in it as a queen, even after the traumatic event of dealing the death blow to her mother. If all this hadn't been enough to disturb a too young queen, now she stood in front of a resurrected Dasata, at a loss as to why she was beckoned forward. "Welcome to the Fisla, Queen Homsaf," Willem translated for Alex. "May your reign be long and bring peace and great honor to your Soma." Whatever Homsaf expected, it wasn't these words, and she dipped her head in acknowledgment. Emboldened by Dasata's statements, she took the opportunity to speak what was on her mind. "I'm pleased to see that Dasata was not slain by Chafa's treachery." "I'm pleased too," Alex said in his simple Dishnya, and both Nislara and Homsaf chuffed in humor. "We must return to the purpose of the Fisla," Alex said to Nislara, with Willem translating. "We must hurry, Dasata," Nislara said. "The time for returning is near." Alex furrowed his brows at Willem, thinking that he misunderstood Nislara's simple statement, but Willem wore a perturbed expression. So Alex and company waited while Willem and the Queen launched into a protracted conversation. Other queens drifted over to add their thoughts into how Nislara could explain the critical time that approached, and Willem linked the Hurricane Sades to support his analysis. "What have you got so far, Willem?" Alex asked over the comm. "First, the queens must return to their nests soon. This is an imperative and not to be challenged. It's the why of this which is too complex for my understanding." "Best guess, Willem." "How did I know you were going to ask that?" Willem replied. "Hold one, sir," he quickly added. "Julian, are you linked in?" Alex sent. "Yes, Alex. I believe this is a sociological matter. What I intuit is that a nest's queen is not an elected or won position. The queen of a single nest comes from an unbroken line of succession, and this is critical to the nest. Apparently, too long an absence of the queen from the Soma endangers the safety of the nest in some way." Willem, having heard Julian's explanation, sent his agreement to Alex. "So how much time do we have?" Alex asked Willem. "Today and tomorrow, sir. The queens must leave on the morning of the third day. Even so, those farthest away believe harm might have already been done to their nest by the time they complete the long trek back." Alex cleared his throat loudly, and silence fell over the discussion. "First, by dawn on the second morning from today, our ships will return the queens, their commanders, and their emissaries to their nests via our ships, even if the Fisla hasn't reached consensus." Alex's announcement was greeted with skepticism by the older queens, but the eyes of the younger ones glowed with excitement. "Dasata, some of us have nests that are fairly close," Homsaf said, and everyone knew what the young queen attempted to wrest from Alex. "Every queen who wishes to ride will be accommodated," Alex replied. Homsaf, hearing Willem rephrase Dasata's answer, nodded politely, but Alex saw the young queen's claws repeatedly dig into the soil and relax. "A teenager excited by the thought of riding an alien ship," Julian sent to Alex, noticing the same thing he did. "I hope her Soma welcomes her," Alex replied. "From what the queens are trying to help us understand, Alex, I would say the nest is desperate for her return." "If that's true, we need to ensure Nislara convinces every queen to ride. I don't want to be responsible for a single late return." Alex gestured the group toward the main tent. Space was made by rearranging pillows, and Wasats hurried to bring the pillows from the smaller tents where their queens had slept. Alex and Willem were offered seats on small pillows of their own. No queen or Wasat missed the two slender identical Hurricanes who stood closely behind Dasata and constantly scanned the Dishnya's faces. "Despite your swiftness, Dasata was severely injured," Nislara thought, looking at the twins. Are you now more protective, or do you seek revenge? As the hours passed, the queens lounging on their body pillows and Alex and Willem sitting on theirs, the framework of an agreement slowly took shape. The greatest obstacle to progress was the lack of proficiency with each other's language. Repeatedly, Alex and Willem knew they were struggling to understand the point. In contrast, the Dishnya queens easily comprehended Dasida's statements. His requests were simple. The Sena were to be left alone, and the nests were to stop their fighting. They agreed to both. It's what the queens wanted that the Herrikans continually misunderstood. Alex offered to build a complex so that the queens might have a permanent location at which to facilitate their council, the Fisla. But when Willem reworded Alex's suggestion, it elicited growls, and Alex didn't need a translation for that. The queen's reactions underscored the conjectures of Willem and Julian. The monarchs couldn't be separated from their soma for too long, much less permanently. What the Herrikans became convinced of over time was that an entire nest must be moved, queen and soma. 41 structures would need to be built, one to accommodate each Dishnya nest. "Speaking of nests, Willem," Alex said, "what about the 7 queens who didn't attend?" After Nislara replied, Willem said, "According to Nislara, their cooperation isn't expected to be a problem. The 7 will accede to the will of the 34, or they will not live." "Not exactly democratic," Alex murmured. "Alex, I dislike being the naysayer in these seemingly progressive circumstances," Julian said. "But this mission isn't supplied with the equipment or material to fabricate the facilities that you're discussing. We don't even know what to construct, doors or flyways, refreshers or not. Do we build fire pits for cooking or supply them with food stock tanks and dispensers? Then what happens when the stocks are emptied?" "Stop. You're giving me a headache." Alex glanced over his shoulder at his friend, who wore a stricken expression. "Sorry, Julian. Wrong thing to say. I meant it as a figure of speech. I have no repercussions from the injury." Alex watched and waited for Julian to nod his acceptance of the explanation before he replied. "Look, Julian, I know we're in over our head here. I'll need time to think through the next steps, but for now the first goal is to get the queens to accept a peace agreement." Nislara saw Dasida glance at one of his close companions, and he tentatively fingered the area of shaved fur on his head. So she called a break to the Fisla, allowing the Dishnya and Herrikans to enjoy a midday meal. Strangely, as Dasida and his soma trooped back to the central ship, a vast number of the Herrikans remained where they stood. Nessela's heat was fierce, but they seemed undisturbed by that. "Why does Willem not have a scent?" Postnosa asked Nislara, as the queens lay down to enjoy a small meal and sips of cool water. "That's still an alien mystery," Nislara replied. "The one who is the closest adviser to Dasita, the one who stood behind him this morning and is called Julian, doesn't have a scent either." "And gaze on those who stand in the field," Sisya said. "They stand as if they're staked upright." "And they endure Nessela's heat without a sip of water," Postnosa added. "Are they a lesser soma to the Herrikans?" Homsov asked. "When I was taken to the ship above," Nislara replied, "Dasita treated each of his soma equally. I don't know who the ones are who have no scent, but they're valued by Dasita." Nislara kept to herself the odd discussion she had with Pusiro just before the Herrikan captives were returned to their soma. Pusiro reported that although Willem had been careful to hide it, he neither ate nor drank nor eliminated waste during the entire time he was captive. "How is that possible?" Nislara had asked. "This is what Simlan and Hessan report, and they're convinced of its truth." "We won't speak of this to the other queens, Commander. The aliens are strange enough without the queens thinking that some things the aliens are capable of doing don't bear any resemblance to their soma's habits." As the Fisla reconvened, Nislara began with a question for Alex. Willem looked at Alex and displayed a calm, relaxed smile, but he sent, "Uh-oh." "Rather an imprecise statement for a Seid," Alex replied via implant. "Your pardon, Alex, but Nislaro wishes to know when and where Dasata and his Soma will build their nest structures." "Well, O Omniscient One, it appears the time that you thought you had to decide your next steps expired during midday meal. How fleeting time has become," Julian quipped. "This is getting to be more difficult than negotiating with the Confederation Council," Alex shot back. "Yes, peace is much more complicated. It's so much simpler to use our warships and win our way with military and technological power," Julian remarked dryly. The images he received from Alex, to which he didn't reply, made him smile. His friend was back. "Willem, stall," Alex sent. "Dasata hasn't decided that," Willem replied diplomatically, and much to his relief the Queens accepted that answer. Nislara made another statement, and several Queens chimed in. Willem smiled cordially again at Alex. "The Queens you heard speaking, sir, each wish you to know that you're welcome to build your personal structure at their nest's site. Apparently, your presence near them will ensure their nest's protection." "First, Willem, stop smiling like that when the questions get tough," Alex said, turning his own strained grimace on Willem. "It's creepy. Second, time is running short. We have the Queen's agreement to our requests. We need to conclude the Fistula with those things that temporarily satisfy the Queens. Let's focus on those." For the remainder of the day, the discussion went back and forth. Alex insisted on a greeting ceremony with the Sena. Nislara thought the others would object, but since many Queens had never met a live Sena, they were quick to agree. Alex committed to building 41 structures so that each nest could leave its tunnels and return to the light. In the minds of the Queens, they saw their Soma learning the ways of the Hurricanes and traveling between worlds, as the stories once said they'd done. While the subject of technology transfer was never specifically discussed, it was what the Queens believed was going to happen. As to where Dasata and his Soma would live on Sawamesa, the Queens never asked the question again. The following morning, one day earlier than the Queens agreed the Fistula must end, Hurricane travelers landed on the plains, and the crew and passengers waited inside for Nislara's signal that the Queens were ready for transport. The Hurricanes, through the ship's controllers, observed a Queen and her Wasat separate from everyone else. Emissaries fetched pails of water from Nislara's lookouts for their principals. The entire Dishnya assembly stripped and patiently wet-brushed their clothing, laying them out in the morning rays to dry. Next, the Wasat carefully washed his Queen from head to toe with a cloth and a fresh pail of water. Afterwards, the Wasat and his nest's warrior repeated the processes on each other. "It would appear that a Queen doesn't want her or her Soma's sense to be contaminated by that of the other nests," Julian remarked. "Perhaps that has something to do with what the Queens were explaining about their concerns for returning to their nests sooner than later," Willem added. "And it explains why they can't be housed together in facilities separate from their Soma," Renee finished. "The question is this: what happens to the Soma of a nest if they're left too long without the scent of a Queen?" Alex asked. "I thought I was supposed to be the one asking the tough questions in Tatia's absence," Julian said, pretending disappointment. "Do Saids slow as they get older?" Alex asked innocently. He received an image of him walking. The figure slowed to a crawl, froze in mid-step, and then morphed from young to middle-aged and on to elderly. Finally, the image cracked and crumbled to dust. Alex returned Julian's last image. An enormous pitcher of water poured over the dust pile, and the figure of Alex reconstituted itself, larger than life and quite heroic-looking. Wind ruffled his longer-than-usual hair in a romantic fashion, and stars twinkled behind him. "Must be special nanites in the water," Julian remarked with a smile, and Alex patted his friend's shoulder. Franz cued the hurricanes that he'd spotted Nislara's wave, and Alex and his compatriots headed for the hatch. The Dishnya were washed, dressed, and stood waiting. "If Dasata will allow it, the queens wish to be carried one at a time," Nislara requested of Alex. "This unique characteristic of the Dishnya's dependence on the scent of a queen should be studied," Willem sent enthusiastically to Alex. "One step at a time, Willem," Alex cautioned. "We have the time and will be pleased to accommodate the queen's request," Alex replied to Nislara. "There are 7 ships. Have the first 7 queens and their soma aboard separate ships." Willem supplied a translation, and Nislara chattered to the queens. She'd no sooner finished than Homsaf barked a command and loped across the open space, her soma eating up ground right behind her. The young queen's destination was the ship that she'd seen Dasata disembark. Nislara's lips wrinkled in humor. "Young or old, human or alien, it's amazing the similarities," Renee sent to Alex, and her laughter followed. "The ships will return shortly," Alex said to Nislara, and Willem pointed at Nessela and indicated a slight position change to indicate the amount of time before the ships could accommodate a second trip. Nislara nodded, and Willem hurried to catch up with Alex and the others, who were headed for their ships. Young Homsaf stood by the hatch, desperately hoping Dasata came her way. Her newly appointed Wasat whispered his advice into her ear, but Homsaf found it irritating. She didn't care if her actions were not those of a queen. In her mind, the Dishnya were about to diverge from their historic path, and she was determined to lead her soma in an entirely new direction, and Dasata was the link to that future. Homsaf's heart beat excitedly as Dasata walked her way and gestured for her to enter the ship. She clambered up the steps and stopped in her tracks, her Wasat bumping into her from behind. The rows of chairs were a great disappointment. While she didn't know what to expect, she hoped for something more exciting than this. Her Wasat whispered she must move, and Homsaf walked along the aisle to the front, passing into a small chamber. 2 aliens with heads of metallic bubbles turned her way, and a single huge dark eye in each bubble stared back at her. Homsaf hissed in surprise and leapt backward into the arms of her Wasat. Homsaf's Wasat pulled her backward and took a seat in one of the chairs. Their emissary warrior sat across from him, and the commander spread his legs so that Homsaf could sit on his thighs, allowing her tail to fall comfortably between them. The young queen had considered speaking with Dasata, but that desire had fled. Instead, her mind swirled with the images of the strange creatures who sat at the front of the ship. Lights dimmed, nothing happened, and soon the lights brightened. Dasata walked to the small chamber's entrance, standing not far from her, and one of the bubble-headed creatures emerged to stand beside him. Homsaf would have jumped up, prepared to defend herself, but her Wasat held her firmly. The strange entity grabbed his head with both hands and sought to pull it free of his body. Homsaf felt her head grow light, and the morning's meal churned in her belly. Suddenly a hurricane stood before her, holding the shiny bubble in his hand. Homsaf struggled to rise, and her Wasat released her. The hurricane extended the object to Homsaf, who examined it inside and out. It appeared to be a shell, like that of an empty gourd. Dasata began speaking, and Willem explained in Dishnya. What Homsaf understood was that hurricane ships could see. How this was possible, since there were no views to the outside, couldn't have been more confusing for Homsaf, although Willem stressed it was the ship that saw for the pilot. And she did comprehend that somehow the ship spoke to the pilot through the bubble he wore over his head. But in the end, Homsaf wasn't interested in the technical explanations. The hurricanes possessed power that Homsaf wanted for her soma. A pledge formed in the mind of the young queen. Her nest would follow Dasata. When the bubble was again in the hands of the one Willem called the pilot, Homsaf followed Dasata down the aisle to the ship's doorway, and he and some of his soma exited before her. A poor beginning for me and my soma, Homsaf thought. if Dacita refuses to carry a young queen for a foolish reaction. Homsaf's muzzle hung low as the doorway opened, and the light of Nessala flooded into the ship. She was still looking down, embarrassed to face the queens, when she heard the hiss of her wasat behind her, and her head jerked up. A quick scan on the plains by Homsaf revealed there were no queens and no tents. A lookout's port opened, and 3 warriors flooded out, clutching their weapons. Homsaf was pleased to see her Soma, and would have run to be welcomed by them, but her wasat's sharp barks of command checked her, as it did the warriors, who skidded to a stop and laid down their weapons. Homsaf turned to Dacita and dipped her head, keeping it lowered in respect and apology. She heard Willem's words from the Hurricane leader. "Long life to you, and may you lead your Soma well." Homsaf nodded, and with her wasat and emissary warrior in tow, she walked in what she considered was a queen's dignified manner to meet her warriors, thinking that learning the aliens' ways would be more challenging than she could imagine. Yet the prospect of the journey thrilled her to the marrow, and made her feel more alive than she could remember. Julian, Renee, and Willem started to board the traveler, but they hesitated because Alex remained fixed on Homsaf. "A problem, my love?" Renee asked. "Watch," Alex replied. When Homsaf drew near to her warriors, the Hurricanes could hear their whimpers. The queen held out her hands to them, palms down, and muzzles drew deep breaths from the scent of her hands. The wasat barked a command, and the warriors grabbed their weapons, yipping in excitement, and escorted Homsaf below. "This phenomenon must be studied," Willem commented again. Alex turned around and gave Willem his own version of a Dishnya smile, a lupine grin. "The only thing that would make that expression more fearsome would be sharp teeth," Julian commented. "I don't know about Willem, but I can't wait to hear this one," Renee added. "It's this, Willem. Suppose you study this interdependence between the Soma and a queen with an eye to solving the challenges of Dishnya crewing Hurricane ships in the future." "Oh, that's a good one," Renee said, laughing, and touching a momentarily stunned Willem, as Alex, Julian, and she climbed aboard. Willem hastily reordered his research priorities to accommodate Alex's request. The process created numerous ancillary streams of thought, and he came out of his fugue to find he stood alone on the plains. "You coming or staying, brother?" Julian sent, and Willem hurried to board. Chapter 25. Peace Negotiations. The delivery of the queens and Soma to their nests went without incidents, and that freed Alex to plan the next step in the peacemaking process. Alex recalled Teague and Ginny to the Rever, since Pia insisted on him spending a minimal amount of time away from a medical controller and her. As she phrased it, "I'm not about to have you die on me from some post-op complication just because you were too long out of my sight." Resting in his cabin, Alex's app detected the approach of his 2 guests, and he signaled the door open. His own greeting was interrupted when Renee stepped from the sleeping quarters, uttered a cry of surprise, and ran to hug her son and Ginny. Belatedly, Alex managed to get a hug from each of them. He sat down and waited while the 3 of them chatted for a bit. "I imagine you're here at Alex's invitation," Renee said as the conversation wound down. "Then we'd better let him get a word in edgewise." She smiled at her partner when she delivered her last line and curled up next to him on the couch. Deliberately, she sat on Alex's injured side. In some respects, she sought to protect that area, although the red, raw lines from the surgery were disappearing, the medical nanites doing their job. But in other ways, she wanted Alex to feel that she wasn't frightened by his injury, although that was far from the truth. "Tomorrow morning, the 2 of you are taking a traveler with our Sui and security planetside. Franz will set the mission shuttle down on the shore where our foursome hid out. Based on Wave Skimmer's word, a member of his hive should be offshore, waiting for your signal." "What do we tell him, Dad?" Teague asked. "That you want a meeting 2 days from that time." "What's our purpose, Dacita?" Ginny asked. She held back her grin when Alex narrowed an eye at her. "What?" she piped up. "I like the word and what it means, and besides, everybody's using it." "Everybody isn't using it," Alex strenuously objected, but when he glanced at Renee, his partner deliberately looked away. "Everyone?" he asked dubiously. "Well, maybe not everyone, Dad," Teague said, trying to mollify his father. "The Sui still refer to you as Star Hunter first." Teague's meager efforts might have had more effect if Renee hadn't burst out laughing, and Ginny giggled. "Enough. Back to business," Alex said. "We're inviting the Sui firsts to a greeting ceremony with the Queens or Land Hunter leaders, as the local people call them." "You can't be serious, Dad," Teague vehemently objected. "Why should the firsts participate in a greeting ceremony with the Queens?" In the quiet that followed Teague's outburst, Ginny said quietly, "Because Little Singer will ask, if not demand it of them." Teague stared in confusion at Ginny. Alex could see the shifting emotions in his son's face, and readied himself as Teague's confusion turned to anger. "So that's the reason why we're here. You don't even need me, you just need Ginny," Teague accused, standing and pointing a finger at his father. Renee would have taken Teague to task, but Alex signaled her to wait. "I think you have your priorities confused, Teague," Alex said quietly. "I require Ginny's help to secure peace for this planet's Sui, and she's willing to help me do that. The question is this: are you willing to support her?" Teague was taken aback by his father's words. Since he'd first met Ginny, he'd led and she followed. It didn't occur to him that in the past few days their roles had reversed. "Are you okay with this?" Teague asked Ginny, hoping she'd support his indignation over his father's plan. "I'm wondering why you're not," Ginny retorted. "I think you two may have things that you need to discuss. Privately," Alex interrupted. "Right now, I wish to know if my request will be honored." "I will deliver the message," Ginny said solemnly. "How do I phrase it to whichever individual meets with us?" "The Celus-5 people wish peace, an end to the hunting of their hives. This greeting ceremony is how the little singer says that must happen." Ginny rose and addressed Alex in a formal fashion. "Understood, Dacita." When Teague turned toward the door with a sullen expression on his face, Ginny stood in his way. "Don't you have something to say?" she asked. When Teague stared at her, at a loss for what she meant, she said, "I'll wait while you apologize to your father." That Ginny was right didn't make Teague feel any better about it. His mind was swirling with the strange transformation in their relationship that he just recognized was taking place, when in reality it had begun years ago. Teague did manage to mumble an apology of sorts. "We'll have to work on that," Ginny said brightly to Alex and Renee, and hooked Teague's arm to lead the way out of the cabin. Renee waited for the door to close and the two young people to walk out of earshot before she burst out in laughter, clapping her hands. "Oh, I've been waiting for this day," she said, jumping up and dancing around the room. Alex grinned, watching Renee enjoying herself immensely. "And I'd hoped it would be Ginny," Renee said breathlessly as she plopped back down beside Alex. "Finally, a young woman has grabbed our opinionated son by the ears and given that hard head a fierce shaking." "Personally," Alex said, staring at the door Teague exited and working to keep a straight face, "I'm feeling a little sorry for the boy. Strong-willed women can be overbearing." "You didn't just say that," Renee said, rising to her knees. She thought to strike Alex in the shoulder, but remembered his recent wound. "You're fortunate that you're hurt, my foolish partner. Otherwise, I'd give you a lesson you wouldn't soon forget." Alex grinned at his love. He reached over, picked her up by her hips, and set her across his lap. "If you believe you have the skills to correct my wicked tongue, you should try," he said, and kissed her until she forgot about his injuries. During the return trip to the Sojourn, all was quiet in the travelers' main salon. Franz had flown Teague and Ginny over to the Rever, picked up Svetlana for the trip planetside tomorrow, and was transporting the youngsters back to the mission ship. Orly was none too pleased at being replaced again as the premier pilot of the mission shuttle for the meeting with the Celus-5 people, but knowing who would be aboard tomorrow mollified his frustration. Besides, Orly thought, knowing the young people would be speaking with one of the formidable Suis-Suis, I don't want to be the one to bring Teague home injured, or worse, dead. "Real quiet back there," Franz remarked privately to Svetlana over the comm. "Lover's argument," Svetlana replied laconically. When Franz rotated his helmet her way, even though he couldn't see her eyes, Svetlana added, "There can be love before there's sex." "Any idea what the argument is about, and if it's going to affect our morning trip?" Franz asked. "Hard to say. Eventually it'll be over, and it'll end the same way." "And how will it end?" "He'll be angry, she'll be upset. He'll make demands, she won't agree. He'll give in, she'll forgive him." Franz was quiet while he digested Svetlana's words. He thought about his last argument with Reiko, his partner, and was a little surprised to discover an eerie similarity. "But it's not always that way," Franz finally objected. "It usually is if the two people love each other," Svetlana replied. "How about you, Svetlana? Ever been in love?" Franz waited, but he never received a reply. Svetlana kept her silence. No one Franz knew had discovered Svetlana's history prior to her landing on the Libran Independence colony. Svetlana would eventually be proven correct about Teague and Ginny, just not for a while. After exiting Franz's traveler, Ginny hurried to the Suis-Sui's quarters. The foursome climbed out of the circulating tank to greet her. The medical specialists had pronounced them fully rejuvenated after their long period of deprivation. "We're going planetside tomorrow," Ginny told them. "The Star Hunter first has a proposal for the people of Celus-5. "Alex Racine will protect the hives," Bobzalot rejoiced, his whistles sounding off the walls of the chamber. "But only if they accept the proposal," Teague commented, leaning back against a food dispensary. 16 eye-stalks turned to regard Teague's sullen manner. "What must the hive firsts do to achieve a peace?" Whistles keenly asked. "The firsts must meet the land hunter leaders, who are called queens, in a greeting ceremony," Ginny replied. She'd tried to make it sound simple and positive, the way Alex stated it, but the immediate drooping of eye-stalks told her that she wasn't successful. "Why would the firsts trust the land hunters?" Swift-Claws whistled. "That's what I asked," Teague replied defiantly. Ginny shot him a hostile look, which Teague returned. "Haven't our brief encounters with the land hunters shown them to be dangerous and untrustworthy?" Sandflipper asked. "The four of you have missed a great many events while you were recuperating," Ginny whistled. She spent the next hour bringing the Suis-Sui up to date. "I'm relieved that Waveskimmer refused Nislara's offer of sacrifice," Whistles keenly said. "Otherwise it would have shown that the people on this planet had deviated from the teachings of the past." "I think every Hurricane would have been shocked if Nislara was sacrificed," Ginny whistled. "Tomorrow it's our job to convince whoever is monitoring the shore to take a message of hope to the hives, and we must not fail." Ginny hoped to galvanize the Suis-Sui, or at least to impart a sense of the possibilities. Instead, she saw eye-stalks retracted halfway, and most of them were pointed Teague's way. He'd said little, but his body language, which the Suis-Sui could read as well as any, said too much. After morning meal, Ginny grabbed a small pack and hurried to the Sojourn's landing bay. She hustled through the airlock and clambered aboard the mission shuttle. Her implant count revealed the 2 pilots, the twins, security, and the 4 Suis-Sui. "We can lift off and proceed planetside, Commander," Ginny sent to Franz, dropping into a seat, a dejected expression on her face. Franz picked up his helmet, but before donning it, he eyed Svetlana. "I didn't say if their tiff would be over by this morning," Svetlana shot back, and pulled her helmet on. Teague watched from the airlock as the bay opened to vacuum and Franz lifted the traveler off the deck. Captain Azastow informed him before morning meal that he wouldn't be accompanying Ginny planetside. "This is my father's doing," Teague had replied hotly. "I believe you meant to say, 'Is this my father's doing, Captain?'" Asu replied, his eyes boring into those of his journey crew member. It took a moment for Teague to rein in his temper. Ever since his father had arrived, he seemed to have lost his way. Nothing was going right. It wasn't that he could blame his father for the unfortunate circumstances of the mission, but why did it require Dad to come here and untangle the mess? Teague thought with frustration. "To answer your question, sir, not that as captain I'm required to respond to your poorly phrased request, but your father didn't have anything to do with you being removed from the planetside trip this morning. Journey crew member Ginny requested that you be left behind. As she stated it to me, you would prove disruptive to the mission that she was carrying out for Dasida." So Teague found himself staring through the airlock's plex shield as the traveler carrying his human and Sui friends left him behind. Tears blurred his vision, but after the bay doors closed, he was careful to wipe them away and dry his eyes before he left the airlock. The survey shuttle's primary access was through the rear, and the narrow, steep beach placed restrictions on how the traveler could set down. Franz chose to place the ship 90 degrees to the shore. The bow was meters out in the waters, hopefully allowing sufficient room for the ramp to drop and clear the embankment. "That was my first wet landing," Franz remarked with a grin. Svetlana broke out in a hearty laugh, but refused to take the bait. Instead, she exited the pilot's cabin, slapping Franz slightly on the shoulder as she passed. Her job was to ensure the rear ramp would clear the steep cut behind the ship. She cracked the ramp about 15 degrees, looked through the opening, and determined the hatch had sufficient space to drop. Then she stood by the open sampling doors for the ready signal. Security and the crew were eyeing Ginny, who announced firmly, "It'll just be the 4 Sui and me out there. We don't want to scare off whoever is on lookout." She glanced at the twins to see how they were reacting. Unfortunately, the creche mates were gently shaking their heads in the negative. "Then how about just one of you?" Ginny asked, gesturing at Etienne and Alain. Met with another dismissal, she eyed Captain Escobar for help. "We'll all be out there," Xavier said. "I'm supposed to be in charge of this mission," Ginny objected. "Is that what Serre said?" Etienne asked. "He made me responsible for delivering a critical message to the Celus-5 Sui, Ginny pointed out. "And that is your mission objective, Serre," Alain said politely. "Just as it's our duty to keep everyone, including you and our Sui, safe." "We'll try not to interfere with what you have to accomplish, Ginny," Bethany said, "but your safety comes first." Svetlana eyed the group. "I take it that, despite the contention, an agreement has been reached?" she asked tartly. When she received assurances, especially Ginny's nod, she lowered the ramp. Ginny whistled to the Sui, and security stepped aside to let the foursome scuttle past. The moment the foursome hit the sand, they loosed tweets and whistles and raced toward the breaking waves. Ginny's signal to halt brought them up short. With security spreading out behind her, Ginny decided to take a page from Dasida's playbook. Alex was a master at accomplishing things by making up the rules as he went along. While it frustrated many people who sought to protect him, it also enabled him to succeed when events were considered to be unachievable. As Ginny closed on the water's edge, she hurriedly stripped out of her uniform, whistled shrilly to her 4 companions, and dove naked into the first wave. Sandflipper and Swiftclaws were closest to Little Singer and heeded her call for transport. They shot into the wave just behind her, striking out with their legs and powerful tails. Coming up under her, they felt Little Singer grasp the front of their carapaces, and they pushed up until her head cleared the waters. As Ginny broke the surface, Her next whistle sent the Sui-Sui stroking for the shelf and deep water. "Do you believe the madman's essence might be catching?" Alain sent to his twin, watching the flashing white form of their principal, whom they were supposed to be guarding, disappearing out to sea. "Oh, yes, look at us," Etienne replied. He glanced over at his creche-mate, who was slowly nodding his head in agreement. Dive Steep floated at the edge of the shelf where the shallow's blue-green waters fell off into the deep's dark blue. He'd just consumed a small meal and was content to watch the shore for a while longer before he needed to search for more sustenance. When the ship dropped into view, Dive Steep's curiosity was piqued. He watched with interest as the vessel landed on shore and the visitors flooded onto the sand. But his eye stalks extended to their fullest when Little Singer and the 4 small Sui-Sui raced toward the waters, and she called for her companions to make for the deep. With a kick of his massive tail, Dive Steep launched toward the approaching figure of Little Singer. Ginny didn't have to signal her Sui-Sui to stop. The looming dark carapace of the large male managed that all by itself. She whistled a greeting and recognized Dive Steep by his response. Using her Sui-Sui's carapaces for support, Ginny levered herself up in an attempt to appear more impressive, but Dive Steep with his enormous claws dwarfed her. "I bring a message from the Star Hunter First for Wave Skimmer," Ginny whistled. Dive Steep listens. "When the day brightens twice more, the Star Hunter First wishes the People's Firsts to assemble here on shore. The hives will have the peace they've asked him to deliver. Wave Skimmer will want to know how the Star Hunter First will protect the people. This will be done by a greeting ceremony. With the Star Hunter First? No, with the Land Hunter leaders." Dive Steep lowered himself into the water so that his eyes could closely observe the Little Singer. An aspect of singers was that they spoke the truth in all things. "Why should this be?" Dive Steep whistled. "It is how the Star Hunter First will bring peace to the hives," Ginny replied. There was a pause before she added, "It's what I wish the Firsts to do if the hives wish to hear me." Little Singer did not say this before she made her offer to us. "I'm saying it now," Ginny whistled stubbornly. "Tell Wave Skimmer that this is important, and this is how truces are made." "I will deliver the message, Little Singer," Dive Steep replied. "Now you must return to the shore. These endless waters aren't the same as on your world. The hunters who roam these dark waters will take the likes of you and your companions in jaws that would consume you in quick bites." "We've seen one of the hunters, Little Singer," Bobsalot whistled. "Dive Steep tells the truth. Our people could never swim in this planet's endless waters." Ginny whistled a farewell to Dive Steep and signaled her companions to return to shore. As they rode the breaking waves, Ginny eyed those waiting on the sand for her. "This is going to be fun," she thought, unhappy at facing her minders and explaining why she'd deserted them. But what truly gave her concern was the discussion she would have with Alex. Chapter 26. To Meet or Not. At Ginny's request, Alex met alone with her. He'd already received the reports of her actions at the beach from the twins and Xavier. While he was none too pleased at Ginny leaving her protection standing on the shore, he understood her passionate commitment to the Celus-5 people. "Tacita," Ginny said, taking a seat at the table in Alex's stateroom aboard the Reaver. Alex could see that Ginny, despite her youth and her obvious nervousness, wanted an air of formality to their meeting. "Report," he replied, noticing his terse command eased some of the tension in Ginny's shoulders. "I met with Dive Steep and told him of the greeting ceremony with the land hunters. I stressed that both you and I wanted the meeting to take place." "How did he take it?" "Not well," Ginny said, and much of her body posture seemed to melt. "I think I failed." "Well, Dive Steep seems the more pessimistic sort within Wave Skimmer's hive. There's still hope." "What have I done?" Ginny said, tears welling in her eyes. I promised I would sing for them every evening." "It was a rash thing to do," Alex agreed quietly. "But if the Celus-5 don't make peace with the Dishnya, our people can't stay here and protect them forever. Sooner or later our ships will have to leave. Then how am I supposed to survive here by myself?" "Those are things that we have to think of before we make promises. There's always the option of leaving with us." "And break my promise?" Ginny declared, some of her fire returning. Alex smiled a little as he said, "It was just a suggestion, Ginny. Besides, you're presuming I'd leave the peace process unfinished. Just because the firsts might not show up in 2 days doesn't mean they won't eventually agree to a greeting ceremony." "So you would stay until the Dishnya and Celus-5 agreed to a truce, and then leave?" Ginny asked, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. Alex considered that Ginny had suffered enough for her ill-considered promise. "There's no way we would leave Celus-5 without you, Ginny, and I would never ask you to go back on your word. We'll find a way to settle this. That I promise." Ginny jumped up and threw her arms around Alex's chest as he stood up to meet her. She sobbed quietly, the anxiety she'd harbored flooding out of her. When she let go of Alex, she tentatively brushed at the tear stains that streaked his coat. "Thank you, sir," she added, and raced out of the cabin. The door to the sleeping quarters opened, and Renee joined Alex. She'd been party to the conversation via Alex's implant. "I'm beginning to see Julian's point about the complexity of this planet's problems." "And you think they'll be too great to solve?" Alex asked. Renee gave Alex a noncommittal as she settled on the couch. Alex stared at the door through which Ginny exited and thought with a smile, "Easy enough. The bigger the problem, the greater the solution required." "Alex, you're requested in the lab as soon as you're able," Mickey sent with urgency. "Trouble?" Alex sent as he exited the bridge and hurried to the lab, where Mickey, Claude, and Emil had set up their myriad projects. "Negative. This is enormous news." Alex's rapid stride downshifted to a stroll, a grin breaking across his face at the thought of some good news. When he entered the lab, everyone, Mickey, Claude, Edmus, Jodlin, engineers and techs, was beaming, but no one looked happier than Emil Billings, who looked ready to jump out of his skin in ecstasy. "I'm all eyes, ears, and implants," Alex said, basking in the room's celebratory energy and looking at Mickey. "This is Emil's show," Mickey said, waving a hand toward the biochemist. "Yes, well," Emil said, clapping his hands. "Edmus, if you will." Edmus hurried over to a small Plex container, which held a Celus-5 shell fragment connected to sensors. Edmus activated a controller, and a harmonic issued from its speakers. "That, my dear sir, is the fundamental sound of a piece of Celus-5 spit, as Mickey calls it, which the matrons replicate to form a traveler shell." Emil held up his hands to interrupt Alex, who drew breath to respond. "Admittedly, none of this is news to you, sir. I'm stating the obvious so that you understand that the piece of material Edmus just tested is a true piece of shell, which we're using as our control." Emil hustled over to a large Plex container, which housed several items. "If you would come close, sir," Emil requested. "In here we have a substrate layer of nanites. Above it is a sprayer with our invented mixture. The harmonic that Edmus generated from our control piece was fed into this controller," Emil said, patting another device like it was his child. "Now observe." The sprayer moved quickly, depositing a layer of gray substance over the nanite's substrate. As it did, an ugly tone pulsed out of the controller, which Emil attenuated. The sprayer kept sweeping across the substrate, building a thicker and thicker layer. As it did, Mickey brought up the controller's output volume. Gone was the dissonant sound, replaced by a single tone. The sprayer kept at it, and the tone shifted to a more complex harmonic. Alex, who had been leaning against a bench, straightened up and approached the Plex container. He looked questioningly at Emil, whose grin was big enough to split his face. When Alex glanced at Mickey, the engineer nodded in agreement at his suspicions. A final harmonic issued from the controller just as the sprayer halted. Alex compared the second sound to the control tone recorded in his implant. His wave analysis app declared the two harmonics to be identical. "Wait, sir," Jodlin said, hooking an arm in Alex's to prevent him from missing the final step. "It gets better. Watch." Alex smiled briefly at Jodlin, Edmus's rescued orphan girl, who appeared as far from that lost waif as you could possibly get. He focused his attention on the sprayed material as its glossy sheen disappeared and then slowly changed from a flat gray to a smear of color. The single tone of color separated into blue, green, and cream streams, which wandered across the material until they were fixed in place. When Alex started to speak, Emil held up a single finger, requesting more patience. It wasn't long to wait before a fine dust fell from the bottom of the sprayed material. "The original nanites substrate," Alex guessed, and Emil nodded enthusiastically. "So you and this team have reproduced the Celus-5's method of layering up a shell?" Alex asked, to confirm what he'd witnessed. "Yes!" Mickey shouted, and the room erupted in a chaos of cheers and celebration. Alex was focused on Emil, who couldn't have been more content with the room's recognition. "Congratulations, all of you, and most of all, to you, Emil," Alex said, shaking the biochemist's hand. "Do you see any challenges to scaling this up to provide a shell for a ship?" Emil looked at Mickey, who nodded toward Edmus. "With Mickey's help, I've already worked up the schematics for the construction process," Edmus replied. "We'll need complete isolation, so it would be ideal to build this at an orbital platform where we can use vacuum to keep the spray chamber clear." "What's your time estimate for laying up a traveler?" Alex asked. "Okay, who wins?" Jodlin asked. "I do," Mickey said, smiling at Alex. "Just won a nice bet, sir, thanks to you jumping forward so quickly to the practicalities of our invention." "Glad to be of help, Mickey. And the answer to my question?" "Once we have the ship's girds assembled, the internal equipment installed, and the nanites substrate in place, we can lay up the shell in about 3 days," Edmus said, grinning. 3 days, Alex repeated, shaking his head. Emil's invention was transforming. Only the Hurricanes, with the help of their Celus-5, could produce grav-driven ships with the people's incredible shells. Now anyone who possessed this technology could do it. Alex was aware that everyone in the room was ready to celebrate, but his mind was busy considering the opportunities. "Take a breath, people," Mickey sent to the room's occupants, except for Alex. "Judging by our leader's face, I think we just skipped past the celebratory stage and have entered the realm of possible new futures." Alex came out of his musing. This time he regarded Emil with a serious expression. "You'll be an extremely wealthy man, Emil." "That all depends," Emil said, returning Alex's determined look with one of his own. "Whether you start a company on Hurricane or license the tech, either way, you're going to make a fortune," Alex replied. Billings grinned at Mickey, whose grin was even wider. "This is for whatever you want to do with it, Alex," Emil said, laughing at the secret the room held back. Alex glanced around the room in confusion. The laughter was loud, and people were clapping their hands in glee at Alex's look of surprise. "Sir, the Hurricanes rescued my family and me when my future on New Terra looked hopeless," Emil explained. "As far as we're concerned, you're owed everything, and there isn't a person in this lab who doesn't owe you for the new lives that you've given us, although Mickey might have only been saved from a life of boredom." Mickey chuckled and nodded his head in agreement. "This was a group discussion," Emil added. "We thought of gifting this invention to the Assembly, knowing it was a world-changer, but one of us suggested that we talk to others for some advice." Emil glanced toward Jodlin, who had wandered next to Edmus and was leaning against his arm. The advice of Renee, Julian, Z, and many others was that this invention was best placed in your hands, Alex. You, better than anyone, would know what to do with it. "Congratulations, Alex," Mickey said, slapping him on the shoulder with a resounding boom. "You're the proud possessor of the capability to construct artificial Celus-5 shells in mere days, without the involvement of a single matron." Alex stood dumbfounded as first Emile and then every individual in the room shook his hand and wished him success with the invention's future. "Of course, Alex, you'll need the expertise of those here to scale up your new discovery into practical solutions, and will require some piece of the new enterprise," Mickey said, grinning, as Alex turned to leave. "Of course you will," Alex replied good-naturedly, his mind whirling with the incredibility of what had transpired. Alex walked in a fog to his cabin. He did have the presence of mind to send a quick message to Mickey and Emile, requesting they and their teams keep the invention a secret for now, and they agreed. Entering the salon, Alex sat heavily on the couch, lost in thought. Within moments, Renee flew through the cabin's door. "Did you get your present?" she asked gaily, but stopped in her tracks when she saw Alex's face. She snuggled next to him on the couch. "Didn't you like your present?" she asked. "I'm not sure," Alex replied quietly. "The implications of this invention are enormous. Harricans have held the upper hand economically and militarily because only we could manufacture travelers and sting ships. It was our choice to sell the travelers as shuttles and limit the sale of fighters and warships. What happens if and when this tech ends up in the hands of societies that have no desire to live in peace with their neighbors?" "Why do you think they handed their invention over to you, Alex?" Renee said, gently slapping his shoulder. "They know the incredible power of their creation, and it frightens them. That's why they asked for advice, and your people couldn't think of anyone better to shoulder the responsibility than you." Renee jumped off the couch, striding toward the sleeping quarters. "Didn't I tell you?" "Tell me what?" Alex asked, with little attention for Renee's question. "That the universe was waiting for you. First this planet, and now Emile's discovery. How loud does it have to shout before you listen?" Renee watched Alex return to his musings, and she took off a boot and threw it at him, the soft material striking him on the chest. When Alex looked up, she said, "If you're going to be inattentive, you can at least do so in the refresher, scrubbing my back." Renee gave him a bright smile and headed into the sleeping quarters. As Alex climbed off the couch and followed Renee, Z calmed Julian. "Does he know?" "Yes," Julian replied. "He's asked the inventors to keep it quiet." "I'll inform the Sades to do so too," Z replied. "How's he taking the announcement?" "Not well, according to Renee," Julian replied. "I wonder if it wouldn't have been better if Emile had been unsuccessful in his endeavors." "For the briefest tick of time, I considered the Sades the better arbitrators to determine the use of this new technology," Z sent. "We could envision many more potential futures than humans could ever imagine. But then I wondered what we would use for a guide to feel our way through the choices. In the end, I made a decision which was illuminating at its core, and it was something I thought to never admit about humans. Better Alex carry this than us." "On that, my brother, we're in complete agreement," Julian replied. The day after Ginny's meeting with Dives Deep, Alex boarded a traveler for a trip planetside. He took a minimal entourage, intending to discuss with Nislara how best to entice the queens to the Celus-5 greeting ceremony. Franz floated the traveler 20 meters above the ground, while his passengers chatted. It gave the Tawas Soma lookouts time to notify Nislara, and for her to respond. When Alex picked up on 2 warriors emerging from a familiar tunnel location, he signaled Franz to land. The twins and Xavier were happy to see that the lookouts weren't carrying any visible weapons, but disappointed that Alex was quick out of the hatch, leaving his Sades and security to catch up. "What part of caution does our madman not understand?" Alain sent to his creche mate, as he leapt lightly to the ground, foregoing the hatch steps, and ran after Alex. "Possibly he believes only one misfortune will befall him per planet, and he's had his brush with death," Etienne retorted, catching up to Alex at a sprint. The lookouts propped the tunnel's hatch open for Nislara and Pusiro, who bounded out and loped across the intervening distance with ease. Much to security's concern, warriors from several other tunnels poured out onto the plains and came running with their ground-eating stride. "Relax, people," Alex sent to his company as the crowd of aliens rushed at them. "You'll have to instruct me later as to exactly how you expect us to accomplish that," Xavier shot back, easing his hand away from his stun gun with a great deal of willpower. Nislara skidded to a stop in front of Alex and dipped her head. "Dacita, Phelim, Julian," she said, greeting the three primary Herricans. "Nislara, I wish to discuss how best to gather the queens and meet with the leaders of the Sina hives to declare a truce," Alex said. The queen and her wasat listened patiently to the entire translation, having to ask Willem several questions of their own before they caught the gist of Dacita's message. When they did, both of them hissed, and Nislara's warriors unconsciously bent their knees in a defensive crouch at their queen's reaction. "Explain," said Alex, which Willem translated for Nislara as, "Dacita sees the queen's displeasure and asks the reason for it." Nislara responded through Willem with, "The queens took bold steps to meet in the Fisla, and the judgment was rendered on a queen and her Soma for their treachery. These events are unknown in the many annuals since the nests first broke apart after landing." "The meeting with the Sina is important for this world," Alex replied. Nislara spent a good amount of time speaking with Willem, and Alex caught the names of several queens, but not much else. "Nislara understands the meeting is important to Dacita," Willem said. "She recently spoke with Sisya and Homsaf. Prior to their discussion, Sisya spoke with two other queens who border her nest. Nislara says that the mood of the queens is that they wait for Dacita." "Wait for what, Willem?" Alex asked. "They wait for proof of Dacita's words," Willem replied, "which I take to understand means our construction of buildings for the nests so they can live above ground. Nislara also speaks of the Dishnya being elevated to their rightful place." "The first part I get. What's the last part?" Alex asked. "My guess is that the queens expect to share in our technology, so they won't remain mired in their simplistic tech," Willem replied. "Looks like the Dishnya half of the greeting ceremony is off," Alex said quietly. Nislara watched Dacita with expectation. She had great hopes for a liaison with the Herricans, but their leader seemed unsatisfied by her pronouncements. Yet to see evidence of his words was, in her mind, a fair trade for the queen's willingness to end their strife. "What now, Alex?" Julian sent. "Good question, my friend. I'm not sure," Alex replied. As the silence continued, Nislara glanced at Pusiro, who tapped his temple with a hard nail, indicating the Herricans were talking with their minds. This gave Nislara cause for concern. Something was amiss, and that wasn't good for the Dishnya. Nislara huffed to attract the Herrican leader's attention and spoke rapidly to Willem. "Nislara offers to attend the greeting ceremony with the Celus-5 and apologize for the absence of the queens," Willem translated. "She intends to tell them that the queens wait for the fulfillment of Dacita's bargain before they can take this next step." "Tell Nislara that I accept her offer and will come for her tomorrow morning," Alex said. He waited for the queen to nod her acceptance of Willem's words, and then he pivoted and marched back to the traveler. Chapter 27. Busted Ceremony. Word circulated fast through the fleet that the truce process was crumbling. Ginny's estimation that the Celus-5 firsts wouldn't show was now compounded by the Dishnya queen's refusal to attend. No one was happy with the circumstances. Winston and the other SIF directors communicated privately with Confederation SAIDs, seeking their input. Captain Shimada talked to the other captains about possible exit plans. On the other hand, Willem campaigned for extending the mission's time, citing the tremendous amount of data that could be gathered, but security constantly threw up blocks, reminding Willem of the travelers' netting, the capture of their people, the deaths of 2 mission scientists, and the attempt on Alex's life. The only one who wasn't talking to anyone was Alex. He kept his own counsel as he studied the predicament, looking for a way to achieve the goals required to create a lasting truce between the 2 resident species. Alex could envision the resources he required, but he just couldn't see a way to bring those disparate elements to bear on Celus-5. In no time at all, Alex was back aboard a traveler and headed planet-side to pick up Nislara. She must have been waiting near the tunnel exit, because Franz had no sooner touched down than the Queen and her Wasat hustled out of the tunnel and ran for the ship. Franz signaled the hatch to drop, and the Dishnia clambered aboard. Nislara marched to the front where Dasada stood waiting for her, and Pusiro took up a position behind her. During the short flight, the discussion between the major parties focused on trivial things. It seemed no time to bring up weighty matters. When the lights brightened, the Dishnia swiveled around and headed for the exit, demonstrating they were becoming old hands at travel by Hurricane ships. Nislara was having daydreams of one day possessing alien vessels with her Soma, who would be trained to fly them, although she hadn't yet made the leap to envisioning the Dishnia traveling between worlds and living in space. Dasada's Soma exited the shuttle before her, but she found that appropriate. A queen shouldn't be first into a new space. Alex and Ginny led the assembly to the edge of the calm waters, which gently lapped at the beach. Teague had been left behind again at Ginny's request. The 2 of them had yet to have a serious conversation, and Ginny didn't want to be distracted at this critical time. Wave Skimmer's eye stalks and mouth parts were just above the surface. He watched the shallows-colored ship descend, and the star hunters walk the sands. All 4 eyes focused on the presence of 2 land hunters. This time one of them was male. A quiet warble escaped his mouth, and Dives Deep, Long Eyes, and he launched toward the beach. This was Pusiro's first view of the Sena in their environment. The creatures appeared large to him until they reached the shallow waters and levered themselves up. Then they appeared overwhelming. He involuntarily edged backward, but a hiss from Nislara stopped him in his tracks. When the 3 Celus-5 Sui reached the shore, they extended themselves fully on their walking legs and focused on the land hunters, not on Alex or Ginny. "Say nothing," Alex sent to Ginny. "Wave Skimmer is being rude." The moments dragged on. Nislara stared at the giant Sena in front of her. She recognized intimidation when she saw it. Having met the Sena once before, this time she managed to contain her fears. Her concern was for her Wasat, whose rapid breathing she could hear and whose anxiety she could smell. Wave Skimmer's eye stalks split. 2 remained focused on the land hunters, and 2 swiveled to take in the star hunter first, who stared straight ahead toward the horizon. Little Singer was likewise ignoring them. Eventually, Wave Skimmer, who tired of elevating his walking legs to the fullest extent, lowered himself to the more comfortable bent-legged position. A quick warble to his companions caused the 3 of them to sidestep to the left to align in front of the Star Hunter first. "The Star Hunter first greets Wave Skimmer," Alex whistled. Wave Skimmer whistled his own greeting. "Only one first chose to attend today?" Alex asked. "We see only one female leader of the land hunters comes today," Wave Skimmer whistled in reply. "Is it the decision of the firsts that they will not offer a greeting ceremony to the land hunters?" Alex said, asking for confirmation. "The firsts don't trust the land hunters. The Star Hunter leader has promised protection for the people, and the firsts wait to see how he will provide that." Willem kept a running translation of the conversation between Alex and Wave Skimmer for Nislara, and the Queen recognized the same resistance from the Sina as the Chona offered Dasida. Faced with such reactions from both parties, she had visions of the Herricans loading into their ships and returning to their world. "Your two species act as if they rule this planet," Alex said, switching to Herrican, and both Ginny and Willem translated. "The two of you should remind your peoples that you're all strangers to this planet. You didn't originate here." When Wave Skimmer heard Ginny, he whistled indignantly. "The people were here first." Willem had just finished the Sui translation for Nislara when the Queen replied, "Perhaps not. Who inhabits the green?" Alex glanced at Willem, who hadn't relayed Nislara's reply. Willem's expression indicated he was in a fugue. "Not again," Alex lamented. "What?" Willem finished his review of the entirety of his Dishnia data before he replied. "Nislara indicates that the Celus-5 might not be the first people on the planet," Willem replied. "She mentions the greens, which I take to mean the forests that border the plains to the north and south, and she indicates one or more species reside there." "Do the people know of others who reside in the tall trees that border the shore?" Alex whistled. Wave Skimmer warbled in confusion, asking Alex to clarify his request. In turn, Alex questioned the Queen for more details, but it was her Wasat who knew the old stories. Pusiro related the events that took place soon after the Dishnia's first landings. On Sawa, their original home, the Soma had preferred the open territories for their cities before the heat of Nessala forced them underground, where vast reservoirs of water provided support. As the first transports arrived on Sawa Mesa, the nests dug deep wells in the plains, searching for similar reserves of water. The wells were partially successful, but the Soma never located the huge caverns filled with lakes of fresh water, as they had on Sawa. Hoping to find abundant game in the tall greens of their new planet, hunters were dispatched by the first queens. As Nessala's light brightened and waned, the hunters, who had been sent out in pairs, never returned. Larger parties were sent to either recover the lost ones or discover what had happened to them, but they never returned. Fully a third of the first 5 nests to land were lost before a halt was called to sending hunters into the green, and the queens agreed that the space was to be placed off-limits to all Soma. The nests would have to make do with the small animals that roamed the plains and the numerous Sina that inhabited the strip of land where the plains met the great waters. "Are there any stories, Pusiro, told by the Dishnia of seeing the inhabitants of the forests coming out onto the plains?" Alex asked. Nislara and Pusiro both said they had heard of none. "Could the hunters have been taken by a sickness?" Willem asked. "Our warriors have great stamina," Pusiro replied. "If they had fallen prey to an illness, they would have struggled back into the open, but according to the stories, none were ever seen again." "A queen warns her heir that the green represents violent death to the Dishnia, and the Soma are never to venture there," Nislara added. "Stories say the lookouts kept listening posts near the green and were to report any sounds of creatures, but I've never heard any tales that told of warriors hearing voices, speaking any sort of language," Pusiro continued. "The stories say that the warriors only heard the cries of animals and beasts that hunt them." Alex looked up and down the seashore, trying to fit the pieces of information together. So much about this planet's recent history, as related to him, did not make sense. "Wave Skimmer, where did the people build their dwellings?" he asked. "Here where you stand, Star Hunter First," Wave Skimmer whistled in reply. "Many annuals ago, the shore extended several lengths farther into the waters. Soon after the hives were hunted and migrated into deep waters or caves, the sea bottom shook and cast a giant wave at the shore. The land and our dwellings were taken by the endless waters. Out where the shallows gave way to the dark waters, you'll find the remains of our dwellings." While Alex had been turning his head to regard the coastline, Long Eyes spotted the shaved portion of Alex's head and the faint red lines of his surgery. "Has the Star Hunter first been injured?" he warbled. Alex's hand went to the site of the wound, but he shrugged in answer to Long Eyes' question. "Dosita's injury was delivered by one of the queens and her wasat," Nislara volunteered, after she heard the translation. The Sui-Sui rose high on their walking legs, alarmed by the news. "By whose claws?" Wave Skimmer demanded. Alex sought to cut off this line of conversation, but his translators had their own thoughts on the subject and were busy supporting the exchange. "Her name was Chafwa, and she broke the rules of the queens, bringing weapons to our meeting and attacking Dosita," Nislara replied. "Where's this leader now?" demanded Dives Deep, his whistle shrill and his hunting claws snapping. "The queens passed judgment on her wasat and her emissary warrior. They're dead," Busiro replied. When Willem provided the translation, the Sui-Sui lowered their posture and regarded Nislara with different eyes, tweeting their approval of the queen's decision. Wave Skimmer's eye stalks bent to examine the shaved area on Alex's head, and he warbled humorously. "Hard, like the shell of the people." "It appears, Alex, people the world's over have a common opinion about your skull," Julian remarked. "If there's to be no ceremony, then we're leaving," Alex whistled. A sharp whistle from Wave Skimmer halted Alex just as he turned around. "Little Singer promised the hives. We wish to know when she will sing." Alex glanced at Ginny, who looked back at him before she faced Wave Skimmer. "If I sing to the hives tomorrow as the light fades, how will the people make it to safety in the dark of the night?" 12 eye stalks bent to stare at Alex, waiting for his response. Boxed into a virtual corner, Alex relented and whistled his reply. "The Hurricanes will protect 3 coves of the shore, this one and one in each direction," he said, pointing up and down the coastline, "until such time as the people have a greeting ceremony with the land hunter leaders." "That is not what Little Singer promised the firsts," Dives Deep whistled angrily. Alex walked over to stand directly in front of Dives Deep. His face was close to the Sui-Sui's mouth parts, forcing the male to bend his eye stalks in a steep curve to keep Alex in sight. "Little Singer is a youngling," Alex whistled so harshly that Dives Deep leaned away from him. "In the hives, do the younglings not make errors? And do the males and matrons not forgive them? She will sing for the hives, and I will protect 3 coves while she does." Alex moved to stand close to Wave Skimmer, who, as a first, refused to be cowed by Alex's nearness. Whistling and warbling softly, Alex said, "Convince the firsts that a greeting ceremony is in their best interest. One day I'll forgive Little Singer her promise, as any first would forgive a youngling's mistake, and take our protection away." Wave Skimmer's mind raced through the conundrum he faced. To enjoy the voice of Little Singer, the hives would need to relocate to the coasts where they once lived. They would be safe only as long as the Star Hunter First's people provided protection against the land hunters. But a sudden exit by Little Singer and her people would leave the hives defenseless. Many could die in the days it would take the people to move seaward again. "Wave Skimmer forgives the promise of Little Singer. Younglings often whistle before they think," the first said. "The word will be passed to the other hives. Then the Hurricanes will protect the people until peace comes to this planet," Alex whistled softly. Wave Skimmer warbled his humor. "The first always protects his younglings. Your message will be the more favorable one to send." The hives would lament the lost opportunity to hear a singer, but the promise of safety for one and all would be embraced. When Wave Skimmer lowered himself until his belly was centimeters above the sand, Dives Deep and Long Eyes imitated him. The first extended his claws, the sharp points near Alex's midriff. Nislara watched Dosita deliver the same teeth-baring expression to the massive male Sina that she had received when he was pleased with her. A curious mannerism, Nislara thought. Alex balled his fists and struck Wave-Skimmer's claws with a loud thunk. Having been forewarned of the local Suis-Sui's habit of returning the strike, Alex had the good sense to swing his hands down and aside as the Suis-Sui's heavy claws smacked down on them. Afterwards, the Suis-Sui made for open waters, and Alex signaled his people to board. The return flight for Nislara and Pusiro was brief and quiet. When the interior lights brightened, Nislara nodded to Dasada and led the way off the ship. As the Hurricane's vessel lifted, Pusiro watched it climb silently into the sky, his brow furrowed. "The more Dasata speaks, the more alien I believe him to be," he said to Nislara. "He and his Soma have simple choices. They could leave our planet or take it for themselves, but they do neither." Nislara, too, watched the ship disappear, lost in her own thoughts. "You and I are in agreement, Pusiro. I find Dasata's actions difficult to anticipate. In the beginning I imagined him a powerful Dishnya so that I might determine his purposes. Now I imagine him a pup, born without scent and grown to adulthood, who has no allegiance to Queen or Soma." "But he has Soma," Pusiro objected. "Willem tells of an entire world that follows him." "He adopts Soma, like our warriors shelter the mates and pups of those who fall in battle." "So you believe Dasada to be a warrior?" "The most terrible kind. He lives in here," Nislara said, tapping her temple, "visiting you while you sleep, and comes to you when you're awake if you've harmed his Soma. What I find it difficult to understand is how his Soma are made of so many types. And soon to be many more." "How so?" "Do we and the Sina not already look to him for our future?" Nislara asked. She turned and walked slowly toward the tunnel entrance where two lookouts stood by, and Pusiro kept pace with her. Both of them were alone with their thoughts of what might become of the Dishnya of Salwa Mesa. Alex and Julian faced each other aboard the Traveler. Alex was lost in thought, and his unfocused eyes stared through Julian. "I wonder if I understand our circumstances correctly," Julian said, breaking the silence. "The Queens have temporarily halted their infighting while they wait for a fulfillment of your promise to build structures to house 41 nests. An estimated 2,000 to 3,000 aliens, of whom we understand little of their needs." When Julian saw Alex's eyes focus on him, he continued. "3 of our ships, Explorer, Warship, and Liner, are overhead, and together they are ill-prepared to provide the labor or construction services the Queens require. The Suis-Sui hives have been promised protection, but unless we stay, again with our limited resources, we can't deliver on that promise." Now that Julian had Alex's complete attention, Julian finished his list. "Now we discover that someone or something, which probably originated on this planet, lives in the forest and is killing and possibly consuming the Dishnya. Have I forgotten anything?" "Yes, one most important item," Alex said, appraising his friend with cool eyes. "Down below are 3 dark travelers. Since the Suis-Sui are here, we can assume they and those ships came from the same Nual vessel that attacked the Confederation. Both species, Suis-Sui and Dishnya, possess too little technology to inform us of the vector the sphere took on its approach into this system. But there might be someone who knows." "So does that explain why, under these most conflicting circumstances, we haven't packed up and left this world to its own problems?" "It occurs to me that Nislara's people on the next planet inward, Sawa, might have records of the sphere's approach. If we can bring peace to this planet and elevate the nests into the light, as Nislara says, the Queens might aid our communications with their home planet's people." "You seem to have dwelt on the Nual's last signal, the one Cordelia picked up before the giant sphere detonated." "And you haven't?" "Admittedly, all Hurricane Sades frequently discuss new suppositions about the Nual sphere. I've worried for 2 decades about that message and its possible contents. Found formidable foe and extraordinarily rich worlds. Come quick, Julian intoned in a strange voice, surmising the words he would have sent. Exactly, Alex replied, and myriad variations on that theme. And what if we were to discover from which direction the sphere originated? Alex uncrossed his arms and leaned forward. Could be an opportunity for another expedition. A military one, he said, tapping Julian's knee to underline his words. I don't believe the Assembly would authorize that type of mission, Alex. They would be reticent to send their protective assets so far from home. And let's not forget that 20 years of relative peace and safety have done much to calm the people's minds and spirits. I quite agree. We'd have to form our own expedition. Our own expeditionary force? That would require an extraordinary amount of resources and time to develop. Yes, it would, Alex said quietly. He leaned back in his seat and his attention drifted away. Behind Alex and Julian, the twins regarded each other. Stay or follow, Etienne sent to Alain. Alain knew what he was being asked. They were well-established and respected men on Herakan. But despite that, administration of the plant's security forces was not what they were trained to do. I believe the answer's obvious, Alain sent back, and his creche mate grinned at him. Chapter 28. Realignment. Teague paced his cabin, still smarting from a conversation with his mother. Usually the more understanding and gentler parent, he'd been caught off guard by her forthrightness. You're acting less like my son and more like a stranger every day that passes, Teague. And your treatment of Ginny is abominable, his mother had said. Quit your pacing, sit down, and offer me an explanation that I can understand. I don't understand Ginny anymore, he complained. Perhaps that's because you expect her to follow you around, as she used to do. But that's not what she wants. She wishes to be your companion, your equal. But how can she promise the people she would sing every evening without consulting me? Why should she ask your opinion about what she wishes to do? And why can't you support her when she does make a decision on her own? As it is, Ginny won't have to sing every evening. Your father has seen to that. How do you know that? How do you not know that, my son? Teague left his mother's cabin feeling as if he had tumbled off the crest of a tall wave to be pummeled into a rocky bottom. He tapped into the reverse controller to track Ginny's traveler, and when he saw it making for his ship, he decided to meet her in the corridor outside the bay. Ginny exited the bay airlock beside Alex. When she saw Teague, she hugged Alex, whispered her thanks, and hung back to speak with Teague. It was the first time he had approached her since their argument began. I'm sorry, Teague said. I've been told by everyone I know and some I didn't know that my behavior toward you has been extremely rude and foolishly stubborn. That's not true, Ginny said, the corners of her lips trembling as she tried to hide a smile. I haven't had the opportunity to add my voice to the list. Fine. Tell me, Teague said with resignation. Not on your life, Ginny said, wrapping her arms tightly around Teague's neck and hugging him. I'm just happy to have you talking to me again. I'm so sorry, Teague said, into Ginny's pile of blonde curls. Word circulated quickly across the fleet. The Celus-5 refused Alex's request for a truce. Those who crossed Alex's path were tapped by their fellow crew members and asked for a visual of their leader. Nearly everyone expected to witness dejection, mirrored in a strained face and weary steps. Instead, they were surprised but pleased to see an energetic Alex, who frequently disappeared into the Reverse lab. The odd thing was that none of the humans were receiving any information or visuals from the lab or its goings-on. Unbeknownst to the crew, the Sades ensured that. It was 2 days after Alex's meeting with the Celus-5 Suis when Reiko called for a conference of the entire fleet's principals. It was to be held in the Sojourn's meeting amphitheater, the only place with enough seats to accommodate everyone. Alex and the reverse people entered the amphitheater near the start time. Captain Lumley headed for the dais and the table where Reiko, Asu, and Willem sat. Alex scanned the front rows, but every seat was filled. "My love," Renee sent, "there appears to be a spare seat at the front table, the center one." Alex looked up at the table and caught Reiko's eye. The captain nodded her head toward the empty seat next to her, and Alex bussed Renee quickly before he strode toward the dais. He eschewed the steps on either side of the stage and leapt up the meter to the platform. A group of Confederation Sades near the front rose as one and proceeded to move to the amphitheater's rearward rows, and Julian guided Alex's people to take their places, sending his thanks to those who saved the seats. Alex sat between Reiko and Asu, well aware that he was seated in the central position. "So, who starts?" he asked, glancing left and right. Willem nodded and stood up. "I'm speaking for Captain Azastow and myself as the original mission co-commanders. We believe the exploratory mission should continue, but we also believe this decision should be taken in concert with the many other ideas being circulated. This planet represents an incredible find of biodiversity and intelligent life. We would be remiss not to complete our original purpose for coming here." Asu replaced Willem, standing to add a few words of his own, stating that the mission's crew, despite the loss of its 2 members, was in favor of continuing the research. In fact, it was because of the deaths of their friends that they didn't want to leave without completing the work they had traveled light years to perform. Reiko was next. "I find myself in a difficult position," she said. "I was given superior mission command to facilitate a rescue of the Sojourn and its crew, although some huge man and his compatriots seem to have taken care of that for me." Reiko's comments brought a ripple of laughter from the audience. "The Tanaka is capable of the defense of the skies and nearby space," Reiko continued. "We're not outfitted to deploy a land-based force to maintain the peace between warring factions of Dishnia and prevent the hunting of Suis. If the Sojourn votes to stay, then the Tanaka will remain to protect the ship, but only if the ground problems can be resolved to my satisfaction." Alex's forearms rested on the table, and his face was stoic. The reminder of Reiko's eminent position was throwing hot plasma at his plans. Winston rose from his audience seat. "If you don't know her, this is Trixie," he said, introducing the blue-faced Sade next to him. "She speaks for the Confederation Sades, Saracene, except for the SIF directors, who are nonetheless sympathetic to their viewpoint." Trixie rose and tipped her head to the front table. Her orange hair, pulled into a ponytail, swung forward, and she tossed her head to swing it over her shoulder. "We like this planet, Saracene. The Sades who have recently immigrated to Herakan have shared their disappointment with the rest of us. They lament that they don't inhabit your sphere of influence, Sir, and haven't experienced the world-shaking events of your 8 Sades." Alex was about to object to Trixie referring to the original Herakan Sades as belonging to him, but she had already rolled on. "Understandably, Sir, you don't view them in that manner, and we find that commendable. But they know they're unique and have earned a place in Herakan society. It's not the same for us. We're merely oddly appearing immigrants, and many of us now see our choice of avatars as an excess of celebration." Trixie raised her bare blue arms, swung her orange ponytail, and smiled to accentuate her point. "Our decision to follow you, Sir, and help with the rescue of the mission personnel has led to the discovery of a world full of opportunity. Here on Celus-5, all Herakans are aliens, no matter our appearances. In your role as Dasata, you've encountered intransigence with the Dishnia and the Suis, who expect proof of your commitment before they will take further steps toward a peaceful coexistence. The Confederation Sades stand ready to help you achieve your purposes. Are you aware that we've learned of a third dominant species on this planet? Alex asked. It was a rhetorical question, but he wanted it out in the open. Yes, sir, Trixie replied. And we understand that it's not known the extent of this species' intelligence. And since we've barely explored a small percentage of the landmass and known waters, it's entirely possible that we might discover more intelligent life. There's a distinct possibility that the oldest of these might ask us to leave their world alone, and we would have no choice but to accede to their wish. This, too, is understood, sir, but if not this world, there's always an opportunity for another. With that reply, another piece of Alex's puzzle clicked into place, and he smiled at the electric blue face. Trixie beamed back at Alex, recognizing that what she had said resonated with the human, who was a significant asset in her and the other Sades achieving freedom. She received a comm from every Sade, congratulating her on her choice of words. Trixie thought back to the vids she had reviewed in the Reverse library. So much of her reasoning and phrasing originated from those stories, and she was determined to possess a copy of the entire collection, as soon as she had a sufficiently large enough data storage location. Let's return to your earlier statement, Trixie, Alex said. How can the new Sades help the peace progress? It's obvious to us that you must leave, sir. When Alex raised an eyebrow at her, Trixie explained by saying, Analysis of the present situation reveals that you're without sufficient resources to accomplish your aims. Simple deductive reasoning indicates that you'll leave to gain those resources and return. Had you considered the possibility that I might leave and not return? Yes, sir. The probabilities were deemed too small to give it any consideration. When the audience laughed, Trixie looked around her, returning her bright smile. She hadn't meant to be humorous, and the audience's response to her words would require further attention at a later time. It's our intention to remain here, sir, and ensure in your name that the Queens wait for your return without engaging in further conflict. We'll protect the Celus-5 and preserve the mission's safety. On the last note, Trixie directed her focus at Captain Shimada to underline the Sades would provide the ground-based security the captain desired. Reiko, does the Tanaka carry enough stun guns to arm the new Sades? Alex sent. Negative, maybe 1/5 of them, Reiko replied. I'm informed by Captain Shimada that stun guns are in short supply. The majority of the Sades would be vulnerable to the Dishnya's slug-throwing weapons, Alex said. If I may, sir, Miranda said, rising from her seat. If the mission and the new Sades stay, Z and I will remain too. We've studied your style and know that our constant presence at the hives will do much to keep the Queens patient. We're confident that we can manage the truce while you're gone, providing, of course, that you're not gone too long. You're aware, sir, of our avatar's capabilities, Trixie said, alluding to the strength and speed that few humans were privy to. Even unarmed, we can deter the initial instances when the Dishnya stray from the truce. Well, Captain Shimada, it would appear that you have the floor for the first response, Alex said. If our new Sades plus Z and Miranda are willing to remain, protect the mission, and preserve the peace, then the Sojourn's exploration can proceed, and the Tanaka will stay until relieved or recalled. I have one final question before we figure out who's staying and who's going, Alex said. The question is for you, Trixie, and your companions. If we discover that Herricans can live on this planet, what do you intend to do here? Alex watched Trixie enter a fugue, which suggested she was being inundated with comm exchanges between her fellow Sades. Your pardon, sir, Trixie said, apologizing for the delay. The concepts are too numerous to enumerate, but the overarching request is to build a city. What type of city? Alex asked, suspicious of seeing a reconstruction of the cubicle buildings the Sades built on Herrican. A city that would welcome all intelligent beings, Trixie said. Those who live on Herrican recognize the mistake of isolating themselves. On Celus-5, humans, Dishnya, Celus-5, and Sades would all be welcome. "Is that the extent of your list?" asked Alex, a smile quirking one side of his mouth. Trixie grinned in reply. "Saracine is as usual thinking of the future. Our new city would be open to any and all peaceful, intelligent species that Dosida discovers." "Good to hear, Trixie," Alex said, leaning back in his chair, crossing his arms, and giving her a broad smile. Winston stood as Trixie sat. "It's the duty of the SIF directors to return to Meridian, despite our preference to join the others here. We'll be aboard the Reaver." "We'll be staying," Ginny said to Alex. "And so you should, Ginny. Your work on the mission isn't complete," Alex replied. He'd seen the pair aboard the Traveler talking and laughing, and was pleased with his partner's intervention with their son. Renee, who wasn't pleased to play the part of the heavy, had told him that it was an easier conversation to have than she thought. She had looked him square in the eye and said, "I just recalled my time with a younger Alex, and it all came back to me." The remainder of the meeting dissolved into exchanges of who was staying and who was going. In the end, Alex was carrying a meager number back with him. Franz would stay with the Tanaka, but Alex would get Svetlana. Mickey, Emil, Edmus, Jodlin, the engineers, and the techs working in the lab would remain aboard the Reaver. Z, with Miranda and Claude's support, transferred his collection of avatars to the Sojourn, where the two Sades would stay. Claude was returning with Alex. Julian, Cordelia, and the twins, of course, stayed with Alex. The fleet took 2 days to reorganize, transferring people and equipment. Immediately after the amphitheater meeting, Willem descended planetside with groups of Sades, visiting each queen who had attended the Fissla, and explaining Dosida was leaving to procure the resources he needed to fulfill his commitments. He told them that in the meantime Harricans would be stationed around the nests to ensure the truce. For the most part, the queens invited the Harricans to live inside, and were surprised when Willem said they would remain outside. "Be aware, these Harricans can call our ships at any time," he told them, tapping his temple. 4 Sades were left on the perimeter of each nest, requiring a full 164 of their number. The only queens who required some persuasion were those 7 who refused to attend the Fissla. Z led the entourage for the visits to the 7 recalcitrant queens, and was often required to yank a lookout's locked tunnel hatch from its hinges. In 4 cases, the Soma immediately obeyed the Harrican's request to speak to the queen, who recognized when she was outmatched by the aliens. But in 3 situations, the warriors fought with intensity, and the Sades backed off. Extra Sades were deployed at those 3 nests, and each one carried a stun gun, which, over the course of time, was used frequently to discourage warriors, who foolishly executed forays during the night against their minders, expecting the aliens to be unaware of them in the dark. Z, Miranda, and Trixie kept in constant contact with the Sades planetside to ensure the peace was being maintained. It was noted that not one group of hunters from Tawas Soma or Mawas Soma made for the shores. Nislara and Homsaf were honoring their promises to Dosida. It was the nest lookouts who were the most perplexed by the Harricans. Through their scopes they watched the individuals stand their posts, never moving except for their heads, which slowly and constantly swiveled from one side to the other. They stood there silent and unmoving, enduring the day's heat, the night's cold, and the occasional rains and dust storms. Since the Sades were completely engaged with the nests, Reiko employed 3 travelers to guard the shores. The ships hovered above the shoreline at each of the 3 bays Alex proclaimed as protected, pointed bow first toward the plains, and clearly visible to the lookouts of the 6 closest nests. Reiko needn't have been concerned. There was no intention among the queens of the Fissla to hunt the Sina. As far as they were concerned, Dosida was more intimidating than the alien ships. Chapter 29. Harrican. When the Reaver left the planet's orbit, Captain Lumley set a course inward toward Celus, so that Alex could conduct the star services for Edward and Yulie. Julian broadcast the event to the fleet as the crystal-canopied coffins were ejected from the bay, and the Hurricanes sent their first offerings to fuel the system's star. Edward's services hit Alex particularly hard. The Hurricanes received only a few Earthers, a handful of elderly scientists, and one ex-Commodore, and it was unlikely that their society in his lifetime would benefit from other Sol immigrants. Now that precious number was one less. Immediately after the services, Alex gathered some key individuals in the captain's cabin: Renee, Julian, Cordelia, Francis, Mickey, Emil, and the twins, and explained his plan on returning to Celus-5. "I'm confused, Alex," Mickey said. "Are you saying you intend to live permanently on that planet?" Alex glanced at his partner, who smiled warmly at him. "I go where you go, my love, any time and on any adventure," Renee sent. "I don't think I'll be living anywhere permanently for a long time, Mickey. I thought after my presidency ended that I could enjoy some retirement time, but that seems to have been a nice daydream." "It's those dark travelers, isn't it?" Emil asked. "I've heard the stories from just about every ex-crew member that ever served with you. They're haunted by their memories of that massive sphere, too." When Alex agreed with Billings, Etienne asked, "Are we going hunting, sir?" "Eventually I will. We have Cordelia's original vector from Libra, and we have a known point where the Nual sphere stopped, namely Celus-5. If there remain records on Celus-4 kept by the Dishnya, we might get a vector toward their previous location, possibly their homeworld." "The odds of that are quite improbable, Alex," Cordelia said. Yes, they are," Alex admitted. "But consider this. What if the sphere's message home warned of a powerful enemy? What weapons do you think a second sphere would carry when it arrived in the Confederation years from now? And remember that it's Hurricane that lies on the Confederation's periphery and is the first in line with the sphere's previous approach vector. I would rather spend my life hunting the Nual than waiting for them to arrive in our home system, carrying even more incredible technological prowess." There was no assailing Alex's argument, which silenced everyone. When Alex thought he'd given them enough time to absorb his plan, he interrupted the quiet. "There's one important point here. This is the path that I'm choosing. No one in this room, save for my lovely and delectable partner," to which Renee stood and delivered an impromptu curtsy, "should feel a need to follow me." Alex's statements were met with soft laughter, which ignited others, and soon the entire room was roaring loudly, except for Julian and Cordelia, who merely wore wide grins and were incapable of the tears pouring from faces of those laughing hardest. The only exceptions to the demonstration were Renee and Emil. When the room quieted, Alex said, "A simple affirmation of your intent would have sufficed," but his quiet grin showed his appreciation of their support. "I take it that you're out, Emil." "Oh, no," the biochemist replied. "I just wasn't sure whether it was appropriate for me to laugh, but I'm definitely following you. Too much happens in your wake not to want to be part of it." Emil's comment drew more laughter and smiles from the roomful of friends. "There's the small matter of a significantly sized labor force, materials, equipment, etc., the usual civilization starter items, which would be required to construct and crew a powerful military expedition which could take on the Nual homeworld. One can only imagine the forces that might surround their system," Julian said. "Yes, I was thinking on that, my friend, and I'm glad you brought it up. Just how many credits do the exchange directors have? I might need to borrow some." Julian was sure that Alex's question was meant to elicit a conversation, but he wasn't sure what direction it would take, so he waited. "Furthermore, how much do you think the Assembly would charge me for a used city ship?" Alex grinned at his friend and slapped his shoulder with such a resounding thwack that even the new Terrans shuddered, as the sound reverberated throughout the room. "Meeting's over, people. Keep the news to yourselves," Alex said as he exited the cabin. While the attendees filed out of the captain's quarters, Julian took a moment to construct permutations of the future. Having received an inkling of Alex's plan, and knowing how the mind of his friend worked, he grinned at Cordelia and shared his hypotheses. He whistled as the two of them left the salon and reached out to the other two exchange directors, who were either in Celus-5's orbit or planet-side. As the Reaver entered Hellebor's system, Alex forwarded the reports of Reiko, Asu, and Willem to Thomas Monti. It would give the President time to read their summaries and brief the Assembly representatives before the liner made orbit around Herakan. Alex sent Thomas a second message. He wished to make a presentation to the Assembly and discuss a matter of business. The latter item in Alex's comm intrigued Thomas, and the President wondered exactly what type of business Alex wanted to conduct with the Herakan government. He asked Dane, an Assembly administrator, to postulate on the subject, to which the Sade replied, "You wish me to speculate on what might be in the mind of Alex Racine? Why don't you ask me to count the grains of sand on our beaches? At least that task would have a finite end." "Well, at least I'm not the only one without a clue," Thomas murmured, as he prepared to leave his office for the day. Alex and Renee exited the Traveler, which had landed outside their home. It was late in the evening, raining hard, and visibility was poor. So neither of them noticed Mutter waiting quietly on the front porch. The pit of Alex's stomach sank when he saw the Sade. Only dire news would keep her waiting for him to deliver her message personally. "It's my sad duty, Alex, to tell you that the first is dead." Alex froze. The faces of those he lost flitted through his memory, and now an alien, as important to him as any of his close friends, was gone too. "How did it happen?" he asked. "It's surmised, sir, that a worm polyp rooted itself deep in a rocky crevice within the bay. It grew, feeding on small creatures. When the food source available to it no longer satisfied its hunger, the worm detached itself. By this time it reached a length of 6 meters. The worm's quarry was one of several younglings that the first and other males guarded. The first spotted the worm's attack, which originated from below, and intercepted it. He killed the worm, but not before that mouth of horrendously sharp teeth devastated the first's carapace. He died before the males could carry him to shore and seek help from Therese." Mutter paused before finishing her story. She wanted to say something that would ease Alex's pain, but the only words that she selected from her colonel's memory were, "I'm sorry, Alex. The hives sent him to travel the endless waters the day he died." Alex turned from gazing across the waving grasses, lit by the moon's lights, and reached out to take Mutter's hands. The first was also a friend to her. "We'll both miss him, Mutter. Thank you for personally bringing me the news." Then Alex turned and walked out into the soft rain, headed for the family's gazebo that looked out over the bay. Renee and Mutter shared a glance, and Renee briefly touched the Sade's shoulder in gratitude before she hurried inside for a coat and a blanket. When Renee returned it to the porch, Mutter was already gone, her flyer a dim outline, disappearing into the night, and she wasted no time running after Alex. When Renee found him standing underneath the structure's canopy, she slipped the blanket over Alex's wet shoulders and closed her coat tightly against the wet chill. Alex stared out at the bay's rolling waves. Only their white crests cast a reflection in the pale light. Memories of his time with the First danced through his memory. He smiled at the First's shrill whistles when the hive leader stopped the builders from constructing a house for him, because the First wanted the people to have the honor. The image of the Sui-Sui's 4 eye stalks peeking over the edge of the swim pool while he watched the females build the first traveler shell came to mind. But most of all, Alex remembered meeting the hive leader at the greeting ceremony before he became the Herakan hive's first. Few things Alex had done meant more to him than that moment. The realization that he'd freed a captive species, despite the protestations of his people, warmed his heart as few things had ever done. The blanket's warmth sunk into Alex's consciousness, and he thought of his partner. Renee sat on her beloved swing, waiting patiently for him, and he took a seat beside her, opening the blanket so that she could snuggle next to him. Mutter told me a couple of days before we left for Celus-5 that the first was no longer able to hunt, Alex said quietly. The only duty he could still perform was guarding the younglings. It's sad that the Celus-5 only live for 50 to 55 years, Renee replied. And I imagine many of our older Celus-5 will not reach the upper age limit due to their debilitating conditions during their incarceration in the sphere. The two sat quietly, Alex gently pushing off the floor to keep the swing in motion. Renee had drifted off to sleep when Alex murmured, "I'll miss him." Renee woke in the early morning hours as hellebore slipped above the horizon and its rays slid under the gazebo's awning, warming her. She glanced at Alex, whose eyes were open, staring into the distance, and she crawled higher in his lap to throw her slender arms around his neck and hug him. She said nothing, just held him. "The new first will be anxious," said Alex, his voice thick and choked. "We'll need to make arrangements." Before hellebore was high in the sky, Alex and Renee stood at the shoreline below his house. Celus-5 crowded the long beach, warbling their laments for their loss. In quick order, Tomas, Therese, and a few key individuals, such as Bibi Harrican, worked their way down the cliff trail to stand beside Alex. Bibi was the matriarch of the Harrican clan and daughter of the much-loved elder Fiona Harrican, for whom the planet was named. "We're here as you requested, Alex," Tomas said, breathing quickly from his exertion. "In a moment, Tomas, I'll introduce you to the new first of the hives. His name is Bright Shell, but after this morning he'll be addressed as first. Since I won't be around, the first needs a greeting ceremony with a star hunter who leads the people. That's you, Tomas." "No, Alex, I appreciate the honor, but I can't—" "You can and you will, Tomas," Alex interrupted. "I'll help you through it," he added, coupling implant to implant with Tomas. Alex felt the president's revulsion at the thought of eating a live creature, which was a fundamental part of the greeting ceremony, and he flooded Tomas's mind with soothing images. "What about later, Alex, when I have nightmares about this ceremony? You won't be there then," Tomas remarked. "That's what Therese is for," Renee said. "I'm quite sure she's capable of distracting you until you can sleep." The two Meridian women and best friends shared wicked smiles. "One more thing, Tomas, before we begin," Alex said. "The Assembly needs to enact a requirement that every new president is required to perform this ceremony, and does it the day after he or she is elected. In my estimate, if the future presidents can't perform this duty, then they aren't worthy of the position, much less being called a Harrican. The Celus-5 were a critical part of the building of our economy and our warships. Without them, we'd be an agrarian society, scratching in the dirt." "Fine, Alex," Tomas said, angry at being shamed into the ceremony. "Walk me through this, but if I faint, you better catch me. I don't want to hit the sand face first." Alex would have smiled at his friend's humorous statements, but his heart was too heavy. He whistled an introduction of Tomas to Bright Shell, and a young male scurried from the shallows with a small fish in his claw. Bright Shell accepted the offer, warbling his thanks, then proceeded to expertly strip the fish down to its fillets. From the moment the young male raced out of the waves with the fish, Tomas's mind was overtaken by out-of-body sensations. Calm, relaxing thoughts swept through him. He felt at peace, with no concern for the ceremony's details. Instead, he thought of the event's honor, bonding with the first and the hives. Even when cool, wet flesh was in his hand and he was biting into it, he thought of the fight to get free of Libra, and the pride and joy that echoed across the fleet when they cleared the system safely. On the heels of those images, he saw the events surrounding the founding of their new world. The images for Tomas rolled on, and he participated in the ceremony in a dream state. Before he knew it, the images were gone. He blinked and focused on the Celus-5, then Alex, and then his empty hands. He'd eaten his ceremonial share. Alex whistled to Bright Shell, who held out his claws toward him, and Alex thumped them. "Your turn, Tomas." The newly titled first swiveled toward the new Star Hunter leader and held out his claws, and Tomas smacked them hard, happy to have made it through the ceremony without embarrassing himself. With the ceremony concluded, the hives broke out in shrill whistles and tweets. Their previous first was lost, but Brightshell was accepted as the new first by the Star Hunter leaders. The hives would continue to live in peace and prosperity. As the humans left the shore and headed for the cliff trail, Alex said, "Tomas, I need that law in effect before I leave, and I need it binding on every new president." "It might be a tough sell, Alex. It's against so many people's beliefs." Tomas's words were cut off because Alex stopped, blocked his path, and stared at him with burning eyes. "Tomas, remember that Alex has just lost a good friend," Therese sent urgently. Bibi touched Alex's arm. "We're so sorry for the one you've lost, Alex," she said calmly. "Many of us know how that feels." Reminded of Bibi's loss, Alex heard the enduring voice of Fiona Harrigan as she wished her people good fortune among the stars. He eased away from Tomas and said forcefully, "I need you to make it happen, Tomas. I don't care what it takes." Then he spun around and strode toward the trail, climbing at a pace no one could match. Renee touched Tomas's shoulder sympathetically and hurried after her partner. "We've had tougher challenges, Tomas," Bibi said. "I wonder what our assembly would think of the concept of the Celus-5 never laying up another shell, because they believed there was no Star Hunter leader to protect them. Without a greeting ceremony, they might think they've been abandoned." "I don't think the Celus-5 would stop building shells just because—" Tomas's words died in his throat. Both Therese and Bibi were staring at him as if he were a simpleton, and his mind raced to catch up. "Oh, yes, sorry," Tomas exclaimed. "The representatives only have to believe it might happen, but that's rather duplicitous on my part." "As I see it, Tomas," Therese said sweetly, stepping close to her lover, "you have two choices. You can bluff the assembly members into accepting something they should want to do if their heads were screwed on correctly, or you can wait until Alex returns one day and finds that you haven't honored his request." Tomas shuddered at the latter thought. He glanced back at the hives, who were celebrating the acceptance of the first. Younglings scurried up and down the beach, sliding into the breaking waves. Young males handed off their catch to the matrons, and young females who warbled their thanks. And the new first stood in the middle of it all, bobbing in pleasure. Alex entered Assembly Hall 2 days later. The representatives concluded the morning's business, and the gallery was packed with spectators. He caught sight of his sister, Christy, sitting next to Bibi Harrigan. Tomas briefly stated Alex's purpose before the representatives, and Alex took the lectern to address them. "You've received the reports of 3 mission leaders, and I won't bore you with the events, which they've covered in detail. I'm here to give you a summary of the conditions we've found, as I see them. I've already heard rumors that Harrigan is about to adopt a second world. You might assume that to be true because you funded the expedition to Celus-5. But we've found 2 intelligent species there." "But isn't it true, sir," Jason Harrigan called out, "that these species aren't indigenous to that world?" "That's correct, sir," Alex replied, "but you'll note that at least one more dominant species appears to inhabit the forests." "Which might or might not be intelligent," Jason replied. "All true, sir, but you might want to ask yourself what right, as a society, do you have to displace intelligent species who have called a planet their home for 1 or more centuries? As I see it, we would have as much right as them to the planet's resources. On the other hand, I would prefer to be invited to join them rather than shove my society down their throats, but I think that's a matter of manners," Alex said. The entire audience felt a warming sensation in their implants. Tomas sent an urgent message to Jason. "Sir Harrigan, please tone down your questions and comments before the lot of us go home with massive headaches." Christy, who had felt this effect many times before when Alex and she were in heated arguments, grinned at Bibi. "I believe your son is irritating my brother," she whispered. "I believe my son is annoying many more people than Alex," Bibi whispered back. "Anyway, you have my opinion," Alex said, "and it's up to you, good people, to decide how you wish your society to operate. I believe the Dishnya and Sui will request our permanent presence, provided we're willing to be good neighbors and share our technology. I've made commitments to both species that I intend to keep, to help ensure intraspecies and interspecies peace. As to those in the green, which is how the queens refer to the forests, it remains to be seen." BB leaned over to Christie and whispered, "Anyone else sent to rescue a stranded party on an alien world would do so and return promptly. Not your brother. He goes to the rescue and discovers not one or two, but possibly 3 intelligent species who are fighting with one another." Years ago, Christie might have been annoyed at the thought of more attention heaped on her already famous brother. But her mind was changed on that score when she was the one in trouble. It was her brother who came running to her rescue when she was kidnapped. The universe needs more Alex types to rescue those desperate for it, she thought. Alex fielded more questions and forced himself to control his temper. At one point, Tomas stood and announced that since midday meal was quickly approaching, he wanted Alex to suggest his business proposal so the representatives could consider it over their food. "But before he does that," Tomas said, "I would like to thank Celus-5 for his time today and his continuing efforts on the part of our people." Alex nodded his appreciation to Tomas and turned to the assembly. "As the population's elected representatives, you have the authority to manage the disposal of any state assets, and I wish to buy the city ship Freedom." That created a buzz among the assembly members. "What would be your purpose in owning such a huge ship, sir?" Jason asked. "It would be better if you didn't know," Alex replied, which raised eyebrows and started comms flying. "Ser Racine," Tomas said, interceding before Jason opened his mouth again, "while you aren't in a position of authority, your reputation as Harakan's preeminent citizen precedes you. It would be a legitimate concern of this assembly if your actions were to reflect negatively on our world." Alex sought some advice from Renee and Julian and received their support. "If this assembly and I were to come to a reasonable business arrangement on the sale of the Freedom, you would have no reason for concern. I would no longer be a resident of Harakan, and I'd announce that to the worlds before I took any action involving the Freedom." The uproar reminded Alex of the behavior of the new Terran assembly. It was obvious that Librans were a minority in the audience, and most of the representatives had never served under Alex or Tatya. "You have such a way of winning people to your side, O Sublime One," Julian sent, but his thoughts tingled in anticipation of their future. Tomas gained control of the session and allowed one more question before the assembly adjourned for midday meal. "Ser Racine," Eric Stroheim said, "if the present species acquiesce to you settling on Celus-5, will you make that world an extension of Harakan society?" "You're asking the wrong person, Ser Stroheim," Alex replied. It always felt odd using formality when speaking to his friends during assembly sessions. "You'll have to wait and ask the residents and settlers of Celus-5 whether they wish to join Harakan." "But as their leader, Ser Racine," Tomas started to say, but halted when Alex raised a hand toward him. "I won't be the leader of those who choose to call Celus-5 their home. I have other plans." Amid shouts and questions from the floor, Tomas adjourned the session, and Alex cut off all comms except for a private few. Word reached BB that Jason asked Tomas for a closed session after midday meal, citing too much interference from the gallery, and it was granted. The decision was a rarity for the assembly, and one that rankled BB. "I raised you better than that," BB thought, making a point to speak to her son later out of session. "Christie, wait for this old woman," BB sent. "You and I have business to discuss." "We'll enjoy a meal at my home," BB said when she met Christie outside the assembly building. What amused Christie was that the old woman, as BB referred to herself, set a blistering pace to her nearby house. "You're planning to conduct your interview broadcast in a half-hour, aren't you?" BB asked. "Yes. I wish to be the subject of your interview." Christie started to question Beebe, but the elder held up a finger to forestall her. "My beloved son is being an idiot," Beebe continued, "and before he makes a greater fool of himself, I wish to counter his actions. I'm an admirer of your early works with your brother on New Terra." "I didn't know you were aware of those interviews." "Elderly doesn't mean uninformed, young one." "Why do you want to be interviewed?" "Instead, let me ask you a question. What does your brother intend to do with the freedom?" "Haven't a clue." "Aha, and that's the point. No one else I've spoken to does either. I'm probably one of the most well-informed individuals on Hurricane, and I don't have a clue, as you say." "So no one knows, Beebe. That's not really news. Alex has always been enigmatic when it comes to his plans." "Agreed. So should the Assembly sell him the freedom at a reasonable price?" "Of course." "Why?" "Because he's Alex." "Yes, and who knows that better than you or me, child?" Beebe said, hooking her arm in Christie's, but she could see the confusion on Christie's face. "Are you aware that the Assembly is composed of less than 32% of people who founded this planet? Newcomers have voted in their own people as representatives. This isn't wrong, but the days of when Hurricanes would give Alex Racine anything he wanted are gone." "So you intend to make your case for Alex via my show?" "Precisely, child. People need to hear a valid argument for supporting him. If they do, they'll make up their own minds and calm their representatives with their opinions." "This won't be an interview, Beebe, but a protracted sales pitch." "Call it what you wish, Christie," Beebe replied, stopping outside her house and turning to face the young woman. "The question is whether you support your brother or not, and if you do, are you prepared to do something about it?" "I do want to support Alex, but we don't have any time to prepare." "No, we don't. We'll have a quick meal, and then you'll have to trust this old woman." There were few people whom Christie might have believed on hearing that type of comment, but Beebe had always been a huge supporter of Alex. While she didn't always agree with Alex's methods, Beebe's public criticisms disappeared the day Alex brought Eloise Hurricane home, along with Christie and Amelia, following their kidnapping. Chapter 30. The Freedom. This is the Racine Talk Time, and I'm your host, Christie Racine. Our scheduled guest has been preempted so that we might bring you an interview with our respected elder, Beebe Hurricane. Beebe, you were adamant about wanting this interview time. Why is that? Beebe had to give it to Christie. She was no fool. She'd set it up with her audience so that they knew it was Beebe who had pushed for the time slot. So be it, she thought. Time is of the essence, Christie. The Assembly members will soon finish their midday meals, and then they will reconvene to vote on a critical issue that will affect the future of Hurricane. You make it sound dire, Beebe. What's the vote about? Before I answer that, Christie, I wonder how many of your listeners are aware of the facts surrounding the founding of Hurricane. I think all of them know that the Librans and a few New Terrans founded Hurricane under Alex Racine. Yes, a simplistic enough summary, but the often forgotten part is that the Confederation was decimated by a giant sphere. The creatures that guided it were called the Nual. Both Beebe and Christie skirted the point about the Suis, who operated the Dark Travelers, unwittingly doing the Nual's dirty work. That sphere was destroyed, Christie said, now beginning to guess where Beebe was headed. Yes, it was, but not before it sent a message. Do we know the contents of that message? Alien technology, Beebe remarked. But what message would you send, and to whom? I see what you mean, Christie said. She drew out her words to underline the importance of Beebe's comment to her audience. So what does this have to do with the vote in the Assembly today, Beebe? Alex Racine has asked the Assembly to sell him the freedom. What would Sarah Racine want with a city ship that's sat parked in orbit for more than 20 years? I have no answer to that, Christie, but a critical clue is that Sarah Racine said he would no longer be a Hurricane resident. Do you think he intends to live on that newly explored planet, Celus-5? Beebe smiled at Christie. She was a clever interviewer, leading her subject right down the path that both of them wanted to walk. Alex Racine says that he won't be a leader of those who settle the planet if the aliens even permit Harricans to live there. So, BB, let's get back to the subject at hand. You don't know what Ser Racine wants to do with the city ship, and you don't know where he's going with it. Then why is the Assembly's vote important to you? Alex Racine has always protected the people. He traded tech to New Terra to return lost Meridians home. He fought the Nual-sphere when it would have been safer to run home. He and his people worked tirelessly to save the Librans, and recently he kept our worlds from being overrun by United Earth before the system changed its ways. I say this: if Alex Racine wants a city ship, sell it to him. Or better yet, give it to him. How can you be so confident in what Ser Racine intends to do with that ship, even though he's not said one word about it? My mother, Fiona Harrican, who remained purposefully on Libra with other elders while younger independents were evacuated, told us, no, she warned us to keep that wide-shouldered young man with the 4 stars on his collar close to us. She called him our protector. I see no reason to change my opinion about the man. Whatever Alex Racine intends to do with the freedom, it will only serve to protect us. That's putting a great deal of belief in Ser Racine, BB. All humans make mistakes. Quite true, Christie, and I won't say that I've always agreed with the man's methods, but I dare you to argue with his results. Whatever Alex Racine's intention, my message would be the same. Let the man have the ship, if not for the future, then for the past. No one deserves it more. Thank you for your time today, BB. I see that midday meal will soon end. To my listeners, I can only say that if anyone has a vested interest in the future of Harrican and its people, then it's BB Harrican, who you've heard expressing her opinion today on an important assembly vote. Christie signed off and returned the broadcast to her media station. She stood up and was immediately embraced by BB. "May the stars protect you," BB said, and rushed out the door of her home. The representatives never got to enjoy their full meal time. Their comms were flooded with questions about Alex Racine's proposal. How did they intend to vote? For those assembly members who expressed thoughts to deny the sale, Harricans wanted to know why. What were the representatives' concerns? Were they founded or imagined? Could the first sphere have called home? Is a second Nual ship a possibility? What the populace was reminded of by the broadcast was that Harrican was once the site of the first Confederation colony to be destroyed by the Nual sphere. That alone did more to wake up the people to the important role Alex Racine played in establishing Harrican more than 20 years ago. BB had been right when she told Christie that people quickly forgot their own history. The assembly reconvened, and Jason was the first to state his opinion that the representatives should block the sale. He'd been bombarded with comms during his meal, as had the others, but he stood fast in the face of the Librans, who had queried him as to why he was against the sale. But it quickly became evident to Jason that he was in the minority, and within an hour the vote was taken, and the sale was approved. "Alex, the Assembly has voted to sell you the freedom," Tomas sent. "Their gift is much appreciated, Tomas." "Alex, please don't refer to the city ship as a gift. That tends to make Harrican look complicit in whatever it is that you're about to do." "Still, you have my profound thanks, Tomas." "Oh, don't thank me, Alex. Save that for BB Harrican and your sister." "Why?" "If you didn't hear their timely interview, conducted during midday meal, you should listen to a copy of the broadcast. That short show galvanized the populace, who besieged their representatives. Personally, as I listened to others during the start of the meal, I was sure the sale was doomed. Jason's anti-Alex rhetoric did much to convince the others to take a conservative approach to the issue. I wonder what I ever did to him except save his butt from becoming dust on Libra. While you were on Celus-5, one of Mickey's companies was awarded a government contract instead of Jason's." "Ah, so this was payback." "Apparently," Tomas sent in reply. But the representatives were presented with other considerations besides their constituents' opinions. The interview got people thinking, and that included some representatives. Eric and I fielded their questions, which we passed to Dane for research. The SAID reported that maintenance crews and traveler support for the two city ships are running the government about 4 million credits annually. Black space. And that's credits spent to just keep them parked in deep orbit, Alex said, stunned by the enormous cost. The ongoing expense of a city ship is one of the key reasons the Assembly is happy to get rid of one, and the representatives are now considering the fate of our people. A statement made during the Assembly and pointed at the Librans, Jason in particular, was that Librans shouldn't be afraid to part with their lifeboats. I bet that was painful for them to hear. Yes, it was, especially after everything we went through to escape in those lifeboats. Nonetheless, it did have the ring of truth. Let's face it, Alex, the tech on those city ships is outdated, and no one wants to travel in-system unless it's in a grav-driven ship, which these monsters aren't. Just the same, I need a ship this size. In fact, I'd take a bigger one if you had it. Tomas took a moment to digest that last statement. What would you want with a vessel larger than a city ship? Tomas wondered. Well, Alex, last point, and I hope you're sitting down because we must discuss the fee. I warn you, it will come as a shock. The representatives borrowed a contract element which has become popular in the past few years. I'm ready, Tomas. Let's hear it. The Assembly will require the sum of 1 credit. Tomas waited for a response, but heard nothing. Interesting, Alex. I've rarely heard you at a loss for words. I think I'm rather enjoying this moment. Well, I'll have the sale agreement forwarded to you later this afternoon. After you transfer the agreed amount, the sale will be final. By the way, to protect the Assembly and Hurricane, the sale price will remain undisclosed. Alex could hear Tomas's chuckle when he referred to the single credit transfer. I've informed the maintenance crew aboard the Freedom, Tomas continued. They'll wait to update you on the ship's condition before they turn over any codes you might require. Looks like I'll be busy for a while. Alex, you know as well as I do that a city ship was built to hold 250,000 people, and that ship has been minimally maintained for 20 years. It's going to need updating and restocking, and that's going to take labor and credits. You sure you want to do this? I appreciate your concern, Tomas. One way or another, I'll work it out. As you wish, Alex. After Tomas's calm ended, Alex sent the message out that the sale of the Freedom was approved. Everyone who received Alex's calm noticed he never said he owned the ship, just that the Assembly agreed to the sale. Alex's first stop after receiving Tomas's news was Sadesville. Winston wished to communicate the thoughts of the Sades who chose to stay behind on Celus-5 to the Sades resident on Hurricane, and he'd asked Alex to accompany him. For Alex's part, he stood idly by while Winston managed his exchange with the Sades via comm. At one point, the entire Assembly swiveled their heads to look at him, but then returned to staring at Winston. When the Sades' conversation finished, Winston turned to Alex with a pleasant smile on his face. A consensus has been reached, sir. The Sades will help with the refurbishment efforts of the Freedom in exchange for passage to Celus-5. Winston, Hurricanes might not be welcome there. It's something we just don't know yet. This is understood, sir. If the Hurricanes can't settle Celus-5, you'll still need individuals to maintain the ship. These individuals are willing to remain with you. Winston, you're talking about an annual stipend for nearly 140 Sades, for the stars know how many years. That's an amount of compensation that I wouldn't be able to pay for more than 3 or 4 years. Leave that to me, Alex. I believe I have an idea that will further both your goals and ours, but I'll need to discuss this with others first. Mickey, Claude, Julian, Cordelia, Winston, Hector, Esther, Didier, and most of the Confederation Sades who were free of their contracts took 2 exchange travelers to inspect the Freedom. Cordelia organized the Sades, detailing their assignments. As the original Sade who controlled the city ship's construction and who flew it for nearly 5 years, Cordelia knew the vessel better than anyone. In her mind, she was sure that this was the reason Alex chose this ship over the other city ship, Our People. The Sades and engineers crawled over the ship from bridge to bays, reviewed the maintenance crew's reports, and tested everything from engines to filtration systems. Every analysis was filed with the ship's controller, and Cordelia and Julian organized the lists and computed the costs for replacement equipment and labor. The effort took several days. As the last inspection report was filed and every Sade acknowledged they were finished with their assignments, Cordelia sat in the captain's chair for several moments, summarizing the extensive lists. When she produced her final accounting report, Winston regarded Julian. "Alex hasn't enough to cover the refit," Julian said, "much less afford to pay a significantly sized crew to maintain it." "I'd hoped as much," Winston said with a smile. "I believe this is an opportune time for the SIFT directors to speak privately with the exchange directors." Mickey glanced at Claude and said, "I think that's our cue to exit, Claude. Why don't you and I go claim the spaces we want for our labs and manufacturing locations before they're gone?" Chapter 31. Alex's People. When the Freedom's review was complete, Julian, Cordelia, and the SIFT directors met with Alex and Renee at their home. As the guests were Sades, Renee merely prepared tea for Alex and herself and invited the Sades to be seated. Even though the SIFT directors were prepared to stand and lock their avatars, they followed the example of Julian and Cordelia, who not only took seats but adopted relaxed human poses. Alex hid the beginnings of a smile behind his cup, noticing the SIFT directors copied Julian and Cordelia's various positions exactly. You learn by imitation, Alex thought. Cordelia waited until Alex had an opportunity to enjoy his tea before she sent him a summary of the Freedom's refit costs. Alex scrolled through the lengthy list, shocked at the number of items and their associated costs. He jumped to the end and set his tea down. Alex knew better than to question the report's accuracy, but it saddened him to see that the total was twice the credits he held in his exchange account. "Ironic, isn't it?" Alex said. "The Freedom was built and outfitted without a single credit changing hands. Now a simple refit is expected to cost more than 68 million credits." "We inhabit a capitalistic society, Alex," Julian commented. "Well, I can afford half the refit," Alex said. "Can we accomplish half the work and still launch, Cordelia?" "Alex, credits can be saved if we reduce the human accommodations," Julian replied instead, angling to get a hint from Alex of his plans for the ship. "I want the ship refitted for humans, including food stocks, cabin furnishings, the works. I was hoping credits could be saved on the technical side." "There's little that can be shaved off the refit from a technical aspect. Equipment must be upgraded, and it will take labor to do. I regret that our efforts there would result in minor cost savings," Cordelia replied. "Where will the humans come from? Hurricane?" Winston sent to Julian. "Doubtful," Julian sent in reply. "Perhaps you won't have to skimp on your refit, Alex," Winston said, leaning forward to place his forearms on his knees, as he had seen humans do innumerable times to emphasize their points. "The SIFT directors, in concert with the exchange directors, have proposals for you." "I'm listening," Alex said cautiously. Winston laid out the transitional phases of the Confederation Sades, enumerating the challenges many of them were going through after liberation to adjust to life with Meridians and Hurricanes. He summarized the complaints about Sadesville and the hopes of those on Celus-5. He would have continued to expound on the background for the proposals, but Hector cut him off. "Your pardon, Winston, but I believe that Alex knows all this only too well. I believe the correct phrase, sir, is that we want in." "In on what?" Alex asked. "In on whatever you're planning to do and wherever you're planning to go," Didier added. "I'm not entirely sure I have the answers to those questions myself," Alex replied. "That doesn't matter, Alex," Esther said. "The most important thing for us is that you and the people around you accept Sades for who we are. That's a great comfort to us in and of itself. We're quite adaptable, as you know, and wish to travel with you." But you have your duties as SIF directors, Alex objected. True, but not for all time and only for the four of us, Didier commented. Okay, what exactly is SIF's proposal? Alex asked. First, Alex, the Freedom must accept up to 40,000 SAIDs, for as long as it exists, Winston said. That's thinking far into the future, Alex commented dryly, recognizing that it was 25% more SAIDs than existed right now across the entire Confederation, and the majority of those individuals were staying put. I think your first item is moot, Winston. Even if I was to agree to your point, I can't afford to pay them a stipend, Alex pointed out. But you won't have to, Alex, Esther said. SIF will pay the stipend for any SAID who serves aboard your ship, or any ship in your fleet. Now I have a fleet, Alex said, nodding agreeably to Julian as if he had just received a wonderful gift. You jest with us, Hector said, but the evidence of your past is there for all to examine. Now that's true, Renee said, pointing a finger at Hector to underline his words. Whose side are you on? Alex asked. On yours, my love, but I agree with them. Okay, if I were to accept this first point, that the Freedom would accommodate up to 40,000 SAIDs, and any who serve will be paid by SIF, I want it clear that they have no sway over where I go or what I do with the ship, or ships, if I ever have more. Now don't tell me that you or they can live with that, Alex challenged. It's agreed, Esther said, displaying a beatific smile. Alex felt he was being maneuvered, and his mind raced ahead to comprehend the reasons for the SAID's approach. Of particular interest to him was why the SIF directors were approaching him in concert with the exchange directors, and he glanced Julian's way, but his friend wore his poker face. One final point, Alex, Winston said. In recompense for SIF's payment of the SAID's stipends, those who work on your fleet and who will participate in whatever assignments you give them, SIF requires a share of the profits. The contract will stipulate a rolling percentage of the gross profits based on the ratio of SAIDs to humans within the fleet, Didier noted. Alex's hearty laugh rocketed around the room. The SIF directors queried Julian, thinking that they had misstepped. Wait, Julian sent them in reply. In case you haven't noticed, sirs, I'm not proficient at generating credits, save for the one thing I created while in New Terra, and which, after 2 years of generating revenue, I gave away to the government and the SAIDs. My account balance is almost entirely due to the goodwill donations made by the Confederation SAIDs. This is understood, Alex, Esther said. But we've noted that the Hurricane SAIDs and many members of your original crew are the wealthiest individuals on this planet. Alex glanced at Julian, who merely raised his eyebrows as if to indicate that, regrettably, it was true. Good for you, my friend, Alex said, slapping Julian's knee. We're confident that your efforts in pursuit of your goals will generate credits, Alex, Winston said. We know you'll do this to ensure the economic prosperity of the individuals you intend to load into your city ship and future vessels. Okay, Alex said, holding out his hands in protestation. Let's say I was to agree to your conditions. SIF pays the way for the SAIDs that come aboard, and you get a percentage of credits generated. There's still the costs of the refit. And that's where we can help, Julian said. Let me guess. The exchange directors want in as well, profit sharing and all, Alex said with a groan. I think I've freed a bunch of financial mercenaries. The fact that every SAID was smiling at him gave Alex an indication of a future that would be shaped by many players, of which he would be only one. Yes, we do wish a seat at the table, as you often phrase it, Alex, Cordelia replied. The exchange will cover the cost of the refit and will request a fair percentage of credits generated by your fleet's economic activities. Alex knew that Cordelia and Julian were keenly aware of what Emil, Mickey, and the others had discovered. The invention was worth a world's fortune. More important to Alex than its economic value, it meant grav-built ships could be constructed independent of the hives, built quicker, and fabricated in space. If the Hurricane SAIDs wanted to play investors, Alex decided he'd better yank his negotiation hat down tight. It looked to be a bumpy night. Julian watched Alex's eyes narrow as his friend regarded him, and the Sade attempted to surmise the thoughts revolving in Alex's mind. His green-visored poker cap appeared on his head, and he returned Alex's squint with one of his own. The brothers were in protracted mental negotiations for the better part of a half-hour. In the end, Alex reverted to verbal communication and said, "Done," as he extended his hand to Julian. "Agreed," Julian replied, shaking Alex's hand. "Winston, send me your agreement and I'll review it," Alex said. But before he could finish what he intended to say, Esther's comm signaled a document waited for him. "Pretty sure of yourselves," Alex commented. "Pretty sure of you, Alex Racine," Hector replied. "You have a habit of single-mindedly pursuing those goals you believe to be critical." Winston sent a message to Julian asking for the substance of the exchange's agreement with Alex, but Julian replied that one of the conditions of the agreement, as stipulated by Alex, was that its details weren't to be revealed to anyone but the exchange directors. "Interesting," Esther commented to her fellow directors. "To many humans, we are one thing, a group of similar beings, but to Alex we're individuals, and in this case he seeks to isolate the two banks from each other." "I believe he preserves competition," Hector added. "Just so," Winston replied. "One of the many reasons we wish to follow Alex." News and rumors swept across Hurricane, aided by the population's implants. Among the people's key concerns were how many and which people might be leaving with Alex. For the Assembly, it was the fact that the city ship could accommodate 250,000 individuals, and those most loyal to Alex, and therefore most likely to go, were many of Hurricane's premier citizens. To address these and other concerns head-on, Tatia sought a private meeting with Alex. "Causing quite a stir as usual, Alex," Tatia said without preamble, as Renee placed a small repast and hot tea by the Admiral's side. "Is that how you see it, Tatia?" Alex asked. Tatia held the hot mug in her hands to warm them from the chill that blew along the coast. She'd made the mistake of taking her flit since it was a short flight, but the open canopy provided little protection against the elements. "No, not really," Tatia admitted. "But your actions are generating waves for me, professionally and personally." Tatia waited for Alex to pick up the conversation, but he sat quietly observing her. Releasing a tense breath, Tatia leaned back in her chair, holding the mug to her chest. "Okay, Alex, let's talk plainly," which garnered a smile from him. "I've had submissions from people who wish to resign their commissions if they're accepted to travel with you. My question is this: do you intend to accept them?" "Things are happening a little faster than I expected, Tatia. I haven't gotten to that point yet." "Word is that the Confederation Sades will be paid by SIF to work for you." "That's true. Who's on your list?" "Ellie, Svetlana, and a good many pilots, but I expect to hear from Reiko and Franz, among others." "And how about you?" Alex asked. Renee could feel the heavy-bodied Admiral's laughter reverberating through the bones of her chest. "Have you spoken with Alain?" Renee asked quietly. Her question abruptly shut down Tatia's laughter. "Yes, I have, Renee," Tatia retorted, none too happy to have Renee bring up the subject of her partner. "And?" Renee pressed. "It's obvious Etienne and Alain are bored, and Alex's new adventure calls to both of them. Etienne and Ellie wish to go, which represents a challenge for the twins. I don't believe the creche mates can ever be separated." Alex and Renee watched Tatia drink her tea, lost in thought. "There's a rumor circulating that you're going to hunt the Nual, Alex. If so, what about warships, sting ships, and fighters? As far as I know, you only have the 4 travelers aboard the Reaver." "At this time," Alex said cryptically. "I'm on the outside looking in for now, aren't I?" Tatia asked. "For now," Alex agreed. "An odd sensation," Tatia replied, draining her mug. She stood up and said, "When you make up your mind about which humans you want aboard, calm me. I have until then to figure out my own future." When Tatia departed, Renee cleaned up Tatia's food dish, which the Admiral hadn't touched. She kept an eye on Alex, who hadn't touched his food either. "Listen to me," she said when she stepped back into the main room. "You can't be responsible for the lives of those who wish to follow you any more than you were when we repaired the Reaver. People must make their own decisions." "Even if it means disrupting families?" Alex asked. "That's for them to decide among themselves. It's not for you to worry over." Alex affixed his approval, encapsulated with his implant's bio-ID, to the exchange and SIF agreements. Anticipating Alex's affirmation of the proposals, the exchange had pilots and travelers standing by outside Sadesville. The Confederation Sades stood outside the ships with locked avatars, reviewing the enormous to-do list for the refit. When the pilots and Sades received Winston's go order, hatches were dropped, Sades scrambled aboard, and ships lifted. Within a half hour of Alex approving the deals, the Sades were swarming over the Freedom. Most carried heavy tool packs, worn over their backs. Others grabbed tools left aboard the city ship. The first order of business was to pull the antiquated systems. It was of great help to the efficiency of their work that humans weren't aboard for several days, the maintenance crew having exited before they arrived, and they needn't worry about many of the support systems that humans required. In short order, traveler transports with their rear-loading ramps arrived with the heavy equipment loads. The two director groups paid priority delivery fees to strip the local manufacturers of already produced equipment destined for the manufacture of new ships. It would take a few days, but soon the shipbuilders would start screaming to their suppliers about the delivery delays. Traveler pilots, used to the loading and offloading timing of humans, even with grav pallets, were shocked to find that they barely took a bite of a small repast when a Sade signaled a go launch. Sade comms poured into Alex, asking for approval of strategic decisions about the use of certain spaces and bays on board the Freedom. The callers addressed him as Captain Racine, but Alex deferred from accepting that title. Instead, the Sades simply called him Ser. 3 major food stock manufacturers received orders to completely fill the Freedom's food stock tanks and were astonished. Queries hit Tomas and Eric's comms. The rumors of 250,000 citizens planning an exodus from Hurricane were boosted. Both leaders reached out to Alex for assurances, and he told them that only a handful of humans would accompany him. At least that's what Alex reasoned, not that Renee agreed with him. Chapter 32. Launch. The refit of the Freedom would have taken the same number of humans the better part of a year to complete, but a Sade, able to work around the 30-hour clock with unflagging energy and sophisticated coordination with others, was equivalent to 10 humans. Truth was that they worked with fervor. The circumstances of Sadesville had been a great disappointment to every one of them. They had left the Confederation with hopes for new and exciting lives and found themselves relegated to second-class citizens. Alex Racine represented the type of future the Sades craved and were anxious to begin. As opposed to the Confederation Sades, Alex was miserable. He desperately needed both humans and Sades aboard to facilitate his plans, but he dearly wished all of them could remain on Hurricane, where they would be safe from harm, at least for the near future. Julian and Cordelia tackled the Freedom's bridge, controller, and memory banks, automating many of the bridge positions that previously required Libran personnel to monitor and operate. Huge shipments of memory crystals were diverted from their intended destinations to the city ship. The controller's memory banks were duplicated to a backup position, and at Renee's request, Julian copied the Reverse library to the Freedom. 2 separate secure sections of the ship received new memory banks and sophisticated controllers, which were tied directly into the comm systems, but without access from ship's personnel. Having Z and Rosette's prior approval, the only off-world exchange directors, Julian and Cordelia proposed to the other Hurricane Sades that they expand the bank's territory to a base aboard the Freedom, and wherever humans and Sades established new colonies. It took mere ticks of time to reach unanimous approval. After the 2 new memory banks were installed, the exchange director's precious vault was copied and duplicated. It would be the controller's duties to keep the massive memory banks in sync with the vault, where the exchange records were kept and where Alex protected his personal records. It might be asked what the Hurricane Sade's ultimate purpose was in expanding their bank, since they were incredibly wealthy. But these were the original 8 who Alex freed from their starships, and they saw themselves as the financial bulwark that would ensure the expansion of humans in this corner of the galaxy, especially if the likes of the New All were the more advanced entities out there in the deep dark. Mickey and Pia, privy to Billings' invention, knew they would be aboard the Freedom without the formality of an invitation. The pair orbited Alex like planets swung around its star, and laws of gravity dictated that where the larger body went, the satellites followed. Mickey sold his ownership in every company, dividing it proportionately among the employees from the director down to the newest hire. The price of ownership began with a single credit for the smallest share portion, and the employees couldn't believe their good fortune. If it hadn't been for news of Alex's purchase and launch of the city ship, they might have thought Mickey had lost his mind. But few people knew of Mickey's personal wealth. That's because, despite the amassing of a substantial amount of credits, he was the same good-natured engineer who many had always known. Pia spent a few tearful evenings with Therese. Her good friend and Alex's first medical specialist would be staying on Hurricane with her lover and partner, Tomas. Pia had requested that Cordelia copy Hurricane's medical database to the Freedom, which Therese heartily approved. "I believe we have the makings of the perfect surgeon for this expedition," Pia enthused, and Therese perked up. "Who?" Therese asked, running through the survey mission's personnel list to see if she could guess who Pia meant. "Miranda," Pia replied, struggling to keep her face from breaking into a grin. "Miranda," Therese repeated. "May the stars protect us." "Seriously, Therese, you should have seen her operate on Alex's head injury. Bone fragments had to be pulled, positioned, and floated separately. One piece had to be fished out of his cranium, and Miranda was magnificent, perfect control and positioning by linking into the scanner. She was optically blind, but saw through the instrumentation. Her surgery was marvelous." While Pia enthused about the surgery, Therese grew quiet until tears formed in her eyes and threatened to spill over. Pia sank to her knees in front of her friend and grabbed her hands. "I'm sorry, Therese. I should have realized how details of the operation would distress you." "You came close to losing him, didn't you?" Therese said, the pain of Alex's near demise strangling her heart. Yes, we did," Pia admitted. "I fear for those close to Alex when they lose him, Pia, and I'll be one of them, even if it's a century from now and he dies of old age." "Miranda and I will do our best to see if we can help him achieve the status of Great Elder," Pia said, giving her friend a hopeful smile. Therese squeezed Pia's hands in return and said, "You have your work cut out for you. What does Alex think of your idea of Miranda as the expedition's premier medical specialist?" "When I told Alex of Miranda's efforts on his behalf, and that I thought she would make a marvelous surgeon, he laughed and said, 'And what better personality could there be to supplant our fiery redhead?'" Therese laughed quietly and shook her head. She could visualize Alex shaking off his brush with death in good humor as he compared the personalities of Miranda and her. Truth was, the man had a good point. "I have to admit, Pia, it's taken a long time for me to find happiness again after our awakening in New Terra. But I finally have it, and I covet the love and security Tomas and I have together." "And you deserve it, Therese," Pia said, gently shaking her friend's hands. "Mickey and I will accompany our enormous new Terran and work to keep you and this planet safe, so that you can enjoy your lives." Pia hugged Therese one last time, wondering if she would ever see her again. Emil Billings sat down with his wife, Janine, and daughter Mincy after the evening meal. Alex had given him permission to speak of his invention in general terms, but not to expose the details. Emil was overcome with excitement about the potential the new opportunity represented, the incredible discovery itself, his success as a biochemist, the future profit potential, and the thought of participating in an adventure beyond his wildest imagination. Only two problems he could foresee: his wife and his daughter. He considered the possibility that they might not share his enthusiasm, and he was right to be worried. Mincy's adjustment to life on Hurricane was challenging, the making of new friends and the adoption of her implant. As for Janine, she was torn, wanting to make both members of her family happy. The break came for Emil's hopes when Mincy lamented that she missed her new best friends, who had helped her adopt her implant, Jodlin and Ginny. As transplants to Hurricane themselves, the pair understood the challenges Mincy faced and worked to smooth her entry into Hurricane life. "Edmus and Jodlin will be aboard the Freedom," Emil said gently to his daughter. "Jodlin will?" Mincy asked, wanting confirmation. "And what about Ginny?" "Edmus and Jodlin will be working closely with Mickey, Brandon, and me on our new project, and the Freedom will be headed to Celus-5, probably before the survey mission is complete. You'll see Teague and Ginny there." Emil knew the Sojourn would remain in orbit around Celus-5 until Alex returned, but he kept that part of the situation to himself. "Promise?" Mincy asked. "Promise," Emil agreed. While Emil wrestled with his family, Mickey made arrangements for procuring and shipping into orbit anything that could accommodate the spray construction of ships with Billings's methods. Claude was busy moving the remainder of Z's avatars and his manufacturing equipment for avatar construction. What delighted the Meridian tech specialist was that he managed to confiscate one of the Freedom's gigantic bays for himself. "I have a challenge for Z and you," Alex had said to him. "I'm wondering what sort of practical avatars can be designed and built that the Sades might employ in some of our future challenges." "What sorts of challenges?" Claude asked. "Oh, you know, the usual and some of the unusual," Alex said, and left Claude's office. Claude calmed Mickey to share Alex's request, and the engineer laughed until he ran out of breath. "Looks like we're going to be busier than ever, Claude," Mickey said, cutting the comm without ever contributing a single idea. Between trips to the Freedom, Julian and Cordelia spoke to their children. They were hesitant to take them into an unknown future, but the Sades underestimated them. They weren't typical Hurricane children, but orphans, who had survived by their wits and handouts from the rebels, who fought the forces of United Earth for decades. In the children's minds, Julian and Cordelia came to their rescue and saved them from orphanages, and there was no way they were getting separated from their adopted parents, danger or no danger. Julian and Cordelia spent moments in person with the other Hurricane Sades who would remain on the homeworld. This included Muter, whose delight remained composing and singing for the hives. "One day the people will produce their own singers, and my work will be done. I might join you then," Muter told them. Alex contacted Julian to set up the transfer of his house and land. For the price of 1 credit apiece, Alex's parents, sister, and son received quarter shares in the wide swath of land along the coast that the Assembly had awarded Alex and Renee. Christy was staying on Hurricane. Her media company was growing, and she couldn't be happier. Alex's parents, Duggan and Katie, were staying too, hoping Christy might give them grandchildren one day. Julian checked database records across the planet and ensured that Alex and Renee's names were cleared of Hurricane ownership titles. Even their exchange account name was changed from Racine to Dacida. Every effort was made to support Alex's statement that he would no longer be a Hurricane citizen. At Alex's request, Julian contacted each human who was accepted to accompany Alex, making them aware their exchange accounts would be accessible aboard ship. While most were initially surprised by that fortunate news, it reminded them that Alex and his associates were thinking far into the future and preparing for more than a simple expedition. The exchange and SIF directors did collude on one aspect of their arrangements with Alex. It was agreed that each group would make an annual contribution of 0.5% of their income from the Freedom's endeavors into Alex's personal accounts. "Alex will notice this immediately after the first transfer," Esther objected, when Winston and Julian sent their proposition for approval to the other directors. "We should communicate this to him now. Don't you believe forthrightness to be the better option?" But Esther simultaneously received Julian and Winston's denials. "This is one of those times, Esther, when it's better to execute and later apologize rather than ask for permission in advance and engage in a protracted and perhaps fruitless discussion," Winston sent in reply. "I can assure you, Esther," Julian said, "it will probably be years before Alex thinks to check his account balance. In the 20 years of his exchange account history, he has queried the account's balance only 16 times. Each time it was to determine the amount that he could lend to a friend. Right now he's aware that he possesses millions of credits and is content with that knowledge." Tatia and Alain were readying for bed, and she was replaying a conversation she had with a pilot who graduated at the day's academy ceremony. Despite having just received his wings, he'd spoken to his training commander that he wished to resign his commission and apply to travel aboard the Freedom, and the commander thought it was worth involving her in the conversation. Tatia had said to the new lieutenant, "You understand that Ser Racine has only 4 travelers, and he's got senior people seeking a place on his ship." "Understood, Admiral," the lieutenant replied. "If Alex Racine doesn't have warships today, he'll have them tomorrow." "And how do you think that will be possible, Lieutenant, if he's aboard a city ship and away from the Hurricane Suis-Suis?" Tatia thought her question would have sobered the young man, but she was wrong. "I have no idea, Admiral," he replied. "I don't doubt he'll find a way." To that, Tatia had to agree, but she kept that thought to herself. Alain watched Tatia shuck her uniform and enter the refresher. So much woman to love, he thought. He'd wrestled with how to approach Tatia on the burning subject of Alex's expedition, and he couldn't have been more conflicted. At present, he was bored with work. In contrast, he'd never felt more alive than when his twin and he guarded the madman. But he loved Tatia, who commanded the prestige position of Hurricane's admiral, and he was desperate to find a way to have both. To make Alain's decision more pressing, Etienne and Ellie announced they would be aboard when the Freedom launched. Alain knew Alex would never extend him an invitation. The man didn't want to come between Tatia and him, and he appreciated that. On the other hand, the job was his for the taking, and he knew that too. Crawling into bed, Alain waited for Tatia to join him before he signaled the lights off. The Hurricane moons shone brightly through the window. Snuggling in each other's arms, sleep failed to come for both of them. Instead, they lay awake, thoughts of their possible futures rolling through their minds. "Would you go without me?" Tatia asked, breaking the silence. "Direct as always, my heart," Alain replied, brushing a blonde curl from Tatia's face. "No," he replied, his voice thickening. Tatia replied, snuggling closer. "Then it's a good thing I submitted my resignation today. I wouldn't want you to regret your decision to stay." Alain pushed up on an elbow, anxious to see Tatia's face. She was grinning at him. "Then why did you ask me if I would leave you?" Alain challenged. "Sometimes a woman wants to know where she stands," Tatia replied. "But did you resign your commission for my sake or for your own?" "Truth be told, I was getting tired of reviewing, signing, and sending documents, not to mention the endless meetings. I'm not cut out to be an armchair administrator." "Neither am I," Alain admitted. "But let's understand each other, Alain. While I've missed discovering new worlds and the universe's mysteries, I haven't missed the nearly dying part of Alex's adventures." "So would you have gone without me?" Alain asked. To Tatia, Alain's question sounded part tease and part earnest. In reply, she swept Alain's slender form over the top of her heavy worlder body and proceeded to demonstrate her answer. Alex and Friends return in Omnia.